he's really trying to help his community right now, that it's incredible to see how many neighbors are coming together. He also says it's great to see, the National Guard out here and more police and the CHP, but there are a lot of people that say they wish they would have seen all these people out here sooner, several days ago, maybe even before the fire started, when we were getting those warnings that we were having catastrophic winds coming in. Reporting live in Altadena, Nicole Comstock, KCAL News.
Nicole, thank you. It's just hard to imagine that 10 members of a family lost their homes. Just so difficult to wrap your head around that. All right, thank you very much, Nicole. And let's get right to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk now. Mike, you've got those new evacuation warnings. Yeah, Pat, I want to make sure we're reiterating this so people know where they are, if they're in that zone or not. They should have gotten those alerts, but with the troubles we've been having with those, I just wanted to make sure I could tell people as well. So the new evacuation warning is right here on the west side of the 405. Even newer than that is this community right here. And this is what we were talking about earlier, Pat. We're almost getting to Ventura Boulevard here where these voluntary evacuations are. So these are north of Mulholland. This is right here. Mulholland's right there. So anyone that's in the Green Vista Drive area, anyone that's in the Westfall Drive area, those are the folks that should be, it's a voluntary evacuation. So, if they say go, you should go. You should at least have things packed and ready to go if that is what you need. The Encina Reservoir, for anybody that's in this area, is right there. So for context, that's where that's at. The Mountain Gate Country Club, also under a voluntary evacuation just to the west of the 405 freeway. So again, the Mountain Gate Country Club under a voluntary evacuation. And then you've got these other neighborhoods up here a little bit further to the north. And then you've got this chunk of land that they added this earlier today. But when we go and zoom around in here, there's really nobody in this part of the area. There's some communities up here, and these Calabasas ones are not new. But you've got this area right here. That's Louisville High School, if you know where that's at. There's some homes in that area off of Mulholland just to the north of. But then they've got all of this kind of open space that they've kind of strategically, it looks like, intentionally maybe avoided the homes when they issued this evacuation warning right here. Because as you can see, it kind of forks out into this open space here, but almost intentionally, as you see right here too, leaves out the homes. So they may just be getting ready for people to do that or want to clear out those open spaces if there is anybody up there. But again, where there are homes is this new area here that is to the east of the Encina Reservoir, north of the 405. All of these people, Havenhurst, Escalon, Cotter, Strawberry Drive, Westfall Drive. If you know any of these areas, you are now under a voluntary evacuation zone in this area. And that is because the fire continues to creep to the north. So we'll look at this. This is the latest fire line of the actual area that is burned. And as you can see, this is their concern. This is why they're ordering these voluntary evacuations, because the fire is continuing to march north. Pat, there is another issue that I wanted to talk about here back on the south end of the fire. Well, we'll talk about this first. Governor Gavin Newsom is calling for an investigation into the DWP and the water issues that were happening in the Pacific Palisades, because you'll remember fire hydrants ran dry. Now it is appearing, according to the governor, that the Santa Ynez Reservoir was offline during that time. The governor wants to know why. The Santa Ynez Reservoir is right next to the Pacific Palisades, certainly could have been used if it was active to help put water into the hydrant. So he's saying we need answers as to how that happened. Therefore, I've directed state water and firefighting officials to prepare an independent after-incident report examining the causes of lost water supply and water pressure in municipal water systems during the events. Now, you remember the newly appointed head of the DWP said earlier in this week that, hey, look, we filled our million-gallon tanks, we had everything ready, and all of that. I did reach out to the DWP for a response. They said, thanks for reaching out. We appreciate the governor's letter and believe that an investigation will help identify any new needed capabilities for water systems to support fighting wildfires. Now, I very pointedly asked the DWP representative, was the Santa Ynez Reservoir online at the time of these fires? They have not responded to that request or that question after I asked that about 5 o'clock this afternoon, or this evening rather. So almost 2 hours after that, they still have not gotten back to me on whether or not the Santa Ynez Reservoir was online. And I would also like to know, if they respond to me again, why the head of the DWP failed to mention that during the press conference earlier in the week. We were kind of led to believe by her that everything was business as usual and everything was functioning as usual, very clearly leaving out the fact that one of their reservoirs right in the Pacific Palisades was not functioning at the time. Now, the governor is aware of that and calling for an investigation. Is the Santa Ynez, is it online now? We don't know. I don't know that answer. And if we can come back to my computer, I want to show everybody, I just think it's important to give perspective about where the Santa Ynez Reservoir is. And forgive me while I kind of
move my way through these maps here, but it's basically right in this area. You see Santa Ynez Canyon Park, and then I believe it is actually, and it's hard to see with this overlay on, but I believe that it is right in this area right here, right to the northeast, or the northwest rather, of the Pacific Palisades, the area, the community up here. So it's right in here, I believe, somewhere in there. So it's hard to see with the map overlay like this. I'll pull up a better map for you a little bit later. But it is very, very close to the Pacific Palisades and very close to this community, and certainly would have helped with the hydrant issue. Now, again, we always talk about, right, we talked about it with the budgets, we talked about it with the fire crews. Would it have made a difference, right? That's always kind of the underlying question. Sure, they needed more water, absolutely. Would it have helped them stop the fire? Would the fire not have been as bad? A lot of experts say no. The winds were just so powerful, it didn't matter how much water you had, how many personnel you had down there, but certainly it
would have been an extra water source.
Right, and it wouldn't have hurt, right? We heard Jeff Nguyen say that. Would have 100 engines have helped? Who knows? It wouldn't have hurt, certainly, and neither would more water. And
again, was it on at the time?
Right.
How long does it take to get online?
Right. And how long has it been offline?
For that
If
matter.
it was offline during the time of the fire, when did it go offline? For what reasons? Those are all things we're trying to get answers from DWP.
All right, well, we're learning more as we go along.
Yep.
Thanks so much, Mike. Well, millions of Californians are feeling the effects of the brush fires. Los Angeles is under an air quality alert from all of the lingering smoke. And KCAL's Kirsten Mitchell is in Altadena with information on how we can protect our lungs. Kristen.
And Pat, you know, now that the wind has died down, whatever smoke is here is just kind of lingering in the air. And now that it's dark, there is an opportunity to show you something that is hard to see in the daylight. If we pan over to our camera light, you can actually see it's raining ash right now in Altadena. There's small particles, there's large particles. All of that is really bad for us to breathe. And a doctor I spoke with today says the best way to protect yourself is really just to limit your time outdoors. Of course, that's not always possible. We know that right now, but it's especially important for young people, older adults, and people with respiratory illnesses. If you do have to be out and about, wear an N95 mask. He says, even though you may not see the smoke in your area, the particulate matter is still there, and things, as we've seen, change fast.
And a lot of it's going to be dependent upon the condition of the wind. So even if the fires are not in your area currently, if the winds shift, you know, the poor air can, you know, travel down to you. And so just be vigilant about it and, you know, carry a mask in your car and try to limit exercise activities outdoor as much as possible.
And as many people are doing, you know, closing those windows in your home, but also your car, turning on that recirculate button so you're not bringing in even more smoke. But we have been hearing from people tonight, too, that say, hey, we have smoke in our house just from the, you know, air drafts and, you know, windows and the door opening. So people are really having a tough time kind of avoiding this and getting out of it. And air purifiers, they're expensive. Some people don't have power still. So those are all very tough challenges that people are facing. And one recommendation I got from the doctor, he said, you know, wear your mask indoors if you're concerned and need to protect yourself, Pat.
A lot of things that we have to do, you know, new. And sometimes when I think about the mask wearing, Kristen, we're like a few years ago with COVID, but now this is something very different. And we do have to be mindful. So thank you so much for that, and glad you're wearing yours. Now, meteorologist Danny Roberti is here tracking our next weather forecast. Yeah. Danny, where do things stand right now?
You know, we're getting a break right now, Pat, from those winds. So finally, right now, a much needed break from the intense winds. You can see from our wind gust map, we have not seen this all week, you guys. We're not even registering any of these stronger wind gusts. We are done with the wind advisories, and we are done with the red flag warnings for right now. We're not out of the woods. We have a couple more Santa Ana wind events that we're tracking over the next 7 days. But I do have my eyes on some hope to the chance for some showers later into next week. We've got a lot to talk about, and I'm going to walk you through all of it. Right now, though, things are quiet. Unfortunately, you just heard, since things are quiet, we're not dealing with the winds. There's nowhere for that smoke to go. It's just staying stagnant. So that's why these air quality alerts are in place through tomorrow evening. And the focus is going to be LA County. So we're still seeing thick smoke through areas like Altadena into downtown Los Angeles, those purples and those reds into the San Fernando Valley. But check out what happens over the next 24 hours. This is our future cast showing how the smoke is moving. And things are going to look a lot better through Los Angeles, the San Fernando Valley. We're not not going to get rid of the smoke entirely, and we're still going to be dealing with some air quality concerns, but it doesn't look to be as bad as what we're seeing right now because our air quality has been terrible over the last couple days. You don't want to breathe this in. So let's talk about what's next. I want to prepare you for your weekend and for what's next. We are getting that break from the wind right now through at least Saturday afternoon, but we are tracking some more Santa Ana winds. It's going to be breezy to windy, likely Saturday night into Sunday morning. This is going to be a traditional Santa Ana wind event for us. And even though we're done with the red flag warnings right now, wind or not, fire danger, it's staying high until we get some good rainfall here in Southern California because the vegetation is just so dry. We haven't seen any rain here at home. So it does look like we have 2 more opportunities for winds over the next 7 days. One of those will be Sunday. The next one will be Monday night into Tuesday. So let's talk timing of the winds. We'll walk you through all of this. Tomorrow afternoon, we do have a high wind watch that's going to go in effect. The strongest winds are expected up through our mountains, the San Gabriel Mountains, Santa Susana Mountains, over to the Santa Monica Mountains, where we could see gusts up to 60 miles per hour. This is going to be focused on those wind-prone areas. This is a traditional Santa Ana wind event, so it's nothing like what we saw earlier in the week, but we are looking at fire weather watches that could be expanded into red flag warnings going into tomorrow. So things are quiet and calm right now. We're waking up and it's quiet and calm. But by Saturday afternoon, this is when we start to see some winds developing. And then you can see going into Saturday night into early Sunday morning, those wind prone areas will see those stronger gusts. We're going to take a look at the next 7 days coming up here in just a moment. You can see things are staying dry and we're not looking at any chances for rain, but I am tracking right now slight chance for some showers popping up Thursday. Pat, this is one of those closed off lows that we don't really have high confidence in this far in advance, but still there is the chance. We're watching that very closely. Not a whole lot of rain, but Pat, we will take anything we can get right now.
No question about that. Even if we had a pitcher of water. I mean, I'm obviously just talking in parables right now.
Yeah, but something like that would be a gift right now when we're dealing with these kinds of conditions.
Certainly would. All right. Thank you so much, Danny. Well, these fires have impacted almost everyone and everything. It forced the NFL to relocate a playoff game, and Jim Hill is here to tell us more about that. Hi, Jim.
Pat, and one of the things the NFL has done for both teams is to allow them to take anyone and everyone they want to in their family so that it doesn't give someone a distinct home field advantage. And here we go. Monday night's wild card game between the Rams and the Vikings was moved to Glendale, Arizona. Now, the decision was made yesterday in the interest of public safety. It's the first time a playoff game has been moved since the 1936 NFL championship game, some 30 years before the first Super Bowl, and the players know they are playing for more than just a win on the field.
We're rolling into Arizona with, I don't know, 200 people, 300 people. Like, we're rolling as a family. We're going in there, and, our job is to handle business. And we're going in there for, everybody in Los Angeles, everybody affected by the fires, everybody displaced, everybody evacuated.
It's really bigger than just a game for us now. Obviously, since we're dealing with the fires and the tragic incidents that are going on, we're playing really for our community. We always play for our community. We play for, the logo on the front and the logo on our helmet. But to see the community impacted, for us to go out there and play well, will give the city hope.
Not only that, how about this? Ram owner Stan Kroenke is donating $1 million to the LA Fire Department Foundation to help support wildfire relief efforts. That's absolutely incredible on his part. Pat, back to you now.
Indeed it is. Thank you so much, Jim. An Altadena man is being called a hero tonight for saving 8 neighbors' homes. And tonight, he's sharing his story. Reporter Christina Fan is live in Altadena with more. Hi, Christina.
Hey there, Pat, and good evening. As we've been showing you for days now, most of Altadena looks like this behind us. Cars are charred, communities gone, livelihoods destroyed. But here at the end of Thorin Avenue is an extremely rare and unique sight. There you see it at the end of this cul-de-sac, lit by the headlights of our car. There are 8 homes standing all together, and neighbors say it's all because of the work of one man that they call a hero. A total of 5,000 homes and businesses were lost in Altadena to the Eaton Fire, and while most families hastily fled Wednesday morning, one man, his name Pete Villari, he ran back towards the fire zone. He said that after evacuating, a gut reaction told him to return, and he came back right on time to see the eaves of his home getting burned. He got to work with a garden hose, and after saving his home, did not stop there.
So when I arrived here, The back of my house was on fire. I could see my eaves when I drove up the street. So I got out the ladder. You can see the hose is still there. I have a hose in the back. So I tacked the eaves from the top and bottom. I put my yard out. Then I went over here to my neighbor's house, and the fence was on fire, and it's close to his house. I put that out. And then I left for a couple hours. When I came back, my house is still here, and this is here. So then I went over to here, to George's house, my neighbor George, and the side of his house there was on fire. Not the house, but the fire was getting into the eaves. I went and put his house out, or that stuff out, not the house, but next to it. Then I went to Eleanor over here. Her backyard was on fire, and the fence was on fire. So I went and I put that out, and she arrived at the same time. And then later, we had a fire here in the back, which would have set this oak on fire, which would have definitely caught her house on fire, breaking the stucco and throwing the water in with a scoop. And we put that house out. And then it was just fire watch and looter watch.
And again, right now you are looking at the cul-de-sac of homes that Valari was able to save. There are a total of 8. He said he fought these flames for at least 10 hours until the water pressure basically was non-extinct. And he continued to protect his neighbors' homes even after the fire was put out. You heard him briefly mention those looters. He said last night while he was walking along these properties, just checking things out, making sure no hot spots were reigniting, he saw would-be looters scoping out his neighbor's property, and he was able to scare them away. And in fact, we've heard a lot of these stories from all across this area about these families managing to save their homes, but also feeling a lot of survivor's guilt. So nobody truly walking out of this tragedy without a little bit of trauma. For now, reporting live from Altadena, Christina Fan, KCAL News.
Oh, Christina, thank you. So sad to hear that people are taking advantage of others in this particular time. Well, donations have been pouring in for the victims of these wildfires, and the Dream Center in Echo Park has become a hub for relief and recovery efforts. And Laura Hayfley shows us how they're helping those displaced.
This is what we need. We need more community. We need more people, more unity.
Echo Park's Dream Center flooded with cars Friday, full of neighbors helping neighbors forced to leave their homes behind.
I know people in Pasadena, Altadena, that have lost their home, completely gone.
So Janet Munoz filled her trunk with supplies like water and diapers for her friends just starting their family.
They're having a baby and it's gone. She's on bed rest, the lady, so she's not able to be here. So I'm just doing anything I can.
And she's not alone.
Over on that side, we have basically a pickup, drop-off line, and over here we have a pickup line to receive donations from those that have been affected by the fire.
Okay. Dream Center Director Clint Carlton and hundreds of volunteers packed these pallets with donations, handing them out to people in countless cars waiting in long lines.
We're giving people a second chance with all the fire devastation. People's lives have been ruined, but we're just here to give hope.
And if you are looking to donate, organizers here ask that you stick to the basics, including diapers, blankets, and water. Despite the devastation, the atmosphere here positive for neighbors who need hope now more than ever.
You give people hope, you show them the light at the end of the tunnel.
In Echo Park, Laura Hayfley, KCAL News.
KCAL Cares. We are partnering with the Red Cross to assist fire victims in need. So if you are able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL or scan the QR code on your screen. And let's check back in with meteorologist Danny Roberti for the very latest fire weather conditions. Danny?
Hi, Pat. Yes, we are getting that break, you guys. A lot of us looking outside, and things are quiet right now. It's a much-needed break for us. Winds have died down. We're done with the wind advisories. Now, we are tracking 2 more opportunities for Santa Ana winds going into the next 7 days. We're going to have a close eye on that. We've got Sunday. That's one day that we're focused on. And also Tuesday, it does look like an above-average chance of us staying dry. But by the end of next week, we could see the chance for some light showers popping up. Before getting to that, though, we've got to focus on the timing of the wind. So we are going into tonight and we are quiet. We have about 18 hours where we're not dealing with these wild winds, and you can see going into tomorrow morning, we're waking up and things are still quiet. We have been waiting for this break, and hopefully this is the opportunity for some of our firefighters to kind of get a good handle in this firefight. Now, winds are going to start to pick up again. We have another Santa Ana wind event developing Saturday night into Sunday. Now, this is what I want you to know. Nothing like what we saw earlier in the week. We're not dealing with those mountain waves, which really enhanced some of these winds. This is going to be a traditional Santa Ana wind event, very similar to what we saw last night. It's focused on our mountains and also those areas that are prone to the Santa Ana winds through LA, Ventura counties, into the Inland Empire. We're talking gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour up through the mountains. They could be much stronger than that, but fire danger remains elevated because things are so dry out there. We need the rain. So going into Sunday morning, yes, it's going to be breezy, windy in some areas. Here's a look at Sunday morning, and then we get another break. It all starts Sunday night going into Monday, and then stronger winds develop early next week. We're going to have a close eye on the winds, and coming up, we're going to talk more about the timing of that next Santa Ana wind event.
Is the fire chief still employed by the city?
What we're here to discuss today is a law enforcement update only.
Breaking news now at 7. The mayor and fire chief no shows at a news conference as we dig for more answers tonight about the response to the firestorm spreading across Southern California.
And checking on the scope of the devastation so far, officials say 5 people have died in the Palisades Fire. That wildfire has burned more than 21,000 acres. More than 5,000 structures have been destroyed. And at last check, the fire was 8% contained, so that number's going up. And the blaze is now prompting new evacuation warnings in the San Fernando Valley.
And an update on the Eaton Fire tonight. 6 people have died as a result of that fire. It has burned more than 13,000 acres now. And CAL FIRE is saying tonight the Eaton Fire currently is 3% contained across SoCal, and more than 150,000 people remaining under mandatory evacuation orders tonight. Welcome to KCAL News at 7. I'm Susie Sa.
And I'm Juan Fernandez.
We begin this hour with the Palisades Fire still burning in the Santa Monica Mountains tonight.
Now there are new evacuation warnings. Let's get right to KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk tracking those evacuations. Mike?
Yeah, we are. And, we're getting a lot of calls from people in the San Fernando Valley concerned about this, and absolutely rightfully so. And there are new evacuation warnings that are almost reaching Ventura Boulevard tonight, you guys, which is pretty crazy. I want to show you video from SkyCal. They are live, and this is why we're getting all of these calls into the newsroom about what's going on. Because if you see the view from the San Fernando Valley, of course you would be concerned. This is SkyCal, who is live over the Reseda and Tarzana area looking to the south. That is the glow of the Palisades Fire as it burns further to the north tonight. So there are new evacuation warnings that I want to show you on my computer here, and they're primarily to the north and the east of the fire. So all of the areas here that are in yellow, this is all new since this afternoon. So you've got the Mountain Gate Country Club to the east there. You've got the 405 freeway that runs through here. So for perspective, that's where that is. The Encino Reservoir under a voluntary evacuation zone, and new within the last hour or so is this evacuation zone. This is north of Mulholland and just south. Look at this. Right here is Ventura Boulevard. That is Ventura Boulevard right there. So we are getting close to really having this fire push into the San Fernando Valley. I want to be clear, these are voluntary evacuations at this point. That's why they are highlighted in yellow. But for people that live in this neighborhood just to the north of Mulholland, all of this area is now under a voluntary evacuation. You've got some other evacuations over here. I talked about this a little bit ago. But it's interesting because the voluntary evacuations that were put into place over here almost intentionally missed the homes. If you look at the area that's actually under an evacuation warning here, it's all of this empty space here, and it almost carves out the homes. So it's almost like they didn't quite want to have people get out of there, but they want them to be ready. So we'll be continuing to follow that to see if that gets upgraded or if those homes get included in that evacuation warning. But for reference, when you're looking at SkyCal, the orange here, this is the fire zone. So this is the latest tooth of the fire that is continuing to push north. So that is why, understandably, everyone is concerned here when they're seeing it from the San Fernando Valley. I want to ask really quick if we can go back to the chopper. I just want to leave you guys with that live picture here from SkyCal of the fire as it pushes through there, through the San Fernando Valley. So we'll continue to watch that. If any of those evacuations turn mandatory, we'll be sure to let you know. But right now, new voluntary evacuations approaching Ventura Boulevard in the Encino area. Guys?
San Fernando Valley looking towards the Palisades, right?
Looking towards the Palisades. The chopper is sitting, if you know the area, they're sitting right over Reseda and Victory, right over the park there, at the northeast corner of Reseda and Victory, looking south towards the Pacific Palisades.
Got it. All right, Mike, thank you. Frustrations boiling over at LA City Hall over the response to these massive fires.
That's right. The mayor and the fire chief absent last minute from today's news conference. Our Ross Palumbo is live at City Hall tonight. And Ross, you've been digging into the response to these fires. What's the latest out there?
Well, Susie and Juan, as you know, the destruction and the drama from the Palisades fire has been more than enough for everyone. But now add to that political drama heating up. Just a few hours ago, the mayor and the fire chief were both here, or supposed to be here, in fact, for this meeting, but neither one showed up. All of this over this budget crisis with the fire department. Remember, nearly $18 million was cut from the fire budget last year for months. Fire Chief Crowley has been warning this is a crisis situation. In fact, just a few weeks ago, she told the commissioners that there was going to be a severe impact with dealing with wildfires. Well, once the fire broke out in the Palisades, the first day the mayor came back from Ghana after the fire started on Wednesday, she said that the situation had nothing to do with those budget cuts. But today, Chief Crowley said, in fact, they had plenty to do with it. Take a listen.
The Palisades fire, everybody's seen it. It is absolutely one of the most horrific natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. And even with an additional 100 engines, I tell you, we were not going to catch that fire. But with that being said, let me be clear. The $17 million budget cut and the elimination of our civilian positions like our mechanics did and has and will continue to severely impact our ability to repair our apparatus. I want to also be clear that I have, over the last 3 years, been clear that the fire department needs help. We can no longer sustain where we are. We do not have enough firefighters. With that, I have also requested multiple budgets, interim budgets, to show how understaffed, under-resourced, and underfunded the LEFD is.
Well, after those comments, again, neither one, the fire chief nor the mayor, showed up here at that meeting. We understand that they were locked into a very intense meeting together for quite some time. At this hour, I'm being told that the meeting is over with, and an official from the city just texting me and telling me that Kristen Crowley is, in fact, at this moment, at 7 p.m. on Friday, still the fire chief for Los Angeles Fire Department. We will keep you updated. Susie and Juan, for now, that's the very latest from downtown. Back to you.
All right, Ross, thank you so much. Curfew orders are in effect tonight in the evacuation zones. They began at 6 this evening and will go until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
That's right. Only first responders, city and state officials, and the media will be allowed in.
A curfew order has been established for the Palisades and Eaton Fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones. You cannot be in these affected areas. If you are subject to arrest.
The sheriff, the Los Angeles Police Department, and local law enforcement is going to be working overtime to protect your home. In that way, if you violate the curfew, you will be arrested and then you will be prosecuted by the district attorney's office.
And also announced at that briefing this morning, Griffith Park and Runyon Canyon will be closed through Sunday due to the fires in the area.
Well, power outages are a big issue tonight. At least 100,000 LA County customers are still sitting in the dark.
That's right. KCAL News reporter Gio Insignares is live tonight in Montrose with people who've been without power for 4 days now. Wow. Gio?
Susie, Juan, good evening to you both. The bad news is that a lot of those folks were without power going back to Tuesday. The good news that we can report this evening is that a lot of them in this neighborhood finally got the power back on in just the last few hours. Still, they tell us it was quite the roller coaster ride just this past week. If we can, we want to take you to some video and show you earlier some of the couples we've been talking to. They say they stayed. They tell us other neighbors left after losing power on Tuesday and receiving evacuation warnings. Those who did stay include Tanya and Jorge Sepulveda. They told us the outage went much longer than they expected, the worst in their entire time living here, affecting basic things like refrigeration and heating. So they had to borrow a generator to keep their elderly household member comfortable, not to mention keep their food fresh as well. And while they finally now have things back to normal, initially things were a bit scary when it was all dark.
It was just not being able to do anything, and then the whole neighborhood is pitch black. And our first concern is what's going on out there on the streets. You know, I mean, we heard so many things of people looting. There were people setting up fires intentionally. So we went out every evening with my son, driving around, you know, with our lights on, trying to make sure and keep the neighborhood safe. But it's very frustrating.
Our sheriff's department is so good. I must have seen them like 6 times within the 6 hours, you know, like every hour in the hour, going by our streets just to make sure that everything was okay.
They also pointed out that the frustration came from the fact that some nearby neighborhoods had power, but theirs here did not. Meantime, SoCal Edison today said their thoughts are with everyone impacted by these extreme conditions we've been dealing with, adding that as of 3 p.m. today, 172,000 customers are without power. 406,000 customers have had power restored since the start of the wind event. And the number of customers without power because of public safety power shutoffs will change throughout the day. So those numbers still fluid. We're going to check an update here shortly and see if those numbers have changed at all. But as you can tell from the scene here, quite the contrast from just 24 hours ago when we were still reporting on power outages. The lights are on and it's not pitch black surrounding you. But coming up at 9 o'clock, you're going to hear from some more neighbors we were talking to this evening, expressing their frustrations with everything and the thing they say needs to change moving forward if and when emergencies like this happen again. For now, reporting in Montrose, I'm Gio Insignares. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, same frustration shared with so many people here in Southern California tonight. Gio, thank you so much. And the Red Cross is in neighborhoods right now helping displaced families. KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist fire victims in need.
If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL.
Well, first flames were their concern, and now homeowners in burn areas have a new worry tonight.
What's being done to ensure they receive their fire insurance benefits?
Well, with all the devastation from the fires, many are just now starting to deal with their insurance company.
But there's so much confusion, so much concern about what will be covered. Our Masa Saedi is live in Altadena talking to people about what's next. Masa?
Juan, Susie, good evening. So we're about a mile from Old Town Altadena, and all the homes on this block, like so many other blocks, unfortunately, well, they are just completely gone. You look at this and you just hope and pray that whoever lived here, that they had adequate insurance coverage. We know that so many people across the state, well, they're going to be filing insurance claims for the very first time. So today we've been driving around trying to check in with as many people as possible to see how this process is going for them. We ran into Justin Murphy. His mom lives in Altadena. Her home is intact, but the garage is gone. The shed is gone. The family is in touch with the insurance company adjuster who is supposed to come to their house on Sunday. Now, when we spotted Justin, he was using a hose to put out hot spots in his neighbor's yard. He tells me that he's grateful that he survived, that his mom survived, but the past few days have been traumatic. Listen.
Oh, I'm heartbroken. You know, I'm holding it together. I'm sorry. I'm devastated. I'm heartbroken.
Yeah.
So, of course, I have concerns. And my concerns here are for my mom, because she's 93 and this has been her home. She's always had insurance, has always kept it. I trust that there will be a payout. I don't know I don't know. Will it cover everything that we lost? I don't know. And, you know, there's a lot of people with skepticism about the integrity of insurance companies, you know, following through with what they said.
So California's insurance commissioner said today that his #1 priority is to make sure that insurance companies fulfill their obligations. It'll be interesting to find out just how he plans to enforce that. He also issued an order yesterday to basically try to protect some homeowners. If you live in a zip code within the perimeter of the Eaton Fire or the Palisades Fire, whether or not your home was destroyed or not, your insurance company is not going to be able to cancel you for 1 year, and they're not going to be able to not renew you for 1 year. But what happens after that, that is the big question right now. So the market has been troubled for a long time, and the industry is just waiting to see just how big the losses are going to be. For now, that's the very latest in Altadena. I'm Masa Saidi, KCAL News.
All right, thank you so much for that. And tonight, Governor Gavin Newsom calling for an investigation into the water issue crews faced during the Palisades Fire.
That's right. KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk with that. And Mike, you're also talking about a new evacuation warning.
Yeah, just literally a couple minutes ago, those evacuation warnings that I told you about have now switched to mandatory evacuations. So I wanted to make sure that I gave you that new information. Let's look at the evacuations that I'm talking about here. All of that area that was in yellow, that's all the area here at Mountain Gate Country Club, all of the areas to the north of Mulholland, south of Ventura Boulevard, have gone from voluntary evacuations to mandatory evacuations. So once again, this is Ventura Boulevard right here. This is the 405 freeway. And these are the neighborhoods that are now under these mandatory evacuations. Havenhurst runs right through here. Mulholland runs right through here. If you know where the Encino Reservoir is, it is just to the east of the Encino Reservoir. And again, they are now under mandatory evacuations. And it's just troubling to think how close we're getting to Ventura Boulevard, because we are slowly encroaching this thing into the San Fernando Valley, which is just so remarkable based on how far it was when it first started. Why are we having this? Well, let's look at live pictures from SkyCal here, because I can show you that as these new mandatory evacuations are in place. SkyCal, again, is looking at this from the San Fernando Valley. They are actually over Pierce College right now. We have gotten so many phone calls into the newsroom, both last night and tonight, rightfully so, about people that are concerned about seeing the glow of the fire from the San Fernando Valley. People in the San Fernando Valley don't think the Pacific Palisades is anywhere near them. Well, this fire has chewed through so much of the Santa Monica mountain range that now it is coming close to them. So reminders, those mandatory evacuations now in place for the community to the north of Mulholland and in the Havenhurst area. The letter, though, I want to talk to you about that, because we're also starting to hear a lot of kind of fallout from everything that's gone on. This letter was sent by Governor Gavin Newsom to LADWP. Governor Newsom apparently has learned that the Santa Ynez Reservoir was offline at the time of the Palisades Fire, something that LADWP could have used to push water into the fire hydrant. So in part, the letter says, we need answers to how that happened. Therefore, I have directed state water and firefighting officials to prepare an independent after-incident report examining the causes of lost water supply and water pressure in municipal water systems during fire events, and to identify measures that local governments can implement to provide adequate water supply for emergency response during future catastrophic events. Acknowledging, though, that fire hydrants are not designed to put out massive fires like this over a certain part of area. I want to come back to my computer because I do want to give you some perspective about where the Santa Ynez Reservoir is, because it is remarkably close to where, and I'll turn these evacuation zones off, you can see the Palisades. It's right here. This is the Santa Ynez Reservoir. These are all the homes right here that have burned down. So you can see how close this reservoir was, and apparently offline at the time of the fire. The reason for that is unclear. I did reach out to DWP, which basically told me they welcome any independent reviews of what happened during the fire so they can make the systems better. I did ask them if Santa Ynez Reservoir is still offline. They've not responded to me to that question. I also do want to point out that in a press conference earlier in the week, the head of the DWP made no mention of the Santa Ynez Reservoir being offline. She talked about how they have million-gallon tanks that were filled and were used by the fire departments, but left out the part, apparently, that the Santa Ynez Reservoir is offline. So if I hear back from DWP, we'll continue to follow up and work on this. So far tonight, though, all they're saying is that they welcome the governor's look into what exactly went down.
It looked kind of empty in that shot that you showed us too, Mike.
Yeah, so who knows how long it's been offline and what the reason for that is.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And as Mike was showing us that incredible picture of the fire burning still in Pacific Palisades, I mean, we're talking about the evacuation warning being expanded. Of course, we want to know what's going to be happening with the weather overnight.
That's right. The winds are very important still. Danny, Roberti are monitoring that next weather.
Yeah, this has been, so important is what the winds have been doing this week, Susie and Juan. We're monitoring that very closely. I know it has been just a heartbreaking, just hard week for everyone here in Southern California. And I want you to know we are finally getting to a point right now, a break from the intense winds that we have been seeing over the past couple of days. I know it's still dry out there, and I know that there's a firefight ahead, a big firefight. But thankfully, this is going to give them the opportunity. Where we see the Palisades fire right now, the winds are starting to calm down, and you can see we're not dealing with any of those bursts of wind, those gusts. It's still a little bit breezy in some areas, but this is our window where we're not dealing with those Santa Ana winds, and we're actually going to see, which is really good news, we're starting to see a slight shift tonight from that offshore flow to that onshore flow. It's going to be very brief, but this is going to allow our relative humidity to get a little bit better, and we get a little bit of that sea breeze back. Now, this window is short. We're still tracking a couple opportunities for Santa Ana wind, so I'm going to walk you through this and keep you prepared. We get a break right now through Saturday. Things are quiet going into tonight. This is going to give our firefighters hopefully that opportunity, and then we're going to turn breezy to windy again. This likely returns late Saturday into Sunday. Winds will start picking up Saturday afternoon. We're done with the red flag warnings for right now, but wind or not, fire danger is going to stay high in Southern California until we finally get some rain. That is what we need. Thankfully, though, right now, a big piece of it, the winds are dying down. We are grateful for that. We're going to take any little help that we can get. But this big high pressure stays in position. Any storms that pass by, they keep getting pushed to the north of us. So gusty winds will return Sunday and again on Tuesday. We're tracking 2 more events. Let me keep you prepared. We're going to talk timing of the winds. So tonight, things are quiet. They're quiet up through the mountains, in the valleys. That's going to be the case for everyone. Now, going into Saturday morning, we're still quiet right now. Some winds are going to start to pick up a little bit in the mountains, and then we'll start to see those winds strengthening in the afternoon. I know you're seeing a lot of color on your map right now. This is going to be very similar to what we saw last night, gusts between 30 to around 50 miles per hour. And again, this is going to be a traditional Santa Ana wind event. It's not going to be widespread like we saw earlier in the week, so I don't want to alarm anyone, but these are going to be those offshore winds that pick up, and especially in those areas where the Palisades fire is burning. Now, going into late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, this is when we still see winds, but winds will start to die down for the second half of the day Sunday. All these winds below 30 miles per hour, and then we start to quiet down again going into Monday, and then we'll see stronger winds picking up again Monday night going into Tuesday. So fire weather watches, they are already in effect for tomorrow. This is going to be the case for folks in the mountains, inland Orange County. This is the Inland Empire, and then also for our valleys through Ventura and LA counties. That's because we have these gusty winds, and that's going to lead to this elevated fire danger. Tomorrow morning, we've got some cold temperatures out there to start our day. Temperatures in the 40s for a lot of folks, and once we get to the afternoon, we'll be in the 70s. Coming up, we're going to go in depth on your 7-day forecast, and we're going to talk about that second Santa Ana wind event that moves through early next week. We'll break that down for you in your next weather. Susie, Juan.
Sounds good, Danny. Thank you. Seeing their neighborhood destroyed can really do a number on children.
Yeah, a pediatric psychologist sharing some of the best ways to help kids cope during a tragedy.
We have breaking news now. New mandatory evacuations. That's right, mandatory evacuation orders in the Palisades Fire. The flames now approaching the San Fernando Valley.
That's right. These new orders include the area of Sunset to Mandeville to the Encino Reservoir to the 405 freeway, almost clear up to Ventura Boulevard, if you can believe that. But this fire has moved that fast and also that much in that short period of time. And this was one just, minutes ago, we were here on the broadcast, and that was maybe about 10 minutes ago. And now we're saying this is mandatory, no longer voluntary.
That's right. You can see the flames starting to come up over the ridge, but the firefight from the air continues as we see water dropping helicopters there doing their best to keep the flames from making their way any closer to Ventura Boulevard, of course, a very highly populated area. We're talking about Encino. Mulholland is not too far from here. And as you know, the 405 freeway also just to the east of that. So it encompasses a very large area. Our Mike Rogers on the desk also monitoring the situation here. And we will, of course, keep you posted here as the firefight. This is the Palisades Fire,
that's right,
Susie, that's coming now up and over the mountain range
north.
Here.
It's true. Again, the LAFD expanding the Palisades Fire evacuation zone now, mandatory evacuation zone to include parts of both Encino and Tarzana.
That's right.
Well, these devastating fires have already affected so many people, as you all know. Southern California residents grappling with feelings of anxiety, fear, and uncertainty.
And it's not just the adults. Many kids are also struggling to understand the devastation seen all around them. So how can we help our kids through this tragedy?
Because we know that children really pick up on the emotions of adults around them. And if a caregiver is expressing a lot of distress or anxiety, that's going to impact a child. It's very tempting to want to shield them, but they can see all around them what is happening and pick up on the anxiety. And so in an age-appropriate way, I would give children accurate information, including we're not certain about, what the next thing's going to be, while also reassuring them that children sometimes look like they're fine when there's a lot going on inside. It can be a coping mechanism that children use often is to distract themselves, find things that are fun and uplifting to do, and it can be, it helps them to feel better, but sometimes can mask for adults.
Well, Dr. Rogers also saying if your child begins to act out or perhaps behaves in an unusual manner, this could also be an indication of anxiety.
Keep an eye on things there.
Absolutely.
All right, an Altadena man being called a hero tonight for saving 8 neighbors' homes with a fire hose.
Now, reporter Christina Fan is live in Altadena with that story. Christina.
Good evening, Susie and Juan. Unfortunately, these are the sights we've come accustomed to seeing here in Altadena. Homes down to their foundations, cars left behind just a shell of themselves. But here on Thorin Avenue, we want to show you there is actually a very, very rare sight. At the end of this cul-de-sac here behind us, lit up by the headlights of our car, you can see there are actually 8 homes left standing altogether. And neighbors say it's all because of the work of one man whom they hail a hero. A total of 5,000 homes and businesses were lost in Altadena to the Eaton Fire. And while most families hastily fled, one man, his name is Pete Villari, he ran back towards the fire zone. He said that after evacuating early Wednesday morning, a gut reaction told him to return, and he came right back right on time to see the eaves of his home getting burned. He got to work quickly with a garden hose, and after saving his home, he did not stop there.
So when I arrived here, the back of my house was on fire. I could see my eaves when I drove up the street. So I got out the ladder. You can see the hose is still there. I have a hose in the back. So I tacked the eaves from the top and bottom. I put my yard out. Then I went over here to my neighbor's house, and the fence was on fire, and it's close to his house. I put that out. And then I left for a couple hours. When I came back, my house is still here, and this was here. So then I went over to here, to George's house, my neighbor George, and the side of his house there was on fire. Not the house, but the fire was getting into the eaves. I went and put his house out, or that stuff out, not the house, but next to it. Then I went to Eleanor over here. Her backyard was on fire and the fence was on fire. So I went and I put that out, and she arrived at the same time. And then later we had a fire here in the back, which would have set this oak on fire, which would have definitely caught her house on fire, breaking the stucco and throwing the water in with a scoop. And we put that house out. and then it was just fire watch and looter watch.
And again, right now, you're looking at the cul-de-sac and row of homes Valari was able to save. There are a total of 8, and he said that it took him at least 8 hours until the water pressure was all gone for him to get things under control. And even after all that, he continued to stay and protect his neighbors. You heard him briefly mention those looters. He said that while doing a walk around of his property last night, he spotted would-be looters kind of scoping out his neighbor's home, and he was able to scare them off. We've heard so many stories just like this one of neighbors who braved the conditions, stayed behind, and were able to salvage a little piece of their neighborhood. But even so, they feel a lot of survivor's guilt. So truly, nobody walking out of this devastating situation without feeling a little bit of trauma. For now, reporting live from Altadena, Christina Fan, KCAL News.
Can't blame those folks. All right, Christina, thank you. Let's get back to the KCAL assignment desk with Mike Rogers.
Yeah, Mike, you're monitoring new evacuations right now.
Yeah, we wanted to show you some video from SkyCal here because SkyCal's been able to climb up into the sky a little bit better, and you can see some of the flames. Again, that's the San Fernando Valley that you see at the bottom of the screen. SkyCal is sitting in the middle part of the San Fernando Valley looking to the south, and as he zooms in, you'll see those big towering flames that are coming up over the Santa Monica Mountains. That is what has prompted these new mandatory evacuations for areas north of Mulholland and south of Ventura Boulevard and west of the 405 freeway. There are also new evacuations on the other side, on the Sunset sides, north of Sunset Boulevard, into that evacuation area. Now, this is all prompted because of this increase in fire activity that has been happening over the last several hours. Now, voluntary evacuations have also now reached Ventura Boulevard in the Encino area. So evacuations that they just made mandatory, and then they added a new sliver of voluntary evacuations that extend up to the Ventura Boulevard area. And again, this is all because of this rapid fire growth that we are seeing from the Palisades Fire that has just chewed through so much land as it approaches the now San Fernando Valley. So we're going to keep SkyCal there. And look, right before we go, I want you to see that helicopter that is in SkyCal's shot. They are still doing these water dropping helicopters at night. They're still doing these water drops with those night flying helicopters that are doing a tremendous job. You can see the lights ahead of it, and they're going to drop water right there. We're watching it drop right there as the helicopter kind of peeks around the mountain there. Now, SkyCal obviously looking at this from a distance because it's dark, and we need to keep safety in mind and keep distance from those helicopters that are doing that such critical work throughout the night. So again, those mandatory evacuations are in place. We're going to continue to monitor that situation, you guys, and I'll send it back to you.
And another concern, there's power lines up there, Mike, along the ridge, so hopefully the flames don't make it that far.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Mike. Well, as fire burns across SoCal, we've been investigating claims from higher-ups at City Hall that many of the department's trucks are not fit for service. Take a look at this. Dozens of LAFD engines, ambulances, and ladder trucks at what's known as the Boneyard. One city council member says she's been talking about this problem for a year.
I've been talking about this for well over a year now. There are almost 100 fire engines and fire trucks and ambulances sitting over at the Boneyard, million-dollar apparatuses out of service because there aren't adequate mechanics to fix them. The scale of those vehicles just sitting there, rows and rows and rows, with weeds growing up around the tires, is infuriating.
And we told you at the top of the hour, LAFD Chief Crowley had been outspoken about this earlier today, and she says the lack of funding is a chronic issue. Chief Crowley wrote in a budget request last year, in fact, that the emergency fleet is in a, quote, constant state of disrepair from years of deferred maintenance. Additionally, a request from a city administrative officer saying 89 of 584 emergency vehicles were out of service.
Well, with firefighters gaining ground on the wildfires across Southern California, law enforcement and the National Guard are on the ground in affected communities to protect what remains.
That's right. The stepped-up security, of course, comes as looting increases in several hot zones right now. KCAL News reporter Rick Montanez spoke with frustrated neighbors today.
Things are a little bit calmer here in Altadena today. At the moment, the smoke has cleared a bit. It was thick and heavy and hazy all morning long, but now we're actually seeing some sunshine. It's much different than the last few days. You'll notice here CalGuard the California National Guard. They have been deployed. They arrived yesterday, and they are here now helping law enforcement. This is a hard closure into these mandatory evacuation ordered areas. They're keeping people out who don't belong. They're checking IDs, checking credentials to make sure that only those who should be here are here. And you'll see in some video we have for you from overnight that we drove around Altadena to look for what was going on, and we'd see a lot of CalGuard members there helping law enforcement. They're stationed at major intersections, and then CHP and sheriff's deputies are stationed at the smaller streets. They are not letting people in, which is frustrating to some of these community members. But there have been 20 arrests, according to LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, for looting. And so that is why they called in the Cal National Guard to come help with keeping people out. That call was made by the sheriff himself and by County Supervisor Chair Catherine Barger. The governor approved this and sent 300 CalGuard service members to help with law enforcement and an additional 300 service members to help with firefighters. But this is frustrating to some of these neighbors.
My family, personally, we relocated to Orange County. We're paying out of pocket. I'm sure hundreds of people don't have that luxury right now. And it's just tough. It's tough on everyone. Everything is gone. All of our family heirlooms, photos, everything is gone. And it's just devastating. We need more help here on the ground, and we need the National Guard and the Highway Patrol and the police that are patrolling.
And compassion on the people that's trying to get up to their family members' properties.
The way you talk to us, everything matters right now.
A lot of neighbors are understanding of what is happening and the fact that they are being kept out, but some, like you just heard, they are asking for compassion. They are looking for answers. They're just grasping for whatever they can, even if they know their home has been destroyed. CalGuard, by the way, is working with law enforcement. There are several law enforcement agencies, even here in Altadena. We even saw police officers from El Segundo, from Hawthorne. There's agencies that are here that are helping to keep these communities protected from looters. There's also a curfew in the works, according to the sheriff. Those details have not been finalized yet, but we will update you as soon as we hear about them. Reporting in Altadena, Rick Montanez, KCAL News.
The Red Cross is in neighborhoods right now helping those displaced families. In KCAL Cares, we're partnering with the American Red Cross to assist fire victims in need.
And if you are able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL.
These wicked wildfires are putting a nasty spell on our air quality.
Yeah, just because you don't see the smoke doesn't mean the danger isn't there. Tonight, expert tips to protect your health.
We want to give you some more information on our breaking news. New mandatory evacuation orders in the Palisades Fire have been issued. The flames now approaching the San Fernando Valley.
Well, the new orders include the area of Sunset to Mandeville to Encino Reservoir to the 405 freeway, and voluntary evacuations have now indeed reached Ventura Boulevard that we were talking about at the top of the hour. So that fire is still moving tonight, although forecasters and meteorologist Danny Roberti talking about how the winds have certainly died down, giving firefighters this window right now to fight the fire, especially from the air, Juan.
Indeed, and the good thing is the fire is, of course, right now burning uphill. That burns a little slower. The firefight continues. The water drops continue tonight, so hopefully within the next few hours or so, they can at least slow the progression of this fire until perhaps they can get some fire retardant planes in there once morning comes and at least hold the fire at bay. Right, millions of Californians are feeling the effects of the brush fires, with LA under an air quality alert from all of the lingering smoke.
That's right. Our Kirsten Mitchell now explains what's in the air and how we can protect our lungs.
The wicked winds fueling flames across Southern California are finally letting up, but the work to clean up is just beginning.
There's so many things that need to be done, so we're just, trying to get in and out as soon as possible.
Edgar Munoz is one of many people working outside in the smoky air.
You told me, though, you're not too concerned or you don't really have time to think about it.
That's pretty much what it is. It's not that I'm concerned, it's just pretty much, at this point, it's a job, so we have to go ahead and come in and get it done.
The best way to protect yourself is to limit your time outdoors.
Health experts say even though you may not see smoke in your area, the particulate matter is still there.
Those are the small particles that, when they burn and inhaled, can go deep into the lungs, into the smallest parts of the lungs, and can cause irritation, shortness of breath, chest pain, and can even go into the bloodstream.
Young people, older adults, and people with respiratory illnesses are most at risk. So are those who are returning to their homes to find them gone.
We had probably about 40 friends that lost their homes.
Kevin Souza is one of them. His family wore masks as they walked to a thrift store to find clothes in Pasadena.
I already have the sense of nothing's going to be there when I do. I might go back this weekend, and I've been trying to avoid it, but it's when I get there, it'll probably be very emotional, I know.
Health experts say it's crucial to wear an N95 mask and gloves when sifting through burned homes, which could be emitting other toxic fumes. And those who are more vulnerable or more sensitive to the fumes should let others do it for them.
They want to, see how their houses are doing and collect their belongings. But we definitely encourage people to try to avoid going into those areas until first given the all clear by the first responders.
When a super scooper struck by a drone when it's expected to be back in service.
Plus an Olympic-sized loss for one elite athlete during the SoCal firestorm. Breaking news, new mandatory evacuation orders in the Palisades Fire. The flames now approaching the San Fernando Valley.
Oh, these new orders, including the area of Sunset to Mandeville to the Encino Reservoir to the 405 freeway, and voluntary evacuations are all the way up north to Ventura Boulevard. So north of Mulholland, south of Ventura Boulevard is what we're talking about here. And we're going to be talking about this fire throughout the night because, you know, we didn't expect this movement here.
That's right.
I mean, you know, we're talking about the lower wind tonight and how the winds have settled down. So we weren't expecting a huge movement on this fire tonight, but we are looking at the fact and the possibility that this is now creeping into the San Fernando Valley one.
And here's what's amazing, right? This is the same fire that destroyed and devoured the Pacific Palisades area there. It started along the coast, along PCH, right? Moved its way north, and now it's moving into almost the San Fernando Valley. In fact, you can see the fire just on the other side of the ridge, and in the forefront there of the camera, you can see the twinkling lights of the homes, and of course, just past that is Ventura Boulevard, and of course, we have Encino in that area, lots of homes, lots of businesses. So hopefully within the next few hours or so, the water drops continue, the firefight continues from the air. They have a lot of resources still on this, but really is sobering, Susie, to see that more than 72 hours later, we're talking about almost 4 days later, this fire continues to burn.
It's true, and a lot of people are calling into our newsroom thinking that this might be a new fire that has sparked up. And, you know, it's hard to believe because of how far you were talking about where this fire actually ignited one earlier this week, and now we're talking all the way up to the San Fernando Valley, the cities of Encino and Tarzana, and this has really been a blessing as the weather has been changing and really settling down and calming down in the wind department. The fire department has been able to do this. They have been able to drop water at night, which is so critical.
It is so critical, Susie, and here we have one of those helicopters coming in, and it's incredible how tiny that helicopter looks. Here it is, right there.
Wow. As
the fire, look at that, perfect hit.
Precision.
But yet we have yet another one right there, just another, you know, fire burning just to that. But anyways, the work continues here tonight.
It really does. And we've been talking about how the wind is certainly dying down, and
Thank
we're
goodness.
certainly grateful for that because this fire has already chewed up 21,000 acres. Let's go to our meteorologist, Danny Roberti, now. We'll go to her in just a second about how conditions are looking tonight, but she has been telling us that things have been lying down, and this is the window where firefighters have. Tonight will be that time until Saturday when they will actually have the time to do this and fight the fire and fight it from the air, because there's no way they're flying these choppers at night. You know, if there was any kind of wind movement that we were talking about.
Exactly. The wind is so vital here. And our meteorologist, Danny Roberti, has been tracking those winds for us. A nice break this weekend for firefighters. We hope it helps, Danny.
No, that's exactly what we're hoping for. We've got about 18 hours, Susie and Juan, where we're getting this break from the winds. Now, the thing is, things out there are so dry. I'm going to give you a look at the current wind gusts right now. We're going to back things up. Things are so dry out there that with these fires, they are able to spread easily. We are done, I'm going to say, with the red flag warnings, and we're done with the wind advisories. But we do still have some breezy conditions out there. Nothing like earlier this week, though, you guys. Take a look at our wind gusts right now. We aren't looking at any strong wind gusts. Things are fairly quiet, especially compared to what we were seeing earlier in the week. So you can see we are dealing with a little bit of a breeze and still that offshore flow in some areas. But for the most part, in areas where the Palisades fire is burning, we're not dealing with those strong gusts that we saw earlier in the week. Nothing like what we saw Tuesday into Wednesday, or even last night. We had gusts really between 40 to 50 miles per hour in some areas. And that was because we were seeing some more of those Santa Ana winds ramping up. So what we're watching right now is a break from those winds. We're going to fast forward and show you what happens next, because we are going to be looking at another round of Santa Ana winds moving in. So right now is the time for our firefighters to get a good handle on what's going on right now in areas like the Palisades Fire, because things are quieting down. By tomorrow evening, we're going to see another high wind watch going into effect. So this is another Santa Ana wind event that will develop. This is a traditional one. So this is not going to be widespread like what we saw earlier in the week. Gusts up to 60 miles per hour will be possible. This is going to be more focused on the mountains, San Gabriel Mountains, Santa Susana Mountains, and also the Santa Monica Mountains. So let's talk timing, a much needed break right now. And again, hopefully this gives firefighters that opportunity. The thing is, things are still really dry out there, and fire danger will remain elevated until we can finally get some good rain here in Southern California. So we're quiet going into tonight in terms of the winds. Quiet again early tomorrow morning. But once we get to the afternoon, this is a look at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is when we're going to start to see some of those gustier winds picking up in the mountains and also our valleys of Ventura, LA counties, the Inland Empire into Inland Orange County. We're talking gusts between 30 to 50 miles per hour, the strongest winds expected through our mountain communities. Now, once we get to Sunday late morning, traditional Santa Ana fashion, these winds are going to move out and we quiet down again Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, and again on Monday morning. But what we're tracking is another round of stronger winds moving in. And it does look like this next round potentially moderate to strong, stronger than what we saw last night, stronger than what we're going to see tomorrow, but nothing like what we saw Tuesday. We're not going to be looking at the concern for those mountain waves that we saw in the San Gabriel Valley. That's what really enhanced some of these Santa Ana winds. But this is a look at early Tuesday morning, and it is looking a little bit more widespread. Fire weather watches, they're going to go in effect tomorrow afternoon. Again, fire danger is going to remain elevated. Those gusty winds pick up, and it's still very dry out there. Tomorrow's temperatures looking at mostly 60s and 70s. Now, I want to talk about something that I'm hopeful about. So what we're going to see late in the week next week is this low pressure system breaking away. This is one of those cutoff lows, and this could potentially bring us the chance for some very light rain by the end of the week. With these cutoff lows, there's very low confidence. They typically have a mind of their own, but the chance is there, and we will take any little rain that we could get potentially by the end of next week. LA and Orange counties, we're going to be in the 60s for the next 7 days. So 2 wind events we're watching, but Susie and Juan, the break is right now, and we're grateful for that.
Absolutely.
Indeed. All right, Danny, thanks. Surrounded by flames at the Eaton Fire.
How a firefighter's quick action saved the life of a dog trapped inside a front yard.
Yes. Breaking news here. New mandatory evacuation orders now in place in the Palisades Fire. The flames now approaching the San Fernando Valley.
Yeah, these new orders, including the area of Sunset to Mandeville to Encino Reservoir to the 405 freeway. And we're just getting word right now that the Getty Center is under mandatory evacuation orders as well. And firefighters right now, of course, trying to keep that fire at bay from cresting over. As you can see, it creeping into the San Fernando Valley side of things. So that's why these new evacuation orders are coming out tonight. They were voluntary at one point during the 7 o'clock hour, and now they are mandatory.
And we were hoping it would stay that way. And despite that, the firefight from the air continues. You can see in just the last few minutes or so, we have seen water drop after water drop there along the fire lines. Crews doing the best they can to keep the fire from cresting and making its way into the San Fernando Valley. But as Susie was saying, the Getty Center now under a mandatory evacuation. You know, that's right off the 405 freeway there, so that could actually affect perhaps traffic along the 405 freeway, which is always a problem when the weekend comes along. It's very busy.
Absolutely. We're going to keep an eye on this and bring you the very latest throughout the night here on KCAL. And of course, so much has been lost as wildfires scorch Southern California. But among the tragic destruction, there are glimmers of hope and heroism.
Our Dylan Thomas reports how an impactful image is inspiring an outpouring of support.
At the Whittier Dog Club, though they may be far from the flames, one of their guests has been at the center of the Eaton Fire.
But if it wasn't for us to come and rescue him, who knows what would have happened.
At the height of the fire on Tuesday, Chris Abkarian got a call saying this pup, Max, was surrounded by flames.
I didn't hesitate. I just went right towards him.
Home by home, the Eaton Fire was raging toward Max.
When we got there, it was just black smoke and fires everywhere. The entire scene was devastating and apocalyptic. Houses are burning.
Photographer Gabe Cortez captured these images as Chris arrived.
This poor dog was isolated in the yard while the house next to it is burning down.
With the help of some first responders, they approached the timid dog.
He's scared and nobody can get him because he's trapped inside this front yard.
But they were successful as the surrounding community burned.
Hi, buddy.
Max was relocated to the Whittier Dog Club, where he has something in common with all of these pups. All were rescued or displaced by fires in LA. If only they could tell their stories.
You don't know what went through his mind. The soot and the smoke was ridiculous for a human like myself. You can imagine dogs have 1,000 times more scent glands.
But in a way, through these photos, Max shared more of a story than first believed.
One thing that Max really brought us was our voice.
These photos captured more than just a dog in the line of fire. They also captured a community's desire to help not just humans displaced by the flames, but furry friends as well. Since he arrived,
all of this food has been donated to us.
Countless people have been stepping up to help the Whittier Dog Club help all of these displaced dogs.
They have given us treats, toys, biscuits, and all of this stuff is going to go to our rescues.
In a time of this devastation, it's amazing how the community has come so close.
Thank you, Whittier. Thank you, Los Angeles. The way the city of Los Angeles is coming together to help each other it's overwhelming.
In times of division and distress, leave it to a dog to bring everyone together.
Good boy.
Is just a showcase of humanity's ability to help each other in times of need.
In Whittier, Dylan Thomas.
Oh, that's my boy.
KCAL News.
People are returning to neighborhoods in Altadena to find nothing left of their community.
KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino spoke with Okay, we're going to talk about this fire right now. What you're looking at tonight is SkyCal's view of the Palisades Fire. And we have some new evacuation orders to talk about.
That's right. And we're going to go to our Mike Rogers now. These orders really have increased in just the the last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, really, we're talking about evacuations, voluntary and mandatory on both sides of the 405 freeway. Voluntary to the east of the 405 freeway and some mandatory on the west side of the 405 freeway. I want to come to my computer if we can because I want to show those to you. They're very important here. We are looking at this area right here. So all of this is now under mandatory evacuation. Everything you see here in red as it comes through into the Encino area, Mountain Gate Country Club, now under a mandatory evacuation order. What was voluntary now is everything you see in yellow. So now we have voluntary evacuations expanding all the way to Ventura Boulevard, which is really kind of crazy to think how far this wildfire has now burned through the Santa Monica Mountains. So north to Ventura Boulevard is voluntary evacuations. And then you've got all of this community here on the east side of the 405 that is also now under a voluntary evacuation. So I want to come in here because I want to show you some of these neighborhoods now under this voluntary evacuation area. Anywhere you see on your screen here, Stratford Circle, Bel Air, Crest Road, Worthing Lane. And look at this, they also come further south than they were as well. So now we are seeing parts of Bel Air under a voluntary evacuation school, parts of Brentwood now under an evacuation zone. The VA is right here. They are just outside of the voluntary evacuation zone. That's the West LA campus of the VA office. So if you know that area, these are now expanding. Look at this. UCLA is just on the outer edge of a voluntary evacuation zone. The voluntary evacuations end here. This is UCLA right here. So you can see really where we are starting to come into play here with these new voluntary evacuations as the fire continues to burn. So where is the fire burning? Well, I want to take you live to SkyCal now so I can give you that perspective. SkyCal is sitting in the San Fernando Valley. We are just over the Tarzana area, just off the 101 and Reseda Boulevard is where your SkyCal is sitting, looking to the south. And you can see all of the flames that are starting to creep over the hillside here. And right there in SkyCal's shot is a water-dropping helicopter. There are a lot of helicopters on this fire right now that is currently burning. I want to ask, I'm not sure who's in the control room, I think it's Vinny, if he can get RM3 ready. We want to take a second to welcome in our viewers on KCBS Channel 2. We are now simulcasting both on Channel 9 and Channel 2 as we let you know about brand new evacuation orders that are in place here for the Palisades Fire as it continues, you guys, to burn to the north. Into the area. And thank you, Vinny. On the left side of your screen, that is the view from one of our cameras that is able to see the hills there as this fire really works its way in. Pat and Susie on the right side of the screen, we're watching these LAFD helicopters do these water drops. There are a lot of them up there. I can tell you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, looks like 6 or 7 water dropping helicopters active tonight as the fire seems to have roared up again as it burns north through the Santa Monica Mountains.
You know what's so, I'm not going to say weird, but, you know, because we've seen so much in the last few days, it's been weird. But this is still the Palisades Fire, which has expanded, and it's not necessarily because of the wind. So you could only maybe suggest that the dry conditions
and the topography
are so bad that that's the reason why this fire has spread so quickly since just the last, 15 minutes or so, really. And when you think about all those areas that are affected, I'm interested to find out how in the world those people are going to come down from the mountain communities. You're talking about Tarzana, Encino, and then maybe even parts of Bel Air. There are a lot of estate homes, certainly up Reseda Boulevard in Tarzana, the same thing with Mountain Gate Country Club and estates, and so many homes that have to really come down some narrow streets to get to Ventura Boulevard to evacuate. So can't imagine just how crowded that thoroughfare is going to be.
You know, and those evacuation orders, I mean, they come and they're sudden.
Right.
And, you know, when you get them, you know, you're thinking, should I go? Should I not? Do I need to park right now? You know, do I have time to pack? Should I just go right now? When they're, you know, telling you to get out under a mandatory evacuation order, they're saying that there is certainly a threat to your property and lives. And so they definitely want you to get out of there. And there are many reasons for that, of course, not just because the fire is getting close, but because they need to do their work and they need to get their apparatus in there as well.
And better to be safe. You know, even if we've all experienced some of these voluntary and mandatory evacuations. We know you have, Susie. Mike did the other night. I did last night. And, you know, you don't know how long it will last, but it's just best to heed the warning and at least to get yourself ready to go. And especially when you're in neighborhoods like that it's difficult to get to a main thoroughfare. And that main thoroughfare, we're talking about what, Ventura Boulevard, Mulholland, but that's also being evacuated.
Right.
So it's just very difficult. Where do you go?
Yeah, and people coming out, I mean, you know, the best bet I think people are going to try to do, which is going to get jammed, you know, some people could take Sepulveda, right? They could jump on Sepulveda and get down over by the 405, or Havenhurst is your big street that runs right up into the hillside there. Now, what I'm hoping for in this situation, I can't tell you how many phone calls and messages we got last night of people beginning to see the glow on the mountainside and becoming very concerned. So hopefully in the situation like this where it's been more of a slow burn really up towards, I mean, it certainly has increased in the last hour or so, but a slow burn over the last day and a half, that people have had ample time to kind of be ready, right? At least we're not in a situation like we were Tuesday night where all of a sudden, boom, it's there. So hopefully people were paying attention and we're having that ready. Certainly now they are, because there's a mandatory evacuation in place.
But you know, you mentioned Sepulveda Boulevard. I mean, Sepulveda Boulevard gets busy on any given night when the 405 is backed up. The Sepulveda Boulevard is also horrible. And Havenhurst is one of the largest streets, but when you're up in the mountains, it's not as wide. So it's just to think or just to imagine the possibilities here. We don't want to think the worst, obviously, but you know, we're trying to paint a scenario where you're going to have a lot of people on the roads
at once.
They're not that big of a road.
And to your point, Pat, I'm looking at a map here. Havenhurst is one lane in each direction.
It's okay.
So we're not talking about a big stretch of road here.
No, not at all.
Even Laurel Canyon, parts of it, when I had to go deal with that the other night, is sometimes in some spots, is 2 lanes in each direction. And even that was
very
still
narrow.
And it doesn't have to be an emergency like this.
Right. On a normal day, we know how the traffic is.
And you guys, I'm taking a look right now, like at all of our different reporting stations in that area in terms of the winds. And the winds aren't that bad right now. I mean, we're in the midst of our break. You're not seeing any wind gusts up there. I mean, specifically in that area, we're looking at periodic gusts between 5 to 15 miles per hour. But you guys already mentioned this. It's just so dry out there. I mean, we're still dealing with relative humidity in the single digits. It's in the 20s in those areas. We haven't had any rain. So all the vegetation in that area, it's just so dry. So it's able to spread a little bit quicker even when we're not dealing with the wind. So we don't have that ingredient, but another big piece of the fire danger is how dry our vegetation is. And we're not dealing with the red flag warnings anymore, but still fire danger is going to stay elevated until we get rain here in Southern California. And I think that's playing a part in what we're seeing tonight, even though we're getting a break from those winds.
So overnight, do you think, Danny, that they'll be able to fly just fine? I mean, I know that was, you know, the big concern over, you know, last couple of nights, of course, because of the wind. I mean, of course, you know, the firefighting at night in the air is so significant and can make such a big difference in these firefights. And when we have no talk of, you know, a significant wind event, we're going, wait a minute, this is their chance, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we really have about 18 hours before we start to see those winds picking up again to those advisory levels. So right now is the chance, and I think that's the good news in this, is that they're going to have the opportunity. We're not going to see those peak winds tonight. This is the time where things are quiet. So that's why I'm hopeful that maybe they will be able to start to get a handle on this. It's just that, and Pat, you and I were talking just a few minutes ago, these fires are so erratic even when we're not dealing with the winds.
Yes.
You know?
Just seem to come out of, you wonder, like, what happened so quickly that it got over the ridge that far when the wind wasn't blowing. I want to reference that Kenneth fire last night. Thank God they were able to contain that at least to 35%. And Mike can probably tell us where it is now, but it was at 35% before we got off the air, and it broke out while we were on the air. So that was good news. There is more difficulty because it seems to be bigger.
And I think part of the issue is, like we've talked about, the Kenneth fire was burning in a lot of low-lying vegetation that it chews through quickly and puts up a good show, but doesn't burn for very long. And by the way, Pat, the Kenneth fire tonight is 50% contained. But this is burning in the Santa Monica Mountains, which has a lot more vegetation. It's a lot taller trees. It's a lot of other things that it's pushing through as we're looking at water dropping helicopters there on the left side. I was just looking, if you've noticed it in the shot, there's also appears to be some sort of transmission site right there. It's at one of those Nike missile control sites that we don't really use anymore, but it looks like there's a communications tower up there, which obviously we get into concerning issues with as well. Cell phone has been an issue. Power has been an issue. Left side of your screen, you're looking at the evacuation maps again, and I just want to reiterate that the area that we're talking about here is right in this area. Basically, if you're on Ventura Boulevard and you come up Havenhurst, all the way up Havenhurst runs right through the middle here, and this is the area. This is Havenhurst right through here. So that is the area that is under evacuations. And on the right side of the screen, it looks like we're looking at law enforcement shooting up the hill there to try to do it. Look at that. All of the cars that are now trying to evacuate and get out of the situation that they are in because of the new evacuations that are in place. It's good that we're seeing that because people need to evacuate, but we don't want to get into a situation like we were in the Palisades where it took so long and traffic was so bad that people abandoned their cars.
And they got stuck.
Yeah, and it turned into a whole mess. So hopefully we're not going to see that, and hopefully people are just, orderly and slowly and getting out of there, which is the right thing to do as these mandatory evacuations have been ordered. You know what, and maybe that's why they have called them, actually, that they know they're going to need time. So while they have a little bit more than they did in the Palisades fire, that they want to get people out. Makes sense.
Sure, as you mentioned, Pat, I mean, these are communities that are on hillsides, and they have to come down these narrow stretches of roads, as you were just seeing from SkyCal's point of view. And, if that turns into a rush, that turns into absolute danger.
And guys, listen, I mean, we don't want to advance this, but you have to think about it because as we saw, PCH was shut down in both directions. So they really didn't have a way to get out. Now, 405, you got more lanes of freeway, obviously. Right. But we've also seen that freeway just get jam-packed when there isn't an emergency. That's what I'm saying.
Ventura Boulevard can be a nightmare, too.
Oh, there's no question.
In all places. I mean, we're right off Laurel Canyon in Ventura. That's a hot mess on a good day, and so you just add all this traffic in. But to your point about giving them more time, there was a voluntary evacuation warning in this area first. Yes. So hopefully some people got out during that.
And that was an hour ago.
And that was about an hour ago, yeah. And, I listened to some of the radio traffic on the Kenneth Fire yesterday on the Ventura County side, and the firefighters are in a position to take, look, if we think there's any chance at all, just issue it. Just order it, just issue it. And that's what I was listening to them make that decision yesterday on the Kenneth Fire of like, should we issue this for Oak Park? Should we issue this for Bell Canyon? And whoever they were talking to, an incident commander said, if we think even for a second that there is a chance, issue it, evacuate it. Let's not take the risk of putting people in harm's way if we have any inkling at all that this fire is going to come that way.
That makes sense. We have some evacuation centers set up already. Some of them are pretty full from what we've been reporting. So, I mean, those are all those things to think about. And when we're talking about just the number of people who could be evacuated from this area, where do they go? Unless they have relatives or friends where they can get away from the area, where do they actually gravitate to? Where do they go to? Where do they assemble, if you will? And
I want to say, just because I'm looking at it, probably the closest one, which, I don't know what the status of it is, but El Camino Real Charter High School is an evacuation. That's in Woodland Hills. Right. You've got another one, which is further to the west, Calvary Community Church is an evacuation center. There's one in Pacoima, Richie Valens Recreation Center. That's a little bit further. And then for people that are going to take the 405, you've got the Westwood Recreation Center on Sepulveda. Which has been, from what we understand, they're pretty full. Yeah. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to mention to you, too, guys, is the historic places. The Getty Center is under a voluntary evacuation order right now because of this fire as well. You think about the monologue, the train, the monorail, because they monologue, the monorail train going up to the Getty Center, and there's that hotel there that's right at the 405 and Sunset. Right. Oh, right. Yeah, so
beautiful properties up there, as we all know.
Yeah, and just so many, and we're not trying to jump ahead either, but you have to think about what we've heard. We've already heard it could possibly spread to Bel Air. Sure.
Yeah. I want to see, Vin, can we look at the other helicopter as well? Because I want to show you a very long line of LAPD officers that are kind of sifting through the hills. And what they're doing, and I want to just point this out to people, is on their loudspeakers with their sirens, evacuate, evacuate. And I just wanted to show you the long line of these police cars. There we go. Thanks, Vin. The right side of your screen there, as you can see, they're starting to move into the neighborhoods. This is off Savoro Place and Encino Hills Drive, where they're all pushing through. So it's good to know that they're there. They're doing that work to get all of those people out. And then you see Havenhurst, as I was telling you, that kind of runs through there. And as the chopper pans out a little bit more, there you've got Ventura Boulevard right along the south side. And then there's a good perspective of the fire. You can see it's just kind of over that hilltop right there as they work to get all of these people out.
Yeah, and you can see why people would be concerned in the San Fernando Valley, because they can actually see it now. This is a fire that they thought, oh my goodness, was on the other side, you know, perhaps as far as Calabasas north, but my goodness, we're talking about Ventura Boulevard under under voluntary evacuation orders right now, and UCLA could be next because they are just right there in Westwood, off the 405.
Yeah, if you keep going, that's the frightening thing about this. Some people in Woodland Hills were worried yesterday because when you think Woodland Hills, that's the next community over from Encino. Really, they're right next to one another. So I know people were thinking, well, now where is this thing going to go next?
Right.
You know, but it took a while.
It did, yeah. I mean, it's taken a couple of days for it to move this far north, and that is, you know, in credit to all the firefighters, all the airdrops that we've been doing and all of that. And unfortunately, you know, anybody that knows the Santa Monica Mountains, like I know, like we do, is there are so many canyons that are in that. And that is why we talk about it being topography driven, is because the fire gets into those canyons and then just shoots up the side of it.
Up the side and up that dry chaparral that has been drying up for so long now, for months and months, and it's just all tinder. I mean, basically going up.
And going to stay dry for a while, from what we understand. We are going to go to our Gio Insignares. He is in Brentwood now. And Gio, can you get us up to speed on evacuations happening there?
Well, Pat, we wanted to give you this perspective from down here because as we were driving, we were up over in Montrose, as you know, about an hour and a half ago or so. And the thing we saw as we were driving on the 101 and the 405 is you could really see that fire. And listening to you guys just now, just to give you that perspective of, oh, now you see the flames kind of coming into the valley, and certainly looked frightening from that perspective. Now, we got all the way down here to Brentwood because of those latest evacuation orders. I'm going to step out of the way so we can give you a better perspective of what we're looking at here on Sunset Boulevard and Kenter Avenue, this long steady line of cars coming out, because right up this road here is where one of those latest evacuation orders was issued. And you see, you know, I'm thinking about what Mike was talking about a few minutes ago and how so many people had to abandon their cars initially in the Palisades fire, and you know, the chaos of, obviously you want to get out as quickly as possible, you want to get on top of everything, but also, you know, in all that chaos, you have the cars just kind of being left behind. Here is the contrast, and that kind of gives you a sigh of relief amid all this fire chaos, is that, okay, you see the officers managing traffic very well. I got to say, since we've been down here in these last few minutes, everything has been very efficient. The lines have been long. We noticed just a block up too, there was a gas station that was police taped off, so we didn't notice anybody there. Either it was shut off or it was already just out of service entirely. But here, okay, steady, steady, steady. Lots of people coming on through, but it has not been moving at that rate and worrisome rate that we were seeing just a few days ago. This has been, at least on the positive side, consistent, and that's some good news. Notice also that flare, perhaps that potential glow of red just in the background, and it really just paints that photo right behind this long line of cars of just how massive this fire is. And from where you can see it, I mean, even if you can't see it directly, you certainly feel its impact and the dread there on its way down. But notice even these cars coming just across our camera here as well. So, you know, we're standing right at this intersection where these evacuation orders just up Kenter are already at evacuation orders, and then you have some evacuation warnings in this immediate vicinity as well. So, you know, you got to worry about those folks who are thinking, okay, maybe I have to be next here. But just wanted to paint the picture of the fact that it is calm, relatively speaking. Obviously, all of that with proper context given what we're dealing with right now. But I mean, you know, you like to think that things are finally starting to move in a positive direction, and then you get this curveball thrown our way. And, you know, looking at it from your guys' perspective, I'm sure is different from the chopper and everything else. But here, you know, at least we can say that, sure, a lot of people are frightened. We're going to see if we can try and talk to some folks here. I thought I noticed some around the corner a little bit down there. So we'll do our best to try and get in touch with people. But I wanted to at least set up here as fast as possible when we got down here and give you that perspective from the ground down here in Brentwood. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Gio, thank you so much. And as we've been talking about the Palisades fire, new evacuation warnings and orders tonight, some mandatory, some voluntary. But we're talking about communities in both Encino and Tarzana, and we hadn't talked about that, Pat, just yet. We were talking about communities as north as Calabasas and thinking, no way that it could ever get close to Ventura Boulevard. We're talking voluntary evacuation orders tonight along Ventura Boulevard.
Because how fast or how quickly they really got to that Kenneth fire. But you thought, well, okay, we could calm down for a minute. I must admit, I could see the Palisades Fire. The huge plume of smoke from the front of my home, and it looked bigger today, and I thought, like, okay, what's that about now? I thought it's supposed to get smaller. So you always have things running through the back of your mind.
Sure.
But at the same time, the wind, I think, caught us off guard because we didn't have big winds today like we've been having. So that sort of probably gave people more sense of calm, that this fire would not continue to spread.
Yeah.
But it has, and here we are. Question, we saw the battle with the Kenneth Fire. For some reason, we were able to get in the area and really see the firefight from above. So just wondering how they are doing with this particular fire. Do we know how many? Well, you can tell on your map there how many aircraft are up in the air.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 water dropping helicopters are up here right now. And yeah, the reason we were able to get really close to it on the Kenneth Fire is because it was so fresh that there was no flight restrictions yet. So the way this works is the fire breaks out, and depending on the length that they think the fire is going to go, that's when we will or will not get flight restrictions. Flight restrictions on this fire actually expanded today, making it even kind of more difficult for us, which again, we are the last, we want to get the message out to you, but the primary concern is making sure the firefighters have the room to work with all of the aircraft that are being brought in and do their thing. But yeah, there are a lot of water dropping helicopters on this right now. 1, 2, 3. We've got Cal Fire is still in the air. 2 Cal Fire Blackhawks or Firehawks that are in the air. County Fire's here. A Chinook from not one of our normal Chinooks, so we must be borrowing that from somewhere, but a new Chinook is in town. So let me just pull out here a little bit and see if we've got any of the other ones coming out of Chino or anything. But it looks like right now, the aircraft that we've got a significant amount of aircraft that are up there that are really, trying to stop this thing from climbing any further north than it already is.
I did mention, Susie and Mike, there are several hospitals also in that area, in Tarzana, in Encino.
Yes.
Pretty big facilities, and not that they are impacted right now, but they're in that, when you talk about the zones, am I correct, Mike, in terms of evacuation?
There is, and here I can actually show you on this map right here, because that was one of the things I was looking at when we were looking, our executive producer and I were looking at where to send our reporters and where we kind of wanted to look at them here. And right off, so this is Ventura Boulevard, and I believe the medical center, the hospital, I think is right in this area. I know that there is a hospital right off Ventura Boulevard here in this area. And let me get a better look and see where that's at. But yeah, Pat, you're right. They are there. And while the north end of Ventura Boulevard is not under an evacuation order right now, of any kind, it's not unreasonable to think that it might get there because it is close. So it looks like so you have Providence Cedars, which is off the 101. And then I thought there was another hospital that was along Ventura Boulevard.
That would be the Tarzana.
So that's off Tarzana, and that's close to Ventura Boulevard. But there's lots of businesses and everything right along the Ventura Strip right there, of course, which is something that we've saw in the other fires that we don't want to see here. Oh, there is Encino Medical Center, right? Okay, so Encino Medical Center is right off Luis between Amstoy. So let me look for that right here, and I think that's going to be a little bit further over here. Yeah, okay, right here. So this is the Encino Medical Center. So that is just, you see the yellow is the evacuation warnings, right? So it's just literally on the other side of Ventura Boulevard right here. So, hospital administrators are certainly at least thinking about it, right? You may not have that plan in place yet where they're evacuating, but they've got these SOPs, there, and I'm sure that they're well aware that just outside of their door is a voluntary evacuation and are planning for if that extends to them. So this is the current map of the evacuations. Again, everything in red is the mandatory evacuations. The yellow ones are the voluntary evacuations that have extended up here to, you got the Encino Town Center shopping, all the way up to Ventura Boulevard and the 405 freeway.
All right, Michael, we're going to get some more information while she can be with us on the phone. We have LA City Council member Nithya Raman from the 4th District. She joins us to tell us more about these evacuation orders. Councilman, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Tell us what you know so far.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for helping us get the word out about the mandatory evacuation. In case viewers have not heard the boundaries of it already, I want to share what the boundaries are. It's Mandeville Canyon on the west to the 405 on the east, up to the residential areas around the Encino Reservoir on the north, and then Sunset to the south, and that includes some Brentwood neighborhoods in there. And this is a perimeter of the mandatory evacuation. This was all an evacuation warning area till just a little while ago, and now we're asking people to leave those areas because we are seeing some movement towards Mandeville Canyon from that fire, and it is very, very visible from Sherman Oaks neighborhoods. I'm getting calls from constituents saying, what is it that I'm looking at? I also wanted to share with people that we have 2 evacuation centers that have been set up to receive people. One is at Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Rec Center at 14201 Huston Street in Sherman Oaks, and one is at the Lanark Recreation Center at 21816 Lanark Street in Canoga Park. These are the 2 places that people can go. If they need to spend the night, we will be able to provide them the support to spend the night. But a lot of people who are evacuating just need a place to stop in, to make sure they understand what's happening, and to either return to their homes when the evacuation orders are up, or to move to a friend's home or to a hotel when they still need to be out of their homes. So these are the 2 places that we have set up, and my staff is at VNSO at Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Rec Center to receive people right now, along with Red Cross and Rec and Park staff.
Councilwoman Roman, if I can please ask you, for your constituents out there going, should I leave right now? Should I just pack my things, even though they are under that mandatory evacuation order? I mean, obviously, we've seen, the events from earlier this week. What is in your heart tonight, and what are you saying to your constituents about that?
Look, I'm the council member for a big portion of our hillsides here in the city of LA. I represent the hillsides from Griffith Park all the way up to Franklin Canyon. It's a huge percentage of our hillside neighborhoods. And I have known, especially as we've gone through these incredibly intense rain years, the past couple of years, that means a lot more foliage has grown. The hillsides have become greener. And then into periods of intense heat and dryness, and now compounded with months now with no rain, incredible dryness out there, that is the definition of a tinderbox. And so I want to just tell people, this is something that we have been looking at for a very long time. And as climate change intensifies our periods of rain and of heat, it also intensifies our fire risk. And that is what we're seeing on the ground right now, is that neighborhoods where we haven't seen these kind of fire events before, or we haven't seen such large fire events before, we're seeing them at a scale that we have not seen before. And so I want to tell all my constituents, take this seriously. Heed the mandatory evacuation order. For us, in the city, preventing the loss of life is the most important thing, and we do that if you follow these orders.
Councilman, I want to ask you about some other services from the city. And the reason I'm doing that, we can go back and look at what happened in the Eaton Fire, where we saw that senior center with those poor people, disabled, many of them who were in wheelchairs or wheeled out in beds that really didn't have anywhere to go, but we saw them being picked up by buses. Do you have anything like that on the line right now that we can tell people about? Just looking ahead, because I know there are some senior centers and even hospitals in your district.
Absolutely. If anyone needs assistance leaving a mandatory evacuation area, call 911. We are ready and waiting to help people evacuate if they need help. LAPD is also in the neighborhood already. This had been an evacuation warning area. It became a mandatory evacuation. LAPD has already been stationed there, ready if that warning became a mandatory evacuation, which it did. They are already in the community, going up and down the streets, letting people know that there is an evacuation, and helping traffic flow out of these kind of windy, sometimes very windy hillside streets. They're there to help with all of that. But they can also help people who need assistance and make sure that they're getting the help that they need to leave. People can leave calmly. The fire is beyond Mandeville Canyon right now. The winds have died down significantly from what they were in that nightmare situation between Tuesday and Wednesday that we saw in the Palisades. So it's not moving as quickly, but they do need to get out because the fire is still moving. That's why the mandatory evacuation order was issued.
Can you tell us While we have you, Councilwoman, the difference in the different orders or warnings. People get a bit confused. So if we can even, yes, ma'am, if we can help them out.
Absolutely. So if you can look at the maps at lafd.org/alerts. That gives you all of the new alerts, and I have downloaded a great app on my smartphone called Watch Duty, which gives me notifications, tells me where new areas are under evacuation warnings or mandatory evacuation rules. Now, if you're in a warning area, that doesn't mean you have to leave immediately, but that means make sure that your bag is at the door and you're ready to go, and that you have a plan to leave and a plan for anybody else who is in your household to leave as well. That's what a warning means. Just get ready and pay attention. Keep watch on these notification tools, refresh that website, and once it's a mandatory evacuation, that means you need to go. So that's the two differences. A warning is get ready, and I know this for myself. I've lived in Los Angeles. I talk about fire safety all the time. Did I have my go bag set up ready before this incident? Somewhat. Somewhat. So that's what the warning is the thing you've been meaning to do that's on your New Year's resolution list, do it now. And once it becomes a mandatory evacuation, you leave. And follow orders from PD. They're there to help you exit the perimeter of the mandatory evacuation zone in a safe and orderly fashion, and make sure you make room for fire department vehicles as they're coming in.
Councilwoman, we appreciate your honesty. I think a lot of us are in that same boat. We think that we're ready to go, but if we really think about it, no, we haven't packed that bag to the fullest, have we? All the things that we might need, we keep being reminded, of what we need in those bags. Here on the news, too, we remind people, too. But oftentimes we're not ready. So certainly a good reminder for anyone out there who's not even under these voluntary nor mandatory evacuation orders, just to have that bag ready. And Councilwoman, if I can just ask you, what is your latest update on the firefight itself?
I'm here at the Emergency Operations Center in downtown LA, and I'm in constant touch with my Valley Bureau Chief, who's helping to ensure that there is constant communication between this command post and that one. What we're seeing is really gargantuan efforts to ensure that fire line doesn't come into neighborhoods which have structures and residential areas. Right now, it is just beyond that. They are doing everything they can in throwing all the resources that they have against it to make sure that it doesn't advance. I saw exactly the same effort being made in the Sunset Fire just 2 days ago, which was in the Hollywood Hills portion of my district, near Runyon Canyon, and that's exactly what they're doing here, putting everything they can to make sure that it's not moving closer towards residential neighborhoods, these precautions and these mandatory evacuation orders that we've given out is to make sure that if it does move beyond that, that people are safe, that people are out of harm's way.
Well, we have a picture up right now, Councilman, and we're looking at cars on Havenhurst Avenue. They seem to be going in a pretty good order now.
Yes, orderly fashion. I'm looking at it as well here at the EOC. Yes, and this is, I think the reason why we're able to be this orderly is because people are heeding the instructions, and because LAPD was prepared and ready to go to give those orders, and to help community members move through these roads as quickly and safely as possible.
And maybe just one more reminder to our viewers about the evacuation centers one more time. Councilwoman was talking about the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Recreation Center as being one of them at 14201 Huskin Street, and the Lanark Rec Street off Lanark Street in Canoga Park. And those are the two that have been set up specifically for the new evacuation orders. Is that correct?
That is correct, and our staff is ready and waiting there to welcome people. And if people are on the other side of the hill in Brentwood, the Westwood Center still has space to accommodate new arrivals. So whether you're on one side of the hill or the other, the city is ready and waiting to help you figure out what your next steps are.
Okay, before we let you go, because I know that other people want to talk to you, and you're very busy tonight.
I'm just trying to get the word out. You know, I just want everybody to hear about this. I want everyone to be prepared. So I'm grateful to you for taking the time.
Oh, you are quite welcome for that. And with that, I'm going to thank you, Councilwoman, on behalf of us here at KCAL, for taking the time to talk with us this evening. We wish you all the best in your district, and please let us know if there's any other information that we can have to share with our viewers that concerns your district.
Absolutely. We will share anything out that is relevant to residents here as soon as we have it. Thank you again.
Thank you. Well, we've been talking about how we've been seeing cars coming down Havenhurst Avenue as these new evacuation orders go up. Our Madison Keevy is standing by in Encino with a report. Madison, can you hear us? Go ahead, Madison.
I can. Hello. And I'm right there on Havenhurst. I mean, you've been looking at what we've been seeing. Yeah. You've been looking at what we've been seeing here. There has been police heading up this way. The councilwoman just spoke of this, of, you know, LAPD is here, you know, on scene. You see a couple of them coming out. But it's been relatively orderly since we've gotten here. There's been a few backups as the light up on Ventura turns red and then, you know, changes. We see now, looks like another ambulance or fire is coming down Havenhurst here. This is right, if you're familiar with this area, at the Gelson's parking lot. There's a CVS on the corner, and it looks like there's traffic now being diverted on Ventura, or at least there's traffic officers at the ready to do so. So that is LA City Fire heading up Havenhurst here. There's a few people in the Gelson's parking lot, and I've asked Chloe here. Hi, Chloe, again. So I know when we talked, you're standing here waiting for your husband. He's up on Havenhurst. Can you just talk to us, for those at home who, you know, are just seeing this? What did you see? What prompted this? I know you're in the mandatory evacuation.
Yeah, we're in the mandatory evacuation zone. We've been watching the news and just seeing the evacuation zones get closer and closer to our house. And from our yard, you can see there was just this like wall of smoke and fire coming up, and it was pretty terrifying. He forgot some family photos, so he walked back, and hopefully he'll be back soon. So.
What was traffic like for you as you were trying to get down and up here on Havenhurst?
It was pretty packed. Most of the streets around here are cul-de-sacs, so there's pretty much one artery that comes in and out. So there's Havenhurst, and it was pretty backed up, like all the way back to Mulholland.
Something that we talked about off camera when we, you know, was just the shock of it and the surprise. I mean, at the end of the few days, can you talk to that of how you were feeling and what you shared with me?
It just feels really surreal. No one can prepare you to just pack the most important things you own and leave your house and hope that maybe you'll see it again someday. It's really a shock, and I don't really know how to process it.
And he's walking back now, your husband?
He's walking back, yeah. He's walking back from our house in Encino right now.
Chloe, thank you so much. Thank you for that. I mean, that's just kind of the picture here in Gelson's. There's a few others that are using this as sort of a meeting point. We have seen a few people walking down Havenhurst, you know, but there's not that sense of chaoticness here like you saw. I mean, even right now, the traffic is kind of slowed, and Havenhurst is a little more quiet than when you first joined us. So it ebbs and flows, but in the distance there, you can see the aerial firefight, and you can see that glowing sky just hanging over this neighborhood right now.
Ask you, Madison, you know, you talked about people in that Gelson's parking lot. I know exactly where that is. Mm-hmm. Is the store still open? I'm just asking, is that a place where people can actually go inside and, you know, if they want to buy snacks or whatever, water?
Right. It's open right now. When we got here, you know, we were actually surprised that the parking lot was relatively empty comparatively. One of the employees said that they were likely going to be closing soon, but didn't have a time, just simply based on the situation here. But for right now, we were able to go in and it's open. And we have not talked to anyone. Everyone that's been in the parking lots, you know, I asked a couple of people if they were here to grab something, and they're just using the parking lot as more of their staging area. There was a mother and her daughters waiting for the brother and son to get down with the car because they had walked. So at this point, they're still open, but employees are, you know, basically looking at the clock and looking at the situation as to when they'll likely leave and close it.
And Madison, out of the people that you did speak to in that parking lot who evacuated, did you see their cars packed? Were they ready to go, or did they just leave?
A mix of both. So the mother and daughter that I talked about, they're waiting for their family member with a car. The people that we've seen walking here are just carrying, you know, the important stuff in a bag, pets, there was a small dog or cat in a carrier, and people are kind of walking to get out. There was one car that pulled into the parking lot that the trunk was still open, like the hatchback was still open, and you could see, you know, the suitcases and everything that you would be taking with you, and they pulled into the parking lot sort of to get themselves together and use it as more of a staging area. So you can see how fast they got out, because again, their car back door was still open, and they used this to get themselves together and then get back on the road to leave.
Madison, can you see the flames from where you are, and can you smell smoke?
You can smell smoke, yes. I'll move again so you can see. I mean, as we pulled up on Ventura, as we were facing the Gelsons on Ventura, I didn't see anything, but you know, emergency lights. Then as you turn this corner, I mean, you're seeing about what I'm seeing of just that glowing sky. No flame specifically, but there's just that big cloud of smoke over there, kind of hanging overhead. And it is, you know, with this location, and we've talked about this a lot over the last few days. You're driving up. Everything else, you know, up on the other side of Ventura is relatively normal. And then you pull in here to this area and you look up at the sky and you see it glowing in that orangey red color. And it just kind of feels like, as someone told me when they got here, it just feels like it comes out of nowhere. So that's about what we can see. And as we've been standing here a little bit, it's gotten a little less bright, but we can still see those helicopters through the trees there. Moving on that aerial fight. So, you know, that's, again, the location of this is you pull up and you think, oh, you won't see anything. And then that's in the sky. You know, it's actually someone, as we pulled up, said, you know, you don't even need to see the flames. Seeing that is enough to just get you nervous, right?
Well, the good thing, though, you know, those helicopters, thank goodness they're up there.
Absolutely.
And that you know, while it's also concerning, it also could give you a little solace knowing, you know, that they're out there, they're battling it.
Right. And, you know, both on the ground and in the air. So that's pretty incredible to know, too. And speaking of on the ground there, seeing a lot of people walking behind you, sort of with blankets on them. Yeah. And I don't know if you've been able to speak with anyone.
Yes.
Are they people who are evacuating as well?
No, you know what? I'm going to ask him. Are you evacuating? No, they're not. They say they're not evacuating.
Looks like they're coming from some sort of event.
Just checking in. Yeah, you're live on KCAL. Yeah, so just going to some sort of event. In fact, if I walk up Havenhurst here, I believe there's an event center here. So it looks like. Yeah, it looks like an event of some kind has just gotten out. Maybe not an event center, and I'm kind of I'm taking you with me down a little more in Havenhurst. When you come at this angle, you can see the steady line of traffic that Chloe was talking about, you know, that they didn't even bother getting back in their car to drive back to the house, and instead they're walking. And it looks like there's a group of people walking here as well. But you see how slowly they're moving. I mean, people... Friday night, and they're leaving Temple. Yep. There it is. It's Friday night.
So there are several, too.
So that's not evacuations,
it's a mixed crowd of people,
so that's,
I think.
Yes.
And there are several of those temples in the Encino
but again,
area. And in that area. So both, you know, they seem to be walking rather calmly.
There's that. Yeah. Are you evacuating?
What?
Are you evacuating?
Hopefully not, but yeah, we live right up here.
You live right up here. I'm Madison. You're live on KCAL here. So, I mean, you're seeing this and you just decided to leave home.
Yeah, so I mean, we're packing up right now. I was just trying to see what's going on outside. We're going to go to Gelson's, buy a few things if they're open.
They are still open.
But yeah, it's truly devastating. Yeah. We're hoping for the best, but like, you got to like expect the worst, so be ready.
Yeah, from your house, what are you seeing? I mean, from here, obviously you can see the sky, but from your house, what does it look like?
It's quite similar to over here because we're not all the way up in the hills. We're kind of just right down here. So we're seeing what you guys are seeing right now and just getting the updates. So, yeah.
And some last minute things at Gelson's, you said, before you head out?
Yeah, see if they have some batteries, flashlights, things like that, just in case. But, yeah.
And then your plan is to evacuate, get in the car, and leave soon?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No worries.
Thank you. So again, that's, those are the types of conversations, batteries and those last minute things going into cars right now. And it kind of echoes what someone else said of just seeing that in the sky near your home, of course, is enough, plus the mandatory evacuations, but it's enough to start to leave.
You know what, Madison? You may be the first person that people find out about the mandatory evacuation. Sure. If they've been in Temple, if they don't have that the warnings on their phone going off, they may not have known until they came out and probably saw much more traffic. And when you approach them to tell them, hey, you're under a mandatory evacuation
This just happened
right
in the
now.
last hour, sure.
Yeah, that actually makes sense now. I wasn't thinking that, to be honest, because as we first brought the camera out, there was another group, kind of like waving and hollering and asking what we were filming, and it didn't register to me that they likely don't realize, because they're also walking in the opposite direction. They're walking towards Ventura. Yeah, so I think it's playing out in real time here.
It really is. All right, Madison Keevy live from Encino tonight. Thank you so much for those updates. We want to go now to the desk. Mike Rogers has an update for us. Mike?
Yeah, I wanted to show you, and if we can, I'm going to ask Vinny to look at my computer because I wanted to show you some video from the ground here a little bit. This is from the Citizen app, and this is what people are seeing in the Mandeville Canyon areas where this video was taken. So you can see how, we're looking at it from the sky, and that's obviously a concerning look from the sky, but when you are on the ground, it's obviously so much different. When you have the mountains that are just towering over you, they're on fire, you're looking at all the orange stuff there, and then I want to show you one more spot because anybody who has taken the 405 to the 101, you'll know where this is. This is that mall parking structure on the east side of the 405 right before you get into the valley. And if you look, you'll see the signs that were the 405 and the 101 split. And I just wanted to show you the intense glow that is coming up. And again, this is from the Citizen app, but the glow that is coming up from the view of the 405 and the 101 interchange. It's really remarkable. I was looking at some of the Alert California cameras as well. And even though like this one, for example, isn't very close to where the actual fire is, it just is just this ominous glow that is in the back behind those trees. And it is just something that is really catching, obviously, a lot of people's attention. And again, the good news about the situation that we are in tonight, and I'll play this back over the last 3 hours, but the good news over the situation that we're in tonight is that the fire has been burning for a couple of days. So hopefully people, we heard from one person that I think Madison was talking to, or maybe Gio, who said, we've been watching it on the news, we've been paying attention, situations like that. And there's that camera after it flipped around, you can see the fire and the glow that is really coming up behind those trees. So we're going to continue to, sit here and look at these things and monitor everything. The good news is, and I'll pull the evacuation map up, I haven't seen any new evacuations pop up. I did hear from a couple of people that are wondering what will happen if, for example, the VA has to evacuate, because the VA, as I mentioned, is just outside of the evacuation area. It's right here, and so is UCLA. UCLA is right there as well. So I wanted to let people know we are reaching out to both UCLA and the VA to figure out what their evacuation plans will be should they need to. Right now, they are not under that voluntary or mandatory evacuation, but I know for people who have loved ones at the VA, I'm sure that is on top of their mind. I can tell you UCLA already put out an alert to its students saying that there is no evacuation order, but to be vigilant and to pay attention to what's going on around there. So both of those campuses, I'm sure, are kind of thinking about what will happen if they need to do those evacuation plans and things like that. And again, this is the current evacuation map I want to show you again here. Everything in red is the mandatory evacuations that you can see border the 405, the Mountain Gate Country Club, currently under a mandatory evacuation. And then all of these things in yellow are where the voluntary evacuation is. And for reference, Madison was right here. So right here in the near the intersection of Ventura and Havenhurst. Yeah, that's where we just saw for her. And excuse me, my map just went rogue on me. But that's where we just saw from her, and she's here looking up at the fire and watching kind of people come down right at the mouth of that. And one thing, I wanted to point out when we were talking to the councilwoman, and even from Madison shot about this kind of smoothness so far of the evacuations and people getting out. And one thing that I mentioned was that at the end of Havenhurst, right at Ventura, there's traffic control, right? So they're just pushing people through instead of waiting for the stoplight to cycle and do things like that. So when you heard the councilwoman say that, police and DOT were kind of ready for this and ready to come in and immediately affect this, it seems like that's absolutely the case here, because you had that traffic control officer just, come on, let's go, get out of here, and pushing them through. And we had the chopper look for a line of cars on Havenhurst, and we saw some traffic, certainly, but nothing overly jammed, nothing overly packed. So it seems like everything's going pretty orderly.
And like you say, orderly in particular. Yeah. And the lights were on.
Right.
Yeah, there's power.
Absolutely.
Plus, yeah.
I mean, if there's any way you can tell there are no lights on Ventura Boulevard, even at Ventura and Havenhurst, you will be able to tell that. So that's good to hear as well, that you do have like personnel out there.
Sure, and people heeding those orders as well.
Yeah. Right, we do see people leaving for sure, yeah.
Is it too early to talk about staging area?
For evacuees?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we were just looking at some of that, and I can show you here really quickly. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it cold here. I may have to search for it, but it's the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Recreation Center, I believe. And let me see if I have the address of that. I think, Suze, do you have that address on you?
Yes, it's 14201 Huskin Street, Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Rec Center.
14201 Huston Street. Yeah. So that is okay. So that's just going to be to the east of Van Nuys Boulevard. So it's actually the east of the 405. So it's actually over in this area right here. So it's this area right off the 101, just north of the 101. This is the mall, the Westfield Fashion Square, if you know where that mall is.
Yes.
It's just to the north and to the west of the mall. So it's not a far drive at all for people who need to evacuate. Here's the evacuation zone, and right here is your evacuation center. So you're not far from it at all. Just go north, and then you'll head east either on Ventura or through some of the surface streets, and you can end up right there on Huston.
And if you get to Ventura, or going from Havenhurst and make a left, then you'll go to the Lanark Center. In Canoga Park.
In Canoga Park, yeah, and you go to the north. And again, I think for people that once you get to Ventura, just like we dealt with on Sunset and the Palisades, if the further kind of north you can get away from things, the easier traffic will get. You'll have people come off of Ventura and want to go east or west on Ventura, but if you can continue north a little bit, get into some of the neighborhoods and get away from the traffic, that might be best as well.
Okay, I'd like to get another look if we could. Just the Sepulveda, the service drive, is that backed up? Can you tell?
Yeah, let me ask Marvin. Marv, can you look for us Sepulveda and the 405 here? And you know what? While this is happening, I'm actually going to walk over and hijack Kalina's computer, and we'll pull up the traffic maps there and look at some of the backup on the surface streets.
Just
and the freeway.
asking because we might be helpful to people who are wondering, exactly what streets are more accessible.
Absolutely.
At this hour. We know Ventura is jammed.
Yeah.
And it can be on any day.
on a Friday
without
night
an evacuation order. Sure. We were talking about all of this because all of this really transpired, Pat, in the past hour or so. We were talking about voluntary. We were talking about voluntary evacuation orders during the 7 o'clock hour, and quickly, sure enough, about 30-40 minutes later, they turned into these mandatory evacuation orders. So, we're talking about the area. We're going to talk about the area that we're talking about first, 405 to the east, Mandeville Canyon to the west, the Encino Reservoir to the north, and Sunset to the south. And I know that our Gio Insignares has a live report for us from Brentwood. He's talking with some who are evacuating there. Gio?
Hey, Susie, good evening to you. I hope you guys can hear me all right. We are settling in here. I want to give you another look at where we were just a few minutes ago here on Sunset Boulevard and Kenter Ave. I'll step out of the way so you can see the traffic. Now, the biggest difference in the last time we checked in with you versus right now is that steady line, that steady stream we were talking about has significantly lightened up. So at least that's some good news when it comes to what we were discussing earlier about traffic and jams and worried about people getting on top of each other just to get out. But everything has been very steady here. You see traffic officers moving traffic along. It has been incredibly normal in that sense, in terms of, okay, nothing has been over the top or incredibly crazy. Now, what looks like ash raining down here on top just kind of really paints a picture of what we've been looking at down here as we've been going up and down these roads, because what you notice here on Sunset and Kenter is that to up toward Kenter, that's where the latest evacuation orders have been, and that's where we saw that steady stream of people getting out. But then if you flip it the other way, and we don't need to flip the camera, but if you flip it the other way, you have evacuation warnings. And that's where we've been talking to people, because we've been walking up and down this block and seeing folks pack up their cars, and some, even if they don't want to jump on camera, say, we're just trying to get out of here as fast as possible just to be safe. I just got done having a conversation with a young man who told me his family saw us on the news reporting everything, wanted to come out here to the corner. I mean, he's a few steps away even, and said, I just wanted to see the line of traffic for myself, that they evacuated a couple of days ago or a few days ago, came back, and now are under evacuation warnings, potentially having to leave again. And that's just, it's crazy to think about, but that's sort of the chaos that we are in right now. And I want you to listen to two people we did talk to tonight about what they're doing, and one in particular stood out, but take a listen first. What we were going to say here with regards to these folks also is the fact that you can't help but shake, and I know all of us have been seeing this for a few days now, is the fact that it's just so striking to hear that, and it looks like, well, we work on getting this sound. In fact, we have plenty of time to get to it eventually, so I'll just leave you with the fact that it's a lot, and some of these people have lived here for decades, and it's a consistent theme of, I've never seen something like this before, and we all know we've been hearing that for a while now. So we'll work on getting those conversations to you and continue to bring you updates down here in Brentwood. For now, guys, I'll send it back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so much for that, Gio. You know, we've been talking amongst ourselves, like, why is this fire spreading so quickly? Because we don't have high winds. So we're going to bring in meteorologist Danny Roberti. Danny, maybe you can help walk us through this.
Yeah, I know. I think that's what a lot of people at home are probably wondering right now, is this is a completely different story than what we were dealing with earlier in the week when we were talking about gusts between 50 to 80 miles per hour. When you hear about those winds, it makes sense why these fires spread as rapidly as they do. But right now, we're in the midst of this break from the wind, which is a good thing. We wanted this. But here's the thing, a couple things I want to talk about. So we've shifted the direction of our winds, more of an onshore flow right now, which is why it's being pushed in the direction that it is. Winds are very light right now. We're not recording any strong gusty winds in this area. I'm keeping a close eye on current conditions right now, and we do have gusts in that area. I took a look at several different recording stations. I mean, anywhere from 5 to 15 miles per hour. I mean, that is not a whole lot up through the mountains, and especially through some of these hillsides. They're a little bit stronger, a little bit more localized in certain areas. But another piece of this, yes, we're done with the red flag warnings, but the fire danger continues. Everything is so dry, and typically at night we start to see our relative humidity improving, and we're not seeing that right now. I mean, it's just so dry out there, and that's a big piece when we're talking about fire danger. The other thing is the fuel out there. That's when we're dealing, that's a big piece of it. Anything that feeds this fire is considered fuel. And so the drier the fuel, the quicker this fire can spread, even when we're not looking at the intense winds that we saw earlier this week. And I know we keep talking about this. I mean, the last time we saw good rain here in Southern California, it was spring of last year. We are off to our driest start to winter since the 60s. So you can imagine when you hear that, the picture of all the dry vegetation out there after 2 really rainy winters, and then seeing this prolonged period of no rain. It's so dry up there through that terrain. So even when we're not seeing, you know, these really intense winds, a big piece of it is definitely how dry things are, the dry plants, the dead leaves, and we haven't had any of that rain. So right now, winds are quiet, relative humidity is not improving. We're not looking at red flag warnings. That's the good news. But still, even without these red flag warnings, fire danger will remain elevated here in Southern California until we get a good soaking rain. So right now, yes, is our break from the wind. So hopefully this gives firefighters an opportunity for it to not spread like it did earlier in the week. But going into tomorrow night, we are tracking another fire weather watch that will go in effect specifically for this area, and that's because we're going to start to see some more of those Santa Ana winds, those northeasterly winds picking up again late in the day Saturday night into Sunday morning. It's going to be similar to last night, where it's not like earlier this week, but still we're going to get some gusty conditions. So hopefully the next 18 hours, this is the window of no wind, not extreme wind like we saw. But still, Pat and Susie, I mean, it's just so dry out there, and that's something that we can't, get past until we can get that rain.
All right, Danny, well, thank you for that explanation for us. So it's not the wind that started out driving this fire on Tuesday, but now it's other factors there, and especially topography, and just because it is so dry out there. And we do have continuing coverage of our breaking news for you now at 9 o'clock. The Palisades Fire exploding tonight. Flames now marching toward the San Fernando Valley. I'm Pat Harvey.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Juan Fernandez. Let's get right to our live team of reporters on the new evacuations for the Palisades Fire.
And KCAL's Gio Insignares is live in Brentwood, where mandatory evacuations are underway. And Gio, it's just, it's not lost on me. Yeah, we're Palisades Fire. This isn't a new fire, it's just extended.
Right, it's a good point, Pat, Juan, good evening to you both. The fact that, there's something about it's not complacency, it's you're just hoping, fingers crossed, for good news, right? When this starts back on Tuesday, and every time a day passes and you start hearing updates from the fire lines and you're thinking, okay, finally, maybe this is a step forward. So when you get news like this tonight, where new evacuation orders are placed and you see that towering inferno, and I'll tell you, when we were driving, we were up in Montrose, as you know, earlier this evening, and then driving down the 101 and then down the 405, and you see that glow of red and you see the smoke billowing up, and you see the fire peaking over the hillside, and you're thinking, oh my goodness, it's just awful. So when we get down here to Brentwood, and I'll step out of the way for you to give you again that perspective, that look that we've been chiming in on the last hour or so, you see this traffic coming out, because up Kenter Ave, where we're here at Sunset Boulevard, this is where just within the last hour there was a long line of cars stretching all the way back, and traffic presumably trying to get out because they had evacuation orders, and like, oh no, we have to go. And one of the other things that we've noticed as we brought you that live, and we've been gathering it and then walking around and talking to people, I mean, we would take a few steps away from this intersection and we would notice someone, all 4 car doors open, the trunk wide open, and they're throwing things in there and moving along. And even in just those brief conversations, because certainly understandable, they don't want to jump on camera, they're prioritizing their family, their safety. They're just saying, hey, I can't believe I have to do this again, and we're just doing the best we can, and we got to get out of here. But the other thing added to this dynamic here in Brentwood is that what you're looking at in front of us right now here, with the traffic officers guiding traffic along, is that just up that road, that's where the evacuation order is to go. And then just behind us, when you flip the axis, you have evacuation warnings, and you have those neighbors that are packing and saying, you know what, I'm not going to take my chances, I'm just going to go. And we just got done talking with a handful of people, both on and off camera, about just how chaotic and crazy the situation is. One young man, I was sharing the story a few minutes ago, where he said that our family evacuated a few days ago and then just came back, and now to think that we might have to do this again, and it's crazy to think about. And that the consistent theme, no matter how long you've been here, and especially from those who have been here for decades, say this is the worst it's ever been. I've never seen it like this, and now you're just hoping that crews can get this under control and try and get some positive news going. But I wonder, and if not, it's completely fine if we do have that sound ready, because we want to highlight these conversations that we had with folks about, hey, we got to throw stuff in the trunk, we got to go, and then others saying, I'm ready at any given moment, but I'm not about to go just yet. Let's see if we can take a listen.
So I came home today, and now it looks like we definitely have to go again, so I'm going.
Do you know where you're headed right now?
Yeah, I do. I have a pool house in Coldwater Canyon, and I hope it doesn't get all the way over there.
We're ready to go, but we're going to stay as long as we can and then take things from there.
Is your place under an evacuation warning right now? Or?
I think they just did an evacuation order.
Yeah, so everyone's on high alert out here, guys, as we bring you back out here live to Sunset Boulevard and Kenter Ave, where, I said this before, and I want to reiterate it again, where you notice that there seems to be a lack of traffic. That's quite the contrast from the long row of cars that we saw before. And, you know, I feel like it's fair to paint that in a positive light because, you know, Mike Rogers was making this this very good point earlier about when we saw when the Palisades Fire first broke out that people abandoning their cars in the chaos and things got backed up and you had to use dozers just to get those things out of the way. Whereas here, everything has had that sense of urgency. It's had a sense of calm, though, at the same time, and calm with respect to the fact that everyone's wanting to get out and prioritize safety, but it being handled in a way that is getting everybody out effectively and efficiently. So that's the good news here, that this is moving along, that everything's good. And, you know, we've been seeing a handful of people coming around the corners, taking a look at traffic, having chats with us. We're going to see if we can talk to some more people as well. But, you know, just keeping an eye on things because, Pat, Juan, as you guys mentioned, it's just been so chaotic. And it's not a new fire. It's just an extension of this current one. So hoping for good news. But for right now, based on what we're seeing, things have been moving along. That's good. Everyone's getting out if they can. And then others getting ready. Just when they get that order, they're ready to go as well.
Really seems to be more organized. In fact, it is, because we saw more traffic officers on the ground where you are, Gio, and all the areas that are under mandatory evacuation, guiding people through traffic. And that obviously makes a big difference. They seem to be ready at this moment, not necessarily knowing that it was going to be in the Encino area or the Brentwood area where you are now, but just maybe they did, maybe planning ahead of time because of what happened on Tuesday, and they didn't want to get, you know, behind the eight ball, if you will. So we're glad to see that for sure.
Definitely moving so quickly, Pat, right? They've already seen, as you said, what happened in Pacific Palisades, what happened in Altadena. They saw the destruction, they saw what happened there, and they don't want to be caught off guard. So they're getting ready, as Gio was saying, throwing things in the trunk of their car, whatever that may be, their go bag, but they are getting away there, and it seems like in a pretty orderly fashion, right?
It does. And Gio, are you still there? Okay, we'll get back to Gio. You know, looking at this picture, Mike and Juan, I can imagine, you know, if I can see any of this, you're going to be concerned. Yeah. But obviously, I believe we were talking with, maybe it was Madison earlier, where she said you can see like the orange and pink in the sky, not necessarily these flames, because, you know, maybe that also prompts a more orderly evacuation, if you will. And I live in the San Fernando Valley, and I've been checking my neighbors at Pat and Mike, and already people are posting photos, even from the Studio City area. They can see that orange glow from a distance here. So I can only imagine, you know, what people are thinking on this side of the valley.
Well, and I want to point out, and I don't know, Mike, if we can pull up the other chopper shot that we've got, because the one chopper is low. They're at about 3,000 feet. They are climbing. But our chopper, SkyCal, he's up at like 7,300 feet. So this is our picture. This is the other chopper. So they're climbing right now. But my point is you got to be up at like 3,000 to 4,000 feet to see the flames like we're seeing from here. Right, so from the valley, to your point, Pat, it is just a glow from the valley. So, and I think sometimes that makes people, it's hard to tell if that makes them more worried, less worried. If you don't see the flames, are you less concerned? But also, you don't really know what it's doing. You're just seeing the glow of it. So it's a whole probably mixed bag for people. But I just wanted to point out that we have to get pretty high in the air to actually see the flames on the hillside. Now, that's not the case for everybody. That video I showed you off the 405 in Mandeville Canyon, those people could certainly see the flames. But the people that are in the assignment the San Fernando Valley are the ones that are seeing the glow. And we're going to lose the shot on the right because we got to go get fuel in that helicopter. So just let you know that. But the other helicopter will remain there. And to Gio's point, it is very orderly. And I don't know, Mike, if we can pull up the traffic maps really quick, because I did pull up Kalina's traffic maps, and I was surprised. There's actually no red at all on the traffic maps. There's some yellows and there's some tough spots, but people are doing the other one. Sorry, Mike, the graphics 231, if we can. There we go. This is the 405, and that's the Pulvita, Pat, you were asking about. Look, it's mostly okay. It's mostly okay. But what I did notice is that Mulholland is pretty heavy going to the east. So I'm guessing people are getting on Mulholland and just taking it through that way.
Yeah. And that's that yellow you see right there.
And that's the yellow and the red. And actually, last time I looked at it when I went and set it up, so Coldwater is the other green spot there, the north-south intersection on the green spot. That was some yellow too. So it's even lessened since last time I looked at this. And then I'll show you Ventura Boulevard. Ventura looks okay too. It's mostly yellow, a little bit of red, but it's not that bad, which is really nice to see that people are not having as tough of a time getting out of this area as they did for the Palisades.
Right, and it's a Friday night. People may be out to dinner and going out and spending some time. Yeah.
But less panic, I would say.
Right.
You know, we're going to go back to Madison, who is on the ground there. And Madison, are you still at Havenhurst in Ventura?
I am, yes, and we just in the last few minutes, Havenhurst is actually closed to through traffic going up on Havenhurst, and it's. I guess everyone evacuating, it can get out, of course. So you can see the closure there. That's right on Ventura. And traffic has ebbed and flowed. When we first got here, it was a relatively steady line of traffic exiting. We spoke to one woman who said there was some traffic up the way. But you can kind of see here, traffic, is moving slowly out and orderly, no issues in that way. And then, of course, the sky. Since we've gotten here, the sky has gotten a little dimmer, so to speak. Like the orange isn't as bright, and we've noticed a correlation to that in the number of drops that have been made. We can see at least one helicopter right now taking a drop, but that scene is enough, obviously, for people we've talked to not, to wait anymore. We saw one car that moved through here that had their trunk open and everything was packed in the back, and they pulled into the Gelson's parking lot to rearrange, reevaluate, and then get on the road. Gelson's appears to be open at this point. So, Ventura and Havenhurst, if you're familiar, I'm a Landmark person, so if you're familiar with the Gelson's, there's a CVS across the street. We talked to someone else who said that they were coming to the Gelson's to get batteries and sort of prepare to leave. They were packing up the car and then we're going to be heading out. So relatively calm and orderly when it comes to evacuations here and cars moving through. So you can see the light there is red, so that backup only happens when that is there, but otherwise, very calm.
Madison, thank you so much. We are pleased to have on the phone with us now Lindsay Horvath of the LA County Board of Supervisors. And Supervisor Horvath, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Can you give us an update, what you know so far on these evacuation orders?
So what we do know is that they've made good progress on the fire in the Topanga Canyon area, and now the fire has moved east. So the new evacuation orders are for the area of Sunset to Mandeville to Encino Reservoir to the 405 freeway. And you can follow the latest evacuation route, evacuation instructions, both orders and warnings at emergency.lacounty.gov. The situation is dynamic. I know the fire chief is on site personally, and he just texted to let me know that he has deployed additional aircraft, which we know makes significant progress in situations like this. We also know from our press conference this morning that there were folks who were flying unauthorized drones that damaged some of the aircraft that we would otherwise have to use in a situation like this. So please, heed evacuation warnings, heed evacuation orders, and stay out of the way of our first responders who have been out there giving it all they've got since Tuesday. I met one of these firefighters out there today while I was in the Sunset Mesa area, and he shared with me he has been there since Tuesday morning, and it is just harrowing what they are experiencing, and that they are digging deep and continuing to fight is just absolutely extraordinary. So the most that we can do is just stay out of their way and support them while we get these fires under control.
Supervisor, thank you again for being with us tonight. How often is information getting to you regarding what's happening just moment by moment?
Well, I'm getting regular updates from LA County Fire Chief, who as I said, is on site. We're also getting updates through Incident Command, through directly to my team. And so as often as they're able to report in, they're reporting out to us.
Yeah, and on this side, it seems very orderly, too. As Pat, you were saying, traffic officers were already on the spot there, kind of flagging people through traffic lights as well. And we're hoping it's going to stay that way. But again, with these evacuation orders, we want people to listen and heed that call, right?
Yes, and I would say move quickly because we know that traffic jams then happen and we don't want people getting stuck as a fire, especially if the fire takes a turn. Right now, we're trying to take advantage of winds dying down, especially because we go back into red flag warning on Monday and we're not sure yet for how long. And we were just in red flag from the beginning of Tuesday till last night. When we go back into potentially similar conditions next week, we just don't. We want to have made some significant progress over these next couple of days. So we really need people's partnership. Listen to these orders and follow them and move quickly.
Indeed.
Okay, I know that's what you wanted people to hear from you, Supervisor. Is there anything else that you would like to impart about what's happening this evening, just in terms of evacuations? Curfews, I'm wondering if that applies to this area now that it's mandatory.
Wherever there's an evacuation order issued in the Palisades area, fire area, that is exactly right. The curfew is in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. It's unfortunate that we even have to talk about that, but we just can't have people who are unauthorized in these areas, and we just can't mess around with that. There's too much on the line, and there are too many people who are working too hard to get these fires under control. And it's not just them being on the front lines. It's their families who are waiting for that phone call after several days, hoping that they've made it through and hoping that they're okay. So there are a lot of people whose hearts are breaking, who are going through exceedingly difficult times, and we want to see them all come out okay.
So since this is considered part of the Palisades Fire, Supervisor, then we can say that, yes, the curfew would then be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. So it's in effect right now.
Wherever there is an evacuation order, yes.
Gotcha.
All right, Supervisor, we want to thank you so much for joining us tonight. We wish you all the best in your efforts. Seems like it's going to be another long night, but we're all in this together. So thank you very much.
All right, now we are hearing about fire impacts to the 405 freeway.
And KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers live at the desk. Mike, you're going to say or tell us that people really do need to get out now because anybody should be ready to leave because you may run into some difficulty now.
Right. Now, the good news is at the moment, there is no closure of the main lines of the 405. So what is closed are the on and off ramps to the 405 in the area, right? So that is going to be the Skirball, and correction, not on ramps. On ramps are still open, just the off ramps, because on ramps would be important for people who are evacuating to be able to jump on the freeway and get out of there. So southbound at the 405, the Skirball off ramp is closed, the Sunset off ramp is closed, and the Getty off ramp is closed. So there are 3 closures there. CHP has been looking at some of the CAT information here. They've had some people trying to get around them to get off and still, get into the area. So CHP will be physically putting personnel on those 3 off ramps to make sure, that nobody is going past those and getting into the fire area because, as the councilwoman mentioned, this is now a curfew area now that it is under a mandatory evacuation zone. So that will be part of it to make sure people are staying out of that area. So again, southbound at the 405, Skirball, Sunset, and Getty, all of those off ramps are now closed by the CHP. The main lines of the 405 are still open and still functioning pretty well. Actually, we're looking at one of our traffic cameras there a minute ago, and then cars are moving freely and flowing just fine over there. I want to show you some video of a really terrifying scene that is happening or just happened up near the Mountain Gate community. An independent photographer sent us in some video that we're going to show to you here in a second of about 100 goats that got loose. You can see the fire looming in the background. The goats somehow got out of their enclosure, and now you see this person, and you'll see a couple of other people that are kind of trying to herd them back into the right area. But you can imagine how kind of concerning and terrifying that is. Left video is from earlier. Right video, as we're watching a water dropping helicopter put water on the flames, there is a live picture from the helicopter. On the left is the video from earlier where up near the Mountain Gate community, you had hundreds of goats apparently get out of their enclosure somehow. It's unclear if they were intentionally originally let out so they could try to evacuate them, or if they somehow were able to get out of the pen and get out. But look, you'll see they're kind of wandering around the street. You can see them using a trailer there to try to get them in, but it's just, it can be a very chaotic situation trying to get out. And look at that. There they go, all running down the street into traffic there. You can imagine they're scared. I'm sure their owner is scared, trying to figure out how to deal with all of this. So Really a mess. This guy was probably trying to evacuate them, and somehow they probably got loose, and here they are now running down the street up there.
Well, you know what? We were just talking about how orderly the evacuation seemed to be going. Yeah, at least with our little four-legged friends. So we're hoping that they are able to corral all of the goats. You wonder if they were there for a reason. I mean, to graze.
Yeah, we've seen that before. Yeah, where they eat up all the dry vegetation. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a little farm up there or exactly what the goats were doing up there, but unfortunately,
it's Mountain Gate, right?
Yeah, the Mountain Gate community is what we were being told. So at least a chunk of them unfortunately got out tonight.
You know, you talked about mandatory evacuations and 405 Sunset. There's that Hotel Angelino there that's right there on the Sunset exit off the 405. I think I was wondering if people would possibly be going there after they were evacuated.
Is that the round one, Pat?
Yeah, that's the tall round building.
And I'm looking at, and I don't, Mike, if we can put my computer in an inset here, the hotel, it's right here, right, Pat?
Yep.
There it is.
So, yeah, that is under the voluntary evacuation. So they're not a mandatory evacuation, but they're just on the edge here. You can see the evacuation zone goes right to the edge of split Sunset Boulevard in half. So right here, they are Hotel Angelino. They are under the voluntary evacuation warning right now, as is the rest of the Getty Center, which is right here, also under a voluntary evacuation right now. And then, further down, these haven't expanded as of this moment, but the VA is right here. UCLA is right there as well. But the fire is mostly pushing to the north. That is the more concern right here as it pushes into these communities. So you've got this other side of the 405 here that's also under the voluntary evacuation, but the new mandatories are the ones that are right in here.
Okay, I mentioned that too. Like if you're traveling and you're wondering, where can we go?
Yeah.
Let's get a room for the night, and that's the closest one. But if you can't take that Sunset Boulevard exit, then
and you would probably want to find a hotel that's a little bit further away, just in case. Last thing you want to do is book a hotel and then have to get evacuated from that hotel.
Evacuate from that hotel.
Yeah, right.
Has happened.
Yeah.
And just imagine, right? No. Yeah, evacuating a hotel, the staff, the guests, that's quite the feat, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we have to do what they have to do.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, well, we've been talking about these red flag warnings. Well, they have expired, but the conditions are still extremely dry.
And a lot of brush out there. And KCAL meteorologist Evelyn Tapp is tracking the conditions near the Palisades Fire. Ev?
Pat Juan, I mean, what a night it's been. And this was really the night that we were really hoping to catch a little bit of a break because the winds finally calmed down. And we thought, okay, we can sort of get a handle on things. Wind isn't really blowing. Well, here's the thing. The wind shifted direction. So we've been talking about this onshore push that's come in. That's why the fire is traveling in a completely different direction. But it's just a short burst of this onshore push before the winds turn around again. So just be mindful that the wind shift will happen again as we move into tomorrow. And I'm going to walk you through really where the winds are headed because we do have a full sort of layout of wind direction of what we can expect as we head into the weekend and next week. I do want to tell you that I connected not too long ago with the National Weather Service and we debriefed for a little bit. And they were saying, yes, indeed, we are looking at fire weather watches that are going to go back up. So yes, those red flag warnings have expired, as you mentioned. And that was really sort of something that we were happy about tonight, but we are now looking at another fire weather watch that basically generally always turns into a red flag warning. It just means that red flag conditions are imminent or happening or will be happening shortly. So again, we are expecting to see those wind watches and on top of that, those fire weather watches turn into red flag warnings this weekend. So the next bout of wind, I'm looking ahead a little bit. I'm going to get to conditions right on the fire line as well, but I'm looking ahead to Saturday night because we're actually expecting the wind to pick up then. So we're going to be back under official red flag conditions, most likely by tomorrow evening through Sunday evening. And that's a traditional Santa Ana event. So that's where we see more impacts in, say, the Santa Clarita Valley, the western San Fernando Valley to the Santa Monica Mountains, which does include Malibu, Simi Valley, Camarillo, Oxnard, and the San Gabriel Mountains. Okay, so these aren't the fire zones right now because when this fire broke out, it was a northerly wind event, which is a little more unique. It actually affected areas that generally are protected from the wind. This is why this has been such a unique event for us here in Southern California. So again, right now, we're
actually not contending with offshore conditions on the fire line at the Palisades Fire right now. We are looking at onshore conditions that stepped up a little bit this evening. They really stepped up along the coastal areas. The onshore winds were really causing the flare-ups because of the shift from the northeast to now this northwest pattern. We're looking at about a northwest to northerly pattern, and that's what's now dominating at the higher elevations. So we're looking at northwesterly winds and northerly winds at the higher elevations. So that is exactly why the fire is traveling to where it is traveling. The lower elevations continuing to see this onshore flow persisting. So yes, the onshore flow is good because it's a cooler wind, but it is sort of throwing a little bit of a wrench tonight because it's bringing the fire a completely different direction, as we've been showing you and as we're showing you right here. I do want to talk about current conditions on the fire line. So we always talk about the recipe for fire. 3 ingredients. It's always temperature, which temperature is doing okay tonight. We've been looking at chilly nights across Southern California. That's the only thing that's been working in our favor, but not enough to really tip the scale whatsoever. We're looking at temperatures along the fire lines tonight in the 50s, between 50 and 58 degrees. Gusts are northwesterly. So remember, these are your onshore gusts, and they're coming in between 5 and 15 miles per hour. That's not that significant. Earlier in the week, we were talking 90 to 100 mile per hour winds. So it is a far departure from where we were. So that is working in our favor, the fact that we're just not looking at exceptionally windy conditions. But remember, on the ridge lines, as the fire picks up, it does create its own weather. And that's where we start to get concerned, especially as it's windy enough to create updraft and downdraft winds. Looks like we did lose the signal there, but I do want to tell you just one more thing. As far as fire conditions go, there we go. It's back, and you'll see relative humidity. You won't see it, but I can tell you that it's between 15 and 25% tonight. Again, not dangerously low. Low, we like it to be a lot higher than that. 25%, we'll take it. 15% low, but we're not in the single digits. So generally speaking, conditions are decent tonight as far as fire weather goes. If we're just looking at the picture holistically, we would say, look, it's not too bad. It's not too windy. It's certainly not warm out there. And it's certainly dry, but it could be drier. So all those things are working in our favor tonight. So we're hoping, of course, that will help us in the firefight. But really, the reason why this is happening, of course, vegetation, the underlying factor of all of it, because there is so much dry brush to burn. But the real reason here is that onshore flow. So that is why the fire is traveling in a completely different direction tonight toward different communities. We have new evacuation orders. A lot of people leaving their homes. Personally, a lot of people reaching out to me, a lot of friends and family, and it's just been devastating. We have all been affected. I mean, really, all of us here in this newsroom, all of you at home in the surrounding areas. So we just have to stay vigilant because here's the thing, as I walk you through the weekend, the winds will get worse. I mean, this is really our lull, believe it or not. We're actually expecting the wind to pick up quite a bit as we head into tomorrow night and Sunday. So that's when those fire weather watches are in effect. They will be converted to red flag warnings and essentially looking at red flag conditions as we head into the week, the work week, if you will. So I want to walk you through just sort of the long-range forecast as we continue to take in the pictures, the live pictures tonight. But I do want to tell you that the wind will pick up a little bit tomorrow night into Sunday afternoon really could get a little breezier. Now, Sunday night into Monday, we get a decrease in winds. So there's going to be another lull. But remember, even in a lull, this is what's happening. And this is sort of the calmest we've been in quite a while. Now, it's Monday night into Wednesday where we're looking at a stronger Santa Ana wind event. Again, it's that more traditional event that doesn't particularly affect these communities per se at a distance. But of course, there is going to be wind for most of us. And while not as intense as the last significant event, rather, it will bring red flag conditions into next week. So officially out of red flag conditions right now, but hopping right back in Saturday into Sunday, and then again hopping out a little bit Sunday into Monday and back into red flag territory as we head into next week, Pat and Juan. So we're going to continue to watch this all. Again, shift in winds tonight, and these are somewhat favorable conditions compared to where we've been. So, even then, we have to continue to stay vigilant. I'll send it back to you.
Indeed. Good words of advice, too. Thank you so much, Ev. We'll get back to you. We want to talk a bit about the controversy that we've already experienced with our officials, our elected officials, Mayor Bass in particular, and the Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. Kristen Crowley was had made some statements saying that, you know, paraphrasing, she didn't have enough in the budget to act for repairs, and they were underfunded. And, you know, Mayor Bass received a lot of criticism because of that. So we want to read a statement that Los Angeles Fire released tonight. It says the Chief Kristen Crowley of the LA City Fire Department met with Mayor Bass. Their foremost priorities continue to be fighting the current wildfires and safeguarding Angelenos. And it is important to note that the fire chief was not dismissed and is in full command of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
That's right. Earlier tonight, Pat, depending on what you were reading, there were rumors that either the mayor had dismissed Crowley or that Crowley had turned in her resignation. Neither of that is true. Apparently, this came about because they missed a joint press conference earlier tonight. But in fact, we're told that they were in a meeting together working on this firefight.
Yeah, and apparently the chief is still the chief, and that's important considering what we are going through right now.
Yeah. Leadership is very important.
Absolutely.
All right, Pat. Well, the Brentwood area is part of these new mandatory evacuations.
And KCAL News reporter Gio Insignares is live in Brentwood with the latest. Hi, Gio. Are you at the same intersection? Yep, Sunset.
Yes, that's right, Pat. Same intersection right now as we are taking a look at everything. And notice that it has significantly died down. So, as we mentioned before, is a good thing, at least from our perspective, because there was a very long line of traffic, not just going up Kenter Ave here on Sunset Boulevard, but also in all other directions. Right now, the traffic has really died down. But just because the traffic has died down doesn't necessarily mean that people aren't on edge or paying close attention. You know, one of the things you notice as you're out here, that there what seems like flecks of ash raining down nearby, but there have been a collection of folks just kind of walking out here. Some have come up to us and said, oh, we were watching your guys' reports and we just wanted to take a look for ourselves as to what was going on. And others had mentioned that, you know, they're just waiting because up Kenter Avenue, that's where the evacuation orders are. And then just on the other side, when you flip the axis, those are the evacuation warnings on the other side of the street. So you have homes that are right here on what is essentially a border, and many are either packing ready to go, packed and went, or are just waiting a little bit longer to see if they do actually need to go. And a little bit later on, we're going to share a conversation with you we had with someone who has been out here taking a look at things, and he's lived in Southern California for, I want to say 70 plus years, he told us. I mean, his entire life. And again, echoing that sentiment that we've heard all along, which is, I've never seen it this bad before. This is as bad as it's ever been and hopefully ever will be. But on that conversation is a specific note that I know we've all been mentioning over the last few days, and something that's really picked up in the last couple of days, really from here up to Altadena to other spots, is that a lot of these neighborhoods, and this includes neighborhoods as well, of that have been dealing with power outages, as we've been also reporting for the last couple of days, is looters, right? And safety of the neighborhood. So even in those scenarios where you have neighborhoods and homes where everything has been wiped out, you have neighborhoods that have wonderfully been spared in some cases, but still, yet you have people coming up to us and telling us that they're concerned about others walking around, scoping out neighborhoods. Scoping was the exact word used by two folks that we talked with tonight, that they said, we noticed some folks who typically aren't around here kind of casing things out, and we have to be on alert, and we're trying to take things into our things into our own accord and try to manage the situation appropriately, because now you have folks that are unfortunately trying to take advantage of what has been a pretty chaotic situation these last few days, and potentially rob or steal from these folks home because they might be evacuated, and now all of a sudden it's an easy target. So we're going to cut that for you. We're going to share that conversation with you a little bit later on and get his perspective on things, because I thought it was rather illuminating, as well as right now the traffic here in Brentwood. Seems like folks have been heeding the evacuation order to get out. Others have been sticking around waiting for their turn, potentially, maybe not, to go as well, but then keeping an eye on the fires, potentially cresting over the hillside and trying to maintain sort of that calm but alertness that they have been keeping track of the entire evening. Guys, for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Gio. Well, the threat of more loss tonight as the Palisades Fire picks up and spreads in a new direction.
KCAL News reporter Lauren Posen is at the evacuation center tonight, the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Recreation Center. Lauren.
Hey guys, sorry, I was just inside there trying to get the latest information on the center here. There are some evacuees, and there I say refugees because I just actually spoke with a family that are from Ukraine. They just came into LA in September, and now they're evacuated here. They live over in Encino, and they got the evacuation alert on their phone, and they packed up as much as they could in a suitcase, and they came over here. Inside the evacuation center, there's a great amount of volunteers. The Red Cross is here, and there's food. There's dog food. People are bringing their dogs in here as well because everyone's evacuating. So I will say, though, the tone inside there, it's pretty somber. People are really nervous. This is really scary. Let's walk a little bit over here. I want to see if I can try to show you some of these flames that we saw earlier, but these trees they're blocking the way. But when we were coming in here, the whole mountainside, I mean, it's just glowing. It almost looks like lava when you're on the freeway and you look up and you see that. It's very scary. But let's go back to the family I spoke with. Take a listen to what they had to say about being evacuated.
Kind of disasters from the war. Here is a new problem is such a big fire, and we've been thinking that it's already done, but we think half an hour ago we received the message that we should evacuate from our building. Most of our people from our building is already evacuated, and others trying to grab their luggage and to get out.
I did that. And I should tell you where I'm at. I'm at the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Recreation Center. The coordinators here told me initially the address was given out wrong to people. So I just want to let you know it's 14201 Hudson. And this is right down the street, actually, from the Galleria. Right now, there's just a small amount of evacuees, but they are anticipating more people to come. I was speaking with one of the coordinators, and she was saying she kind of feels that some people are kind of on that borderline. Should I evacuate? Should I not evacuate? You know, if you have the feeling you probably should evacuate, you should do that. But she says most people are just kind of waiting to see what happens, and this is available for them if they need it. It's here. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much for that, Lauren. Of course, we've heard, if it's mandatory, then you should go. On the phone with us now, we have Orange County Fire Authority spokesperson Paul Holliday. Mr. Holliday, we want to thank you for calling us tonight. Can you tell us what kind of help that you're sending down our way? Mr. Holliday? Okay, well, we're having...
Hello? There he is.
All right, Mike said he's there. Mr. Holliday, are you with us now?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we just... first of all, thank you for joining us, and thank you for the help that you're going to give to us down here in Los Angeles and the county. Tell us what kind of help you're sending our way.
Yeah, so the Orange County Fire Authority, we're part of the mutual aid system, and we have currently 4 strike teams of engines and 1 hand crew that have been on the fire since the beginning. We've also been assisting with our Firehawk helicopters, and that has been redispatched out tonight, along with the QRF, Quick Response Force helicopter, which is one of the 3,000-gallon water-dropping Chinook helicopters. And those are both en route, as we speak, to the back to the Palisades Fire.
So when you say back, did you send some equipment and manpower down here in the beginning, and then we thought things were, pretty manageable? They came back to Orange County, and now they're coming back this way?
Our resources that we sent have been assigned to the Palisades Fire the entire time. They came back to Orange County to rest and refuel today, and now they were just redispatched up to engage in nighttime aerial firefighting tonight.
Is there a time limit as to how long the mutual aid takes place, or is it until the fire goes out? How does that work?
So our resources are committed to the fire as long as they need us.
Okay.
Once we're there helping, our crews will remain in place through the duration as long as they're needed by the incident commanders.
And I know you obviously keep in touch, and if you know all the ins and outs of what's happened over the last few days. Were you kind of surprised about what happened in just the last few hours or so, this new extension of the Palisades Fire?
I'm not really in a place to talk about what's going on now and how the fire has changed or grown. I'm in Orange County. I'm handling our incidents here. That would be more for the people that are assigned to the Palisades Fire to speak to. So I'm not really sure what's changed in the last couple hours from my end. I'm sorry, I'm just not privy to that.
No, but I think maybe what we're asking is perhaps like, even looking from Orange County, looking here, I mean, this is a historical fire, something that's covering incredible amounts of ground. It is so intense. The mutual aid that's coming literally from around the country. Just your thoughts on that I mean, this is something else, really.
Absolutely. This is an unprecedented fire. The Santa Ana winds that we had, they were some of the strongest we've seen in my 20-year career that I've seen. And then, as it slacks back into a more onshore flow, now the wind's blowing the other direction, and the hillsides that weren't affected days ago are now going to be affected because the wind's coming the other direction. So I'm sure that the incident commanders and people running that fire were aware of that, and that they're going to have resources in place to make those tactical decisions. Like I said, I know that Orange County Fire Authority, we have 4 strike teams up there of engine companies, and a hand crew, and our helicopters are there doing nighttime fire drops tonight as well.
All right. Well, we're glad to hear that we have mutual aid here and that you are doing what you can in Orange County to help us here. And we're just hoping that these winds don't shift and there's something that could be blowing back in the other direction to Orange County. You certainly haven't heard anything like that, have you?
No, Orange County, we're a long way from the Palisades Fire, but we're also not naive to the fact that we're still anticipating more Santa Ana winds this weekend.
Yeah.
Our firefighters here in Orange County have stepped up, even with all the support of over 100 firefighters that we have up there, which is almost 10% of our firefighters. We've been able to fully staff our own firefighters, our own fire stations here. We have no open fire stations, and we also still have some strike teams assigned to our county in case something does happen here. So our management teams, our fire chiefs have done a great job of keeping our people here in Orange County safe, and at the same time giving unprecedented amounts of resources to the folks in L.A.
Well, all right. Again, we appreciate that, and we know that the hard work that you all do, no matter where you are, and the amount of time and effort that you put in, and especially in something like this that is so historic, that takes even more time. I know how generally, I mean, you don't get that much time off, especially when it's busy, but this has been extraordinary. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and our firefighters on the ground appreciate that effort, and we're all doing everything we can to support the efforts there.
Yeah, and we appreciate yours. All right, Paul Holliday, thanks so much for being with us.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get back to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk.
And Mike's been mapping this firefighting aircraft attacking these flames right now, and we certainly want to hear more of what they're doing, Mike.
Yeah, and it's really upticked since we first started covering the new evacuations and the increase in the fire activity in this area. I want to come to my computer and you can see all of that. So I want to show you, because the Chinook that we were just talking to, the fire department there, OCFA, is already on scene. This is theirs, and this is the big Chinook, and you can see he's probably going to come in and dip out of the Encino Reservoir here. But just in the last about half hour or so, the number of water dropping helicopters has significantly increased here. We've got Copter 22 from LA County Fire. You've got 1, 2, 3, so 2 Chinooks now. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 water dropping helicopters on this fire right now, which is good news. And then, as OCFA was just telling us, there's another one. This is the Orange County Fire Authority helicopter that is now coming out of Fullerton Airport. So they're just lifting out of Fullerton, and then they'll be on their way up here. The Quick Reaction Force, the QRF, the big Chinooks that we love so much, are here already. They've got another Chinook. That's the one from Van Nuys. And then I had seen a third one that I had mentioned earlier was not from our area. Oh, here it is. He's going back to Camarillo, maybe for at least some fuel, or was relieved by the other Chinook. So there are a lot of airdropping resources on this. As we look at the right side of your screen, those are the live pictures from the chopper, and you can see 2 of them in that one shot right there already. So lots going on here. Hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully that they will be able to, get some kind of handle on this before it pushes even further north. And one more time, I just want to show you the evacuation area too. Mike, if we can come back to my computer, thank you. for the area here, all the way up almost to Ventura Boulevard is where the voluntaries go. The mandatories along Havenhurst there. So we saw some people, from Geo and from Madison that were conducting those evacuations. I also want to show you that video of the goats. Unfortunately, that was a different situation that we were looking up. That was up in the Mountain Gate community where that was happening. There you see them trying to get those goats to a safe place. You see the glow of the hillside in the back. You could just imagine, I mean, that's, one guy that's kind of trying to wrangle all these goats and get them into a trailer here to get them on the way and do different things like that. So it's a really tough situation for everybody involved that is having to deal with all of this. Those fire crews are doing the best they can to kind of keep the flames at bay here. But as you heard Ev say, the wind shifted a little bit, which gave a little bit more life to the fire. Those offshore winds, which has then pushed the fire further to the north, which is what we're seeing right now, unfortunately. So the good news, though, is I'll refresh the page right here, but I don't think the evacuations have changed. I don't think there's any new evacuations other than the ones we've already been discussing, but certainly something to be concerned about as those residents have now had to evacuate. Yeah, nothing new at this point. All of the same evacuations, those voluntary ones down towards the VA and UCLA, and then, of course, the new mandatory ones that are the Mountain Gate community bordering the 405 and then up into the north here as you get closer to Ventura Boulevard, guys.
Incredible, Mike, when you see all those helicopters out there, the coordination it must take to get all those helicopters dipping into the reservoir, dropping water, and just avoiding each other all at the same time.
And I can tell you, and Mike, if you can put my computer back in the inset, I can show you the person that is coordinating all of that. It's this guy, this Sikorsky S-76 here. We'll see if we can get my computer back, but it is the kind of what they call air attack, right? It's the person that our helicopter has to check in with. Here you see him right here flying around. So he is not a water dropping, or they are not a water dropping aircraft. They are one that just does circles. They do evaluations. They help coordinate the massive effort. Look at that. There are 4 helicopters dipping out of the Encina Reservoir all at once right here. The 2 Chinooks and 2 Firehawks that are dipping out of the Encina Reservoir. And then this person in the S-76 is the one coordinating that. And then what I also noticed right here, this is Intel 2-4. Intel 2-4 is the fixed wing aircraft that will come and handle all the mapping. So hopefully we'll be getting an updated acreage and an updated fire footprint. And while that is very interesting for us to see, what it's more critical for is the fire crews. It helps them give that accurate mapping.
Pinpointing where to drop.
Pinpointing where to drop and where's the fire moving. Do we need new evacuations in this place versus this place? So it's really a great bird's eye view for them to be able to get a good, even higher look, because right now the Intel fixed wing is up at 11,000 feet. So he's pretty high up there, and that'll give them a really huge bird's eye view of what's going on up there and help them fight that fire to the most effectively that they can.
Well, I tell you what, looking at our chopper shot, it's just interesting when this started. And over 2 days, we were looking when it started getting into the Santa Monica area, and we're like, wow, looks like all of our coastline to the south is on fire. Yeah. And since it has spread, I mean, it's even bigger. I'm talking about the outline, you know?
Yeah, and that's...
looks like a curve or just like it snakes around.
It does, and if we put my computer back in, I'll show you the actual fire footprint. So let me turn off the evacuations just so you can see it a little bit better. So everything that you see in orange right here is exactly where the fire has burned. So that is the exact footprint, and every time you see kind of the lighter ones up here, these are the newer ones that have been added, but this is exactly where it burned. So it burned all the way through here, all the way over to Malibu, and then of course what we're looking at right here, this is where it is currently burning, and this is what has gotten everybody's attention. And as I mentioned here, you've got all of this topography, and let me see if I can get in a little bit closer and kind of show you. There we go. So you can see these are all the canyons that I keep talking about, that it burns, it gets into these hillsides right here and really just kind of eats away at them. And you can see, it's different when we look at it like overhead, but when you look at it like this, you can kind of see why it's challenging for fire crews when you've got all these different canyons here. And every time the fire gets into one of these canyons, it just runs the hill really quickly. And that's what we are seeing right now with this fire as it continues to push to the north.
Incredible.
Yeah.
It's massive.
It is. It's a really, really large chunk of land, both geography-wise and just in our brains, really, about like Malibu to Encino.
Yes.
Like that's a big chunk of area.
Just imagine how long it takes you to drive from Malibu to Encino. I mean, that's quite the distance.
Considering what they've done, though, to help in mitigating this and to bring, we do have some containment at least, even though now it has extended. Yeah. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, and I think, let me just check the containment number really quick, but I think we were up at, 8%.
Oh, so we're
up a little higher, right?
Yeah, I think it was 6% a little bit earlier.
6 earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, we've been talking about the Getty Center. It is part of the evacuation zone right along the 405 freeway there. Well, the Getty Center sent us this statement saying that the Getty Center is complying with the current evacuation order and is closed with only emergency staff on site.
And evacuation orders are underway for neighborhoods up against the hills in Brentwood. And Christina Fan is near the Skirball Center, very popular where people are worried about that nearby fire. Good evening, Christina.
Good evening, guys. That's right. We're currently standing about half a mile away from the Skirball Cultural Center. Right now, the street behind us is Elvito Drive, and you can see it basically, save a few cars entering and exiting the neighborhood, it is very quiet here, almost like a ghost town. We caught up with one neighbor who appeared to be the last person leaving this block, and he told us that he believes most of his neighbors, save one, have evacuated. And the reason why, I know it's extremely dark here, but the fire is glowing just behind this garage, and a lot of people are worried it's going to come down that mountain ridge right there. Now, one thing that's really interesting is the gentleman we talked to, he lives in this home. He just left with his father. And he says before leaving, he tried wetting down his property. And he says the reason is because he has a lot of friends who unfortunately lost their home to the Palisades fire. And the only two people who were able to save their homes, he said it was because they were able to quickly water their lawn down. So he tried doing the same. I'm actually trying to find the outlet that he went to. We're going to turn this way. So this is where his hose is. And right before leaving, about 30 minutes ago, he turned it on, trying to wet down the property. But he says he believes that the water utility may have upped the water pressure a little too high. So there was this huge jet of water that basically broke his hose, and he had basically a water main break right in front of his house. He finally managed to turn it off, couldn't use it anymore, and so his alternate method was, you can see the leftover bottles of water. They had about 2 of these containers left. And you can see the remnants. He basically opened the bottles of water. He went around his property. He doused. It took him about 30 minutes or so. Then he said, he felt like he really did all he could do. And then he and his father just left a couple seconds ago to go join his wife and I believe their young child at their in-laws' house. So this is just story. So many families. He told us, he thought about staying, but then he saw those images of his friends losing their homes, of people losing their lives, and he truly just did not want to risk it. And that's the story we hear from a lot of people. We still do see a few cars lingering around, but the majority of cars in the neighborhood, I will say, are fire engines and tankers. The majority of them parked right around the corner from us, so we're going to go check on that situation. But for now, reporting live from this area, I'm Christina Fan for KCAL News.
All right, thank you so much, Christine, and we wish everybody out there the best.
Indeed.
Okay, well, the winds have died down for now, but the conditions are still really quite dry, which is what's been fueling this fire.
KCAL meteorologist Evelyn Taft continues tracking the conditions near the Palisades fire. Ev?
Hi, guys. And, we are getting a look at conditions. And if I just told you these conditions without really showing you the pictures, you would say, hey, it's not too bad out there. It's not too warm. It's not too gusty. And it's not as dry as where we've been. But, that doesn't matter. We're still looking at these flames. We have seen a shift in wind direction. We are taking a look at, take a look at this. The water, gosh, wow. You will see that the helicopter's coming in, filling up right now, and we're going to continue to see more water-dropping helicopters, more water-dropping aircraft over the hours to come. I mean, this will continue through the night, and I will say that in confidence because we're not expecting the wind to pick up tonight. This is our lull. And we want it to be calm so we can fly. So, of course, the fire department can fly and continue to perform these water drops because that's really what's going to help in this situation. So winds are between 5 and 15 miles per hour coming out of the northwest. So really not too windy. This is the break. It really is. Temperatures cool in the 50s tonight. Relative humidity rather between 15 and 25%. So it's low, but we're not in the single digits, and we could see recoveries up to 25%. So we'll take it. So conditions, as far as I'm concerned, meteorologically speaking, they're somewhat favorable compared to where we've been. What's not favorable for so many of us is that shift in wind direction, and all of a sudden, we had a completely new line of evacuations because the fire has completely shifted directions. Okay, so that's because this onshore flow really kicked in, and that's what we're looking at tonight. It's been that onshore flow, and that's what's completely shifted the wind direction this evening. So I do want to tell you that that's really what's contributing to the flare-ups, the wind direction, the wind change tonight, the fire direction change, rather. But we are looking at a developing Santa Ana wind event, and that's what's going to intensify as we head into the weekend and as we head into next week. And that event actually will skip as far as the gustiest conditions over the fire zones. So that's good news, but still going to be windy for most of us. And we do have fire weather watches going up tomorrow into Sunday. So we're technically not even under that red flag warning that expired at 6 o'clock this evening. At this point, we're just looking ahead to the next red flag warning. So those fire weather watches could get upgraded to warnings pretty quickly. That certainly is almost a guarantee that we will see red flag conditions as we head into tomorrow and Sunday. And really, it's tomorrow night, Sunday, and Sunday afternoon where we're expecting the wind to pick up. So remember, this is the lull, and we're seeing things pick up tonight even without the wind pushing it, because of course we saw the shift in wind direction, and we've just got the dry vegetation, of course, the fire. So that is all part of it, right? So it's dry vegetation, and the brush is the underlying factor here, and there's a lot to burn. So we've got windy conditions redeveloping this weekend, resurfacing this weekend, and again next week. In fact, we actually have a more significant Santa Ana wind event coming in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We get a break Sunday night into Monday, but looks like Monday night into Wednesday at this point, there's a stronger Santa Ana wind event that can head our direction. Again, that's that more traditional Santa Ana wind event, but we are expecting to see red flag conditions. So let's get back to conditions tonight, because of course it's, like I said, not too windy, not too warm, not too dry. It is dry, but not as dry as where we could be. We're out of the single digits, again, between 15 and 25%. But it does look like the fire will continue to push toward the valley. That's where we are. But of course, the evacuation orders span from Brentwood all the way to Tarzana to Encino. And those evacuation orders have been expanded compared to where we were earlier tonight. So things certainly progressing at this point. I do want to show you that those northeasterly winds will continue to stay with us as we move into the next really matter of days. Right now we are looking at north to northwesterly winds, so that's why of course fire is starting to push a little to the east at the moment. So really, we are looking at sort of a break. We're hoping that we get a little more of a handle on things just because conditions are somewhat favorable at the moment. And by somewhat favorable, again, on the fire lines tonight, we're looking at 15 to 25%. We are looking at gusts between 5 and 15 miles per hour and temperatures, again, in the 50s tonight. So it is not a warm night. It is a somewhat cool night, and we will take it. But again, I'm just setting you up and just sort of reminding you that we are still in this. We're looking at this really next round of winds to come through tomorrow. These won't be your northwesterly winds, so the fire will change directions yet again. It shifted directions tonight because of this onshore wind that we were looking at in the lower elevations, but now we are seeing that onshore wind in the higher elevations as well. So that's why the fire continues to expand and move in the direction that it's been moving. We're going to continue to monitor the trajectory, of course, of the flames, the conditions on the fire lines, and conditions as we move through the weekend and next week. The Santa Ana wind event, guys, lasting at least through Wednesday. Yes, it will be on and off. We will get some respite somewhere in there. But of course, we're going to see more wind than no wind. And again, we've got days to go of these red flag conditions. Pat Wan, back to you.
That explains it, Ev. More wind than no wind. All right, thank you. And the number of firefighting aircraft attacking the Palisades Fire has increased. That's good news.
That is unbelievable, too. And KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers is tracking the aircrafts as they fill up at the reservoir. Quite impressive, Mike.
Yeah, and that's what you're looking at right now, a number of aircraft, and it looks like actually 4 of them are filling out of the Encino Reservoir right there, the Chinooks and the Firehawks. There's 2 Chinooks and 3 Firehawks in that area. Here is with the map overlay of that same area we were just looking at from the chopper. On the right side of the screen is the chopper, the left side is the radar. Here's my concern, you guys, is because we've got all 5 of these aircraft dropping right in the Mandeville Canyon area. You can see they come and they do right on the side of Mandeville Canyon Road. So that tells me that the most active fire on this current situation is Mandeville Canyon, because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 helicopters, and if you look, Every single helicopter takes the same path, and they come in and they make their drops right on the side of Mandeville Canyon Road, which would, of course, be concerning because, as you can see, there are homes here along Mandeville Canyon Road. Here we come. You're going to see all three of these helicopters come in. This is Copter 19, Copter 15, and one of the helitankers, the Chinooks, coming in here. They're going to make their drops right here near Mandeville Canyon and Hollyhock Place. So that is where the current airdrops or water drops, rather, are happening, which makes me concerned that we could be looking at situations where homes are in imminent danger in the Mandeville Canyon area based on where the water dropping helicopters are putting their resources. Now, there are 3 more over here, or 4 more rather, over here. These are the City Fire ones, as well as one of the Colson Sea Kings that are also dropping in this area. So these are the 2 primary areas of concern right now. You've got this area right here where these 4 helicopters are going back and forth, and then you've got these 4 helicopters that are coming right here to the Mandeville Canyon area on Mandeville Canyon Road. So that is certainly something that we are looking at. We are going to work on seeing, and I got to check what the current flight restrictions are to see if we are going to be able to climb on top of the fire to see Mandeville Canyon. It's certainly something we'll look into and see if hopefully we can get there. But, you know, as we were talking to the Orange County Fire Authority, we were looking at one of theirs, and this is their Firehawk that is coming in right now. So we're getting even more air support on this fire. But again, as we watch, all 4 of these helicopters appear to be dropping, Juan and Susie, on the Mandeville Canyon area. And the intensity of them focusing 4 helicopters on one street lets me know that there is probably homes that could be imminently at threat there in Mandeville Canyon, along Mandeville Canyon, because again, they are putting a lot of air resources into one spot, which really lets me know how close the flames are likely getting to the homes in Mandeville Canyon.
And Mike, really depending on where you're looking along the fire line, there are areas where it looks like there's a little smoldering, some embers, and then what you're looking at right there in the middle of your screen, it is intense, it is strong. And it's scary as it's coming up and over the ridge.
It is, and I'm going to switch my map here because I want you guys to see Mandeville Canyon, and I want you to see the intensity of the hills that are in here.
Look at that.
So this is Mandeville Canyon. So you think if we come down here to almost the street level of Mandeville Canyon and you see all of these homes, the white structures, remember, are homes. And look, for example, for this one, these homes back up to these. Oh, that's interesting. Look, it even shows the helicopter here that's right above it. So that is real time right now.
Is that live?
That is live. So this map is live showing these helicopters. So you'll see periodically they'll come through the shot like that one just did right there. And that is one of the helicopters that is fighting this fire. So, but you'll see, my point is, though, is that you'll see here as we go down Mandeville Canyon, how close the homes are right up to the hillside here. There is no wiggle room in Mandeville Canyon for these homes. They back so close. And look, on the right side of your screen, the fire looks like it's about to burn up a transmission line, a power line there. That hopefully has already been de-energized, but that's certainly going to add to the power problems that we are having across the Southern California region as these flames with really tall flame lengths now get very dangerously close to those high transmission power lines.
Yeah, hopefully it's de-energized. Hopefully they've rerouted the power around to other parts of the city so that homes can perhaps still stay powered, at least for the time being.
Absolutely. We want to welcome our viewers to KCAL News at 10. Alongside Juan Fernandez, Mike Rogers at the desk. I'm Susie Sugg. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being with us tonight. A new round of evacuations expanding in the Palisades Fire. We're talking about the area Mandeville Canyon to the west, 405 to the east, the Encino Reservoir to the north, and Sunset Boulevard to the south. And we understand that many parts of the 405 freeway off-ramps are closed tonight alongside Skirball Center Drive, Sunset Boulevard, Getty Center Drive. Those are the areas that we're talking about. So far, the Palisades Fire, we were thinking that the wind was going to die down tonight. This was going to be our lull, according to our meteorologists. But also, according to our meteorologists tonight, they're saying that there has been a shift in the wind direction, certainly changing things up tonight. And we are not out of the woods yet, Juan. Tomorrow, we have a red flag warning in effect once again.
Yeah, and of course, this has been one of those systems where the winds basically fueled the entire Palisades fire that got started earlier this week. A big concern, in fact, in that area of the evacuations is where you can find the Getty Center. And the Getty Center sent us a statement not too long ago saying that they are closed, that only vital personnel is there to just basically, I guess, watch and take care to make sure that the artwork is safe in case the flames should head in that direction. But as Susie was saying, if you're on the 405 freeway, the main lines of traffic, those are still flowing. But Skirball, Sunset, and Getty, those on and off ramps are closed right now.
All right. We have joining with us now Councilwoman Tracy Park on the phone. Hello, Councilwoman. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. Can you tell us about what's going on here and what you want to tell your constituents?
Sure. So I just want to let folks know that we have had eyes on the fire situation in the Mandeville and Sullivan Canyon areas since last night. We have had LAFD and other resources in the area throughout the day. And out of an abundance of caution, we have now expanded the mandatory evacuation orders to cover everything south of Mulholland, north of Sunset, west of the 405 freeway, all the way out to the ocean. We also have some evacuation warnings in effect east of the 405, all the way towards Stone Canyon. We have an incredible amount of resources on the ground working on suppression efforts. Our primary goal is to protect lives and property. I have personally been on the ground working with DOT to secure resources to assist with traffic control to ensure that these evacuations go in a smooth and orderly fashion. I have also been on the ground with LAPD to make sure that we have adequate security resources in the area. And I have been coordinating with LAFD throughout the day and last night to ensure that we have adequate resources in the area to fight this fire.
And we've been seeing that, Council Member Park, especially with the traffic control. We've seen officers there on the ground. The evacuations seem to be very orderly. And also from SkyCal, we're seeing water drop after water drop. So the resources are there, but we know what happened. It's incredible to believe that this is the same fire that started in the Palisades, now coming into the valley. You represent this area that we're looking at right here, and it's one of great concern.
It is. And after the absolute catastrophic devastation that we have experienced in the Palisades over the last 4 days, we are taking every precaution to throw every resource we can at this and to keep people safe. And we don't want to cause unnecessary alarm, but we also want to be very clear. We are not out of the woods yet. This is an active fire. It is a dynamic situation. These winds continue to shift and blow, and our own emergency management department has predicted that we are going to see winds significant like we saw on Tuesday early next week as well. So we have a long ways to go until these fires are contained and they're out and the area can again be safe and accessible. We need everybody in the meantime to follow along with official channels so they can stay aware of the most recent information. And we need everybody to comply with all orders and directives that they are being given by police and fire officials.
You know, we believe that a lot of people, more people perhaps complying tonight because of what they've seen earlier this week, unfortunately. Yep. But Councilwoman, for those who are perhaps saying, you know what, I just want to stay until it just gets closer to my house because I just don't know if my house is going to be safe.
Folks have got to go. These fires are very hot. They move quickly. They're unpredictable sometimes, depending on the wind. It can be a decision between life and death. Pack your critical documents, your medication, your essential items, your pets, whatever loved ones you choose to take with you, and go.
That is the best advice, and we've already seen bodies being found in the rubble in the Palisades and in Malibu, and in the valley as well, where the other fire is burning. So serious, and it's very important that we heed this call to evacuate when we have to. We've gone from voluntary to mandatory, and it's important that we do, right?
Absolutely.
That's right. We don't give these orders lightly. They are given for a reason, and that's to save lives.
And Councilwoman Park, anything else that you want to get out there tonight, your message to your constituents, anything else?
Well, I want folks to know that as the representative for the Brentwood and the Palisades communities, I am on the ground using every resource and tool available to me to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to protect our communities or what's left of them, and to do everything I can to fight here in Los Angeles to make sure that our infrastructure and public safety are top priorities in Los Angeles.
We know it's going to be a long night for you and the folks that you represent in Brentwood and Pacific Palisades. Appreciate all your hard work as we do. Thank you so much for being with us tonight and getting the word out. And we're hoping that the folks heed the call to leave when they have to. Thanks so much.
Stay safe.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
All right, let's get to our Tom Wade. Tom, you're in Brentwood near the Mountain Gate Country Club. Bring us up to date with what's happening there. We see that glow of the fire behind you.
Yeah, Juan, it is once again another night of just flames and worry, concern. Just unbelievable that we're here at this point, right? That we are having to worry about another inferno burning closer and closer. But the good news is there's no wind almost at all up here. We're between Mandeville Canyon and the 405, as you said, in the Mountain Gate Country Club area. And there are homes up here. They're, you know, sort of over the ridge, and the flames and that glow look very ominous, obviously, but the flames are still quite a distance from these homes. But you know, there's still a concern that embers could somehow travel from one spot to another. Once again, the good news, though, not any real wind to speak of. Certainly nothing like we saw Tuesday and in some of the other days this week, where there was much more powerful gusts, even, you know, nothing remotely similar tonight that we saw earlier this week. So that is the good news. But obviously, if you live in one of these homes, if you live in these communities where you can see these flames burning across the hillside the way they are, that is very, very concerning for any number of obvious reasons. And I'm sure there's a lot of people here getting ready to pack a bag and head out just in case, taking precautions if, in fact, there are orders to leave. But it is quite a sight. It just looks like almost like a different planet in a certain sense, because you've got these glowing red hillsides. It looks like a asteroid or a meteor or something, like a rock that's molten rock almost in a way. It's very, very, very surreal, and it's very still out here, very quiet, and it just makes for a very you know, it's surreal, but in all the bad ways, right? I mean, everyone in LA is just exhausted, exasperated, and just tired of smelling smoke and seeing flames. And these fires just continue to move and expand. And, you know, here we go again in a space where there's a lot of homes kind of nearby, nothing right on, from what we can see from this perspective. None of the homes are right on top of these flames. We don't want to freak anyone out or scare people. There's plenty of flame and smoke to alarm everyone on its own, but it certainly is, when you can see the flames from your own home, obviously that's gonna be of concern, and you're gonna want to have a plan in place. There have been water drops. We've seen aircraft since we've been here, but this fire is just burning in such a massive area. It's just huge. The scope is incredible, and it just the job for firefighters is just an almost impossible one. It's possible maybe their strategy is to let some of these flames maybe burn themselves out, burn some of the areas where not necessarily endangering anyone. But of course, the other concern could be that we need to know when. We know that winds are coming. We know that we've been forecasting more intense wind gusts in the forecast in the coming days. So, if these flames are not dealt with, they could be a real potential hazard. Right now, the smoke is sort of rising up and into the sky, and that is a very, very positive sign. But if the forecast models that we've been reporting, come to fruition, that could be a much different story. And so we hope that firefighters are able to get a handle on this as quickly as possible. But again, it's just such a massive area and in terrain that's just almost impossible to access unless you're using aircraft. So that's kind of where we stand in this area right now.
Yeah, we're watching some of those airdrops right now, Tom, as we hear your voice. You mentioned that it feels very quiet there. Do you see any action, any people moving around where you are?
So we're kind of up on a ridge that's, I can see a bunch of homes from where I'm standing, maybe 75 yards away, something like that. I can't see much activity from where I'm standing right now. And then I see there's a bunch of homes directly in front of me, kind of where you're looking right now, I think on your screen.
Right.
So you do see a lot of aircraft up there, a lot of firefighter aircraft. So
what about when you were driving up the hill
sign.
there? When you're driving up there with your photographer, what was that like, Tom? Did you see a lot of cars coming down?
You know, I don't think, Francisco, I didn't see that many cars. Did you? I don't think there was that many cars coming down. It could be that many people left already, Susie. I mean, that's a good question, right? I mean, it does. There's two things about this area that we came in. It's a very wide road, which is good, but there was only really one road from where we were coming in. So if people were to rush out in large numbers, that could be a concern. But there is at least a large escape route, and the flames don't appear to be racing toward us, which is obviously a very good sign. And you know, as we talked about, the winds being much more cooperative tonight, it's a little bit breezy, a little here and there we get a little bit of breeze, but nothing like we've seen in previous days. And so I think right now we're just seeing firefighters kind of attack it from the point where the homes are the closest. That makes the most sense, right? So that's kind of where we're seeing the line of water drops hitting. It appears from the perspective where we are that would be perhaps a way to sort of block the spread of the fire, perhaps creating a line there. But there's such a massive amount of land that is on fire or smoldering right now, and it just gives you chills to think about what this would look like if the winds pick up, because we've seen that day after day this last week, and it is a bone-chilling thought to think about where these embers and flames would go if we have large gusts. This area looks like it is just very, very dry, ripe fuel, and it would be a ferocious burn in a sense, potentially, because this we haven't had any rain, as we've talked about a number of times in so many months, and this would just be ripe to go up very quickly. So hopefully firefighters are able to at least, you know, contain the fire in the sense of stopping its spread in the direction of the homes right now that it's closest to. I'm sure that, you know, they're doing everything they can, and maybe they're letting some of the other areas just burn themselves out because they just can't even get to them, and they're not burning anywhere near homes. But again, if the winds pick up like we expect them to, it is of little consequence that these flames are so far away, because we've seen how wind will carry embers and other flaming debris, and how potentially dangerous that is.
Yeah, let's hope they can advance here and get the upper hand over the next few hours before those winds do pick up, Tom, because like you said, if the winds pick up and that hinders the firefight from the air, just the inferno that would come into the San Fernando Valley would just be just awful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we thought that tonight, again, was going to be that lull in the winds, but it looks like we had a shift in the wind directions that we weren't expecting. And that is what is causing this latest flare-up in the Palisades fire. I want to go to our meteorologist, Danny Roberti, to talk a little bit more about this. Danny?
Yeah, you know, and these fires, they respond so quickly to any shift in the wind, any change in the wind. And even though this is a completely different story than what we were seeing earlier in the week, I mean, we were looking at gusts between 50 to 80, 90 miles per hour. Things are relatively calm compared to what we were seeing that night. I mean, you see where Tom Waite is. It's a completely different story. But yeah, Susie mentioned we're seeing a shift in the wind. So they weakened earlier today, and we were seeing that break, but they've shifted out of the northwest, more of an onshore flow. And even if we're dealing with the winds between 10 to 20 miles per hour, I mean, that's not really strong compared to what we saw earlier in the week. I mean, these fires respond so easily and and so quickly to this. Right now, specifically in that area, Evelyn and I have been keeping a really close eye on our current conditions right there, checking all of our different recording stations. I mean, we're really looking at wind gusts coming from the northwest between 5 to 15 miles per hour. I mean, the other big piece of this, yes, it's the wind, but it's how dry things have been. I mean, we're not seeing any improvement in our relative humidity. Tom mentioned it, the fact that we haven't had any rain. And yeah, that plays a factor in everything that we're seeing out there, the dry vegetation. This is fuel for the fire. So even if we're not seeing those really strong, powerful winds, everything is dry in this area. We had 2 really rainy seasons. We haven't had significant rain since last spring, our driest start to winter. So this is fuel for the fire to help it spread quickly. So we've got some wind out there, and we've got very low relative humidity. And that's why you're seeing this fire continue to grow so quickly, and it being so hard for our firefighters to get a good handle on it. Going into tomorrow, we are going to be seeing another round of the Santa Ana winds. So we're watching everything going on over the next 7 days. So we've got some calm winds going into tonight. Some winds are going to pick up in some areas. They're going to be coming out of the northwest for those typical northwest to north wind corridors. So San Gabriel Mountains north of the Eaton Fire, and then the Santa Monica Mountains is where we could see gusts really between 25 to 40 miles per hour going into tonight. On top of that, low relative humidity. We talked about the red flag warning. We're done with it. It expired tonight at 6 o'clock. But even so, fire danger, it's going to remain elevated here in Southern California until we finally get some rain. That's the fact of the matter, because it is so dry everywhere. So elevated fire conditions continue even without those red flag warnings. That's what makes it difficult. So what we're tracking next, 2 more Santa Ana wind events that are moving in, and I want to prepare everyone for this. Going into tomorrow, we're going to see another burst in the winds. It's going to be Saturday afternoon. I'm tracking those conditions right now. That's what's leading to the fire weather watches. So once we get into the early afternoon, we're going to start to see winds picking up specifically in this area where the Palisades Fire is burning. Very similar to last night. This is a traditional Santa Ana wind event. So we are going to see gusts anywhere from about 20 to 40 miles per hour. Actually, in areas like the San Gabriel Mountains, the Santa Susana Mountains, that's where we could see gusts between 35 to 50 miles per hour. So for the Malibu Palisades area, we're really looking at that 20 to 40 mile per hour range. So that is stronger than what we're seeing right now. Winds coming out of the northeast, it's those drying winds. So this is going to be focused on those Santa Ana wind-prone areas. We are looking at high wind watches, most likely seeing wind advisories for some of our valleys. They're not down right now, but it does look like National Weather Service will issue those. This is Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, going into Sunday morning is when we're going to see that burst in winds. This is nothing like what we saw earlier in the week, but still, this is going to add to the fuel, and this is not something that we want to be dealing with, but it's not as strong as what we saw earlier in the week. So once we get to Sunday late morning, traditional Santa Ana wind fashion, these winds are going to start to die down, and then we're going to get a little bit of a break, a little bit of, a shift in the winds going into Sunday night and early Monday morning. So what we're tracking for early next week, this is looking to be a moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event that starts up Monday night, Tuesday, going into Wednesday. I know this is not the news that we want to hear. We want the rain right now, but we do want to be prepared for this. This is looking on the stronger side. What we're looking at is an ensembles really showing this stronger offshore flow developing once we get into early next week. So what it's looking like right now, LA and Ventura counties look to be in the 40 to 60 mile per hour range, with isolated gusts up to 80 miles per hour through the mountains. The focus for that, it's going to be Monday night going into Tuesday morning. We will see red flag warnings, red flag conditions going into early next week. So the thing is, it's not going to be windy nonstop from this point till then, but there will be periods of these northeasterly winds picking up, but there will be some brief breaks, some lulls in that in the winds between them. So that's what we're going to be watching for. Red flag warnings most likely next week. The focus for this weekend, Saturday afternoon, Saturday night into Sunday morning. Right now we're seeing those winds out of the northwest. It's very dry out there, and that's kind of the big concern, Susie and Juan, right now. is just how dry things are. It's hard because we can't get a break unless we get some of that rain. But thankfully, we're not looking at the winds to the extent they were earlier in the week, but we will see those picking up. So that's what we're watching for very, very closely over the coming days.
All right, Denny, thank you so much. Let's get to our Tom Waite Live. Tom, you're in that Brentwood area near Mountain Gate Country Club, and now there's been an emergency evacuation going on. What's happening?
Yeah, I just heard an announcement being made by, I believe, an LAPD vehicle, an announcement to emergency evacuation. I'm with Max Wiseman, though, and you live pretty close to here, about a mile away, you said?
Absolutely, yeah.
And you said you were evacuated, right?
Yes, we had LAFD that was coming around in the neighborhood, and they were coming through, letting everyone know to get ready to leave. And my father and I have been anticipating this for the past couple of days, and we've had the car packed, so the only thing we'd have to take is the dog, and we're, either headed, out to the desert or up north to try to get away from the city amidst all of this chaos.
I can only imagine what you're going through. I mean, so many people have gone through this too in the last few days, but how are you holding up?
Absolutely. We've been all right. It's definitely frightening, and I'm very happy in the citizens of Los Angeles. It feels as though they've really been coming together during this time, and it's been great to see. I know a couple of my friends and I have been helping out at Community Goods Cafe on Edinburgh and Melrose, and we've been setting up donation drop-offs. So today I spent 6 hours with my friends, Ben Clayman and Ethan Azari at Community Goods Cafe, just accepting drop-offs to go take to these shelters throughout the city, in these evacuation shelters, just trying to help the community and do the most we can in these desperate times.
Yeah, I mean, that's really extraordinary, and thank you for doing that, because it is incredible to see how Angelinos are kind of coming together. You can just feel it when you're driving around right now. But for you guys, I mean, a lot of us have family and friends who've gone through this, but it is so scary to pack your car and not know if your house is going to be there when you come home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have some valuables in our shower, in our stone shower right now, because we don't know if it'll survive, and we put everything in our car right now and just hoping for the best at this point.
It is so haunting hearing, that loudspeaker with, law enforcement saying, evacuate, evacuate, emergency evacuation. It just gives you chills. I'm curious, what was your reaction when you heard the knock at the door?
We've been anticipating it. It wasn't quite the knock on the door, but LAFD driving throughout the neighborhood, right? And I was hosing the house down with my dad, our property, and I'm still wet. It's freezing up here, right? We wanted to try to mitigate the risk as much as possible, and hose down our roof, hose down the hill, hose down our whole property to make sure that at least if embers were to fly over, that they couldn't catch on fire.
It's crazy, just the ash falling on us right now, and then looking out at that, it's just,
right. I mean, it's not very far away from our home. I mean, it's within a mile of this, just northeast of Mulholland. The only thing that's protecting us right now is Mulholland and Sepulveda, and that's not really a lot when you're talking about wind. Thank God it's died down. But it's just great to be prepared.
It is. I mean, and with documents that you took with you, obviously important documents, so maybe photos, things like that.
I left all my clothes.
Yeah.
I took all of my family photos of my grandfather who's recently passed. Those are the only things that you can't recover, right? Clothes are replaceable. Shoes are replaceable, iPads, it's the photos, it's the albums, it's the passports, it's the really important stuff. So our whole car is filled with, just lots of photos and a couple clothes for, a day or two, because it's the photos that really matter. It's the memories that you have with your family that you've made.
Definitely. Our heart goes out to you, and we obviously are pulling for you, and we just hope your house is okay at the end of all this.
Absolutely, yeah. I appreciate it. I mean, fingers crossed, God willing, to whatever God you believe in, that your home is still standing. And for those who haven't, I mean, my heart goes out to every Angelino who's lost their home and who's been displaced by this. It's absolutely heart-wrenching.
Now go get warm.
Yeah,
you got a wet shirt, and it's very cold out here.
Yeah, it is.
Thanks, Max. Really appreciate you. So that Max obviously just taking this in stride as best anyone can here in LA, right? I feel like everyone is becoming a veteran in this right now, because so many of us from one end of Los Angeles to the San Gabriel Valley in the last week, countless people packing their bags, packing their cars, leaving and not knowing what they'll come back to. And how many of us have gone through that this week, right? How many? So many. Or maybe we know somebody who's gone through that, and it just tears your heart open. And we know that so many people don't get to come back to a home, and that just rips you apart too. And so, you know, but there is something, I felt it too. Max was talking about the sort of the spirit or the kindness, maybe the vibe of the Angelinos in the last few days. I could feel it in the road. People just seemed friendly, or people just like, maybe there was a roadblock. People kind of maybe waving someone through, maybe not as aggressive on the road, something like that. There just seemed to be that connection, that atmosphere. I don't know if I was the only one that felt it, but we definitely have to come together, right? Because this isn't ending anytime soon.
Tom, I think you're right. We've really seen the best in people throughout Southern California at the Palisades Fire, over at the Eaton Fire in Altadena. I mean, people coming together, people donating, even donating, you know, for pets, dog food and all sorts of things. So we really are seeing it, Tom. You're not the only one feeling it. And absolutely. I think it's one of these things where you can almost equate it to perhaps 9/11 or the COVID, the pandemic, where we all had to come together because we were all going through it together. And you think it's not going to affect you. The fires in the Palisades, and well, here it is in the San Fernando Valley.
Exactly. We've had colleagues losing their homes.
That's right.
And, you know, we are all affected by this, whether it be through a home or, you know, business or whatever you're having to deal with, you know, your friends, your family, you know, whoever else is involved in these fires. I mean, it is on such a big scale, you know, and I think that is what Tom is talking about. It is on such a big scale that all of us are in some respect feeling it here in Southern California.
There isn't a single person who doesn't know someone affected by it directly or indirectly somehow because of what's going on right now. All right, let's go to Madison Keevy right now. She's in Encino, another area being evacuated tonight. Madison, how does it look there?
Pretty quiet. We're on Havenhurst, just off of Ventura, and this Havenhurst is closed. You can see the street blocked there. It's open though for people to evacuate. Ventura's been moving pretty good here. You know, not any backups. It hasn't been super busy, but you know, relatively quiet for a Friday night. And then to see where we're standing on the corner, of course, there's the Gelsons. They are now closed. They were open earlier, kind of watching the situation here as people were evacuating, going in. We talked to one gentleman who said he was getting batteries. And then you look up towards Havenhurst. That's towards the mountains, where earlier, about a couple of hours ago, the sky was orange and you could really see it. And now they've, you know, of course, worked it back so you don't have that same view in the sky, but you can hear the aerial firefight from where we're standing. And of course, as people were coming through, we were talking to folks that were evacuating. And one gentleman that we spoke to said he's been in his home for 20 years and is hoping that when he comes back, it's still going to be there.
Well, I'm very nervous because, you know, I don't want to lose 19 years of memories and everything in my house, but what can we do, you know? At least we're safe, we're here, and this is the most important, I guess.
When did you decide that you were going to evacuate?
Actually, we decided until the last minute. We got an alert that they said that we need to evacuate right now. So we took it seriously because from our house, it looks really intense. So we were prepared, we were ready. We went to bed last night, 4 a.m., looking the news. We following this map. It tells you exactly where the fire is. So actually, yeah, we haven't slept much. We're just waiting for this moment.
When those mandatory evacuations came down, I mean, Havenhurst here was just a steady line of traffic of people leaving. And we talked to people who, you know, had sort of the same sentiment he did, waiting until the last minute, but also watching over the last few days how things have played out. You know, they wanted to get out and be safe in doing that. And, you know, one woman said, you know, better safe than sorry. She was waiting in the parking lot for her husband, who had walked back up Havenhurst to their home to get a few more items. And, you know, she said what we've heard a few times over the course of covering these fires is she says, we had to make the decision tonight that we didn't know what we would have to make here in Encino, which is what do we put in our car and take with us, and what if that's all that we have left if this fire moves? And so she said it's that question she's watched people talk about on the news, and now to be here and watch how this fire has moved, she said her and her husband just wanted to get out. So there's that sentiment, and it seems like people really heeded those warnings because, like I said, traffic here on Havenhurst has really slowed down.
And Madison, earlier you were showing us Gelson's Market. Is that still open for people?
Gelson's has closed. So they were watching this really closely, and now they've since closed. The doors are locked, the lights are still on, but the employees have gone home. And, the store manager, basically the sentiment was, wanting people to be safe. Of course, this is in that evacuation zone, and they're right here on that corner. And fire trucks and fire engines are going up. So, he said it would be best to do that. In fact, they stayed open just long enough in case people needed some, extra last-minute things before they evacuated.
And those employees most likely had to evacuate themselves.
Sure.
All right, Madison Keeby, thank you so much for bringing that very latest information to us. I want to go to Mike Rogers on the desk here. Mike, the area Madison Keeby's in is actually, she's not far from the Jackson compound, where Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson grew up there, right off of Havenhurst there. So they're also in the line of fire. So I'm going to keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah, and I wanted to give us a second to kind of reset a little bit and let everybody know and show everybody where we're at, what we're talking about. So if we can come to my computer here, or at least put it in an inset so I can kind of show everybody where we're at. So let's look at this right here. And the fire area is what we've been talking about the whole time here. But now we are looking at where everybody is, because I want to give you that perspective. So the chopper that you've been looking at is here up in the San Fernando Valley. And what they're doing is they're north of the fire looking to the south. So when you see that shot right there, that is where they are looking at. So that's the perspective from the chopper. Now, when we just talked to Tom's camera, and we can put his thing in an inset too, is right here. He is standing right off of Mountain. So here's the 405. This is Mountain Gate. This is the Mountain Gate Country Club. And Tom is right here. So when Tom is looking at the flames, he is looking here into the Mandeville Canyon area. That's the shot you're looking at right now. So Tom is standing there looking over the hill. And the Mandeville Canyon area is the area that I've been concerned about, because that is where we've been seeing the most significant water drops. Now, where our other reporter was on the north end of the fire, Madison, she is up here at the end of Havenhurst.
Madison and Havenhurst,
yeah. She's here at Havenhurst and Ventura. So that's where she's at. So all of the things that we were talking to Madison earlier when she said the traffic has calmed down, that is because everybody kind of filtered out of the neighborhood here and went down Havenhurst and went past her where she's at. So that is just kind of the perspective. And the most active part of the fire that we're looking at right now is right here. So this is the area. This is the last mapping that we got. Everything in the orange here. Let me turn off the evacuation so I can show you the fire area a little bit better. So everything in the orange here is where the fire has been burning or confirmed to be burned. But based on where the helicopter activity is and where we're seeing the flame, it looks like it's starting to get into the Mandeville Canyon area right here. And so it has pushed kind of to the north and to the west a little bit, and is burning kind of on this hillside right here, and even up to the north and here. You can see on my screen here, these are live. You have the helicopters that are moving through here, and they're going back to the Encino Reservoir right there, and then we'll see them come out and do another water drop. And as I was telling you guys earlier, one of the reasons that I, and I'm sure fire crews as well, are worried about the Mandeville Canyon area, because when we really get to the street level here, and again, the white buildings, the 3D buildings you see here, are the homes that are in the area, you can see how close they get to the hillsides. There's not much room at all. And as we know, fires love topography. So they love to be able to burn through these areas here. And look, even these homes here are even almost tucked even further in to the canyon right there. So that's why there's a concern here, because you can see just how high up the mountains are and just how little wiggle room the homes in this area have. So that's why, and let me switch to a different map here because I want to show you, this is the water dropping helicopters. And as you can see, they're just making run after run after run right through the Mandeville Canyon area. And on this map, you'll see here the orange lines, that's their past tracks. Oh, yeah. Tom is standing right here. So Tom is right there, And the orange lines that you're seeing here are the drops that the helicopters are making. There's Tom's camera again. Thanks, Vinny. And you can see how close Tom is to those flames. And this is the area that you can see they've constantly been doing these water drops right here in the Mandeville Canyon area. So again, I just wanted to orient everybody about where we're looking at. This is where they're dropping out of the Encino Reservoir, and then the helicopter is looking at the video from right here. That's the helicopter we're looking at, and then they're pointing down into this area to see the fire. So I just wanted to give everybody kind of that perspective about when you're looking at these angles, where they're coming from. Tom is on the east end of the fire. The helicopter's on the north end of the fire. Madison is also on the north end of that neighborhood where we were watching those people come out.
So some good news to report to viewers is, yes, indeed, that the firefight is intense. It's aggressive right now. And unlike the Palisades fire in the Pacific Palisades, there are several roads of escape here. Unlike what happened earlier this week, where there was that one road, people had to abandon their cars and they got stuck. And at least here, there are other arteries where they can make their escape if they have to. So hopefully, if they've evacuated, they've done so already.
Sure, but also a concern tonight, as Mike was talking about those canyons and the Mandeville Canyon right now.
That's
my
scary.
gosh, you and I, Juan, have been out in the field and covered so many wildfires in canyons specifically.
They're
and
the scariest.
It's a V shape, and it's an absolute funnel of wind, and it just channels the wind and creates this effect where it creates a speedier wind, if you will. It goes faster down those canyons. So you can imagine if fire gets into that and the kind of weather that it can create within that own system.
Right, and we're having conversations. I had it with one of our executive producers about trying to get somebody to Mandeville Canyon, and we don't really want to do that because one way in, one way out, and we could get trapped. So, you know, our crew safety is obviously paramount. It's an area we can't really see with the helicopter right now because of the smoke, flight restrictions, and all of that. And it's not somewhere, for safety concerns, after speaking with our executive producer, that we're kind of willing to put a person in that area.
It's not worth it. Yeah.
And we also want to talk about evacuation centers tonight that were set up specifically for these new evacuation orders tonight that came out just before 8 o'clock this evening. And that's, first of all, in Van Nuys, the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Rec Center. That's at 14201 Hudson Street. That's in Sherman Oaks. Again, Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Rec Center. Then the Lanark Rec Center, which is at 21816 Lanark Street in Canoga Park. And the Westwood Center, which might be a little closer for some folks, there's still space there for new arrivals. That has already been set up for the other Palisades fire victims prior to earlier this week. I mean, obviously earlier this week, but there is also space there at the Westwood Center for people who are evacuating tonight. So certainly some good news there that there are 3 different places that are taking in new evacuees, if you will. Our Christina Fan from CBS News New York is live near the Skirball Center tonight, where people are also very concerned about this fire. Christina, what are you seeing tonight?
Well, good evening, guys. We're standing in an empty lot at the very end of Alvito Drive here in Brentwood. And over my left shoulder, you can see the Palisades fire there and a number of aircraft. They have been very busy in the last hour or so. There you go. You just saw it drop. We've seen retardant, water, everything. There have been about 4 or 5 aircraft circling continuously, making those drops. And actually, talking to neighbors, this is a much better sight compared to a few hours ago. A neighbor told us that when the mandatory evacuation order first came down, there was ash raining down in this area. The smoke was so thick it was hard to breathe, but now the air is clear. It's kind of unbelievable how fast conditions can change. And we want to bring in one of those neighbors right now. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us. You live in Brentwood, you work in Brentwood. You were telling us that when the evacuation warnings first came down, you said about, you think 70% of the neighborhood left?
Yeah, approximately 70% of the people did leave. And, you know, they've been watching this. As you can see, the fire's been going on for 3 or 4 days now. And this looks so much better. The helicopters did extreme drops, and they were just dropping like crazy. And it's down. I mean, this is a lot better. And it looks like they've moved their resources over to probably hit the other flank on the Topanga side. This is just a relief. I'm sure the neighbors will be happy when I tell them that their homes are safe and everything like that. It's just wonderful. They're doing a great job.
And Jonathan, can you describe to us just the work they've been doing and a little bit of the lay of the land here and what you've noticed and witnessed the past 2 hours or so?
Well, if everybody knows this area in Los Angeles, this is some of the best hiking trails. As Temescal, this is all above the Palisades. So the fire kept coming up the hill and up the hill and up the hill. And the winds picked up if the fires pick up. So right now there's no wind. This is wonderful. Pray for no more wind. It's actually picking up a little bit as we're talking here. But these are all wonderful hiking trails. They're very hard to access for firemen. It's extremely difficult. They can't bring their trucks in. These are hiking trails that are hard enough just to mountain bike on. So their major flank that they're trying to get is just a little this way to the north. And they're trying to stop it at Mulholland. They've done tons of fire retardant. They've brought excavators in and brought in big dirt barriers. They're working their asses off.
Yeah, I know you said they were doing a great job.
They really are.
And Jonathan, what motivated you to stay?
Well,
I know you said you were a little bit nervous for your neighbors. You wanted to check on their homes for them.
I know I've seen all these fires all my life here, and when the winds die down, you know that it slows down the fire. If the winds pick back up, if the winds pick up to 30 or 40 miles an hour, we probably have 3 or 4 hours before we have to go. I mean, that's what I was thinking. So I made a determination to stay. I have wonderful friends that went and picked up my other cars, so I don't have cars in my garage. I've got all my artwork out of the house.
You're ready. You're prepared.
Oh, I've got a full Escalade full of everything. Yeah, I have 80% of my house emptied. Just this furniture and everything else.
Have just been a surreal week for you and everybody.
I've had no sleep for the last 4 days. You're talking to your other friends that their houses are burned down, and you're talking to them before they burn down, and they're telling you what they need to do, and they're calling you now all the time, and you want to be the best friend and be helpful for them, and not tell them what to do. You want to say, how can I help you? And they're stuck in their houses. I mean, there's people that are older that can't move their stuff. I helped some people pack their cars today. You just help around. People are watering down their homes here. They're trying to get ahead of the game. The fire department is short-staffed, but they're doing the best they can. So, people have to come together and help out, just like in the olden days.
And at the moment, you say you're relieved because it appears to be moving towards the direction of the wilderness.
Yeah, it's heading northwest. Actually, northwest now. If it comes this direction, it would be east. If it comes this way, it would hit more of Mountain Gate, and it would come over the freeway and then head into Bel Air, And there is evacuations now to the 405.
And you were describing to me, like, the air is so clear now. It's hard to imagine. You said maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours ago. It was difficult to breathe here.
Oh, yeah. It was, well, we started getting a little bit of fallout. And that's when you get nervous, is when you start seeing the ash and the smoke coming at you. Then the fire's coming at you. Right now, if you look, there's probably the smoke is going straight up, which is wonderful. That gives the firefighters a chance to fight it and put it out, so it's not burning new kindling and they can put down their fire retardant and everything else they've been doing. I haven't had much sleep in the last 4 days. I kind of crashed out, and people are calling to, yeah.
We'll let you go handle those calls. Thank you so much for being so generous.
Oh, it was such a pleasure meeting you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and we hope it stays safe. It continues to progress this way, and all of your neighbors and your homes and your property.
We pray for everybody and just hope that everything works out okay. And that's all we can do. And
Logan Crystal, yes.
And you live here in the neighborhood?
Yes.
So describe to me what happened tonight.
Basically, this fire just started to come over the ridge slowly, and we thought it was going to be blowing more towards the Encino Valley area, but it's starting to come towards the 405. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. Pretty crazy sight.
It is a really crazy sight. And you were saying, what's your name?
Jasper.
Jasper. And you were...
I was here helping my sister evacuate right here. She told me about prior 30 minutes to this to come help her get everything she could. She left probably about 20 minutes ago. Now I'm just here, 2 friends, checking it out, seeing how much longer we can possibly stay here, but we're going to get out soon.
And your name?
Riley.
And
Riley.
You said you went through the Woolsey fire a few years ago.
Yeah, 4 years back. Now I'm helping. I got a friend here in Beverly Hills. He's got 20 cars. We helped evacuate today, so we've been busy all day helping friends and family.
And tell me what it's been like the last few days. I mean, I know it's sort of the obvious, right? We're all kind of just exhausted and tired of all these fires and all the smoke and everything.
It's felt completely unreal. I mean, the entire time it's just been like apocalypse time. It's unbelievable.
And it's the kind of thing where it just seems like it's not ending.
Yeah, it's when is it going to end? We're all asking. Well,
because like especially tonight, it seemed like tonight was the night where things were supposed to sort of calm down. There wasn't really any wind, but now here we are.
Exactly. We're hoping it's stopping.
Yeah,
we thought
the winds were slowing down, so we thought, it's going to slowly start to calm down, and we saw a little bit of progression on the Palisades Fire and containment, and now it's just this is breaking out over here.
Right, like a whole new front. All right, guys, thank you so much for stopping to talk. I really appreciate it. So we just saw some engines there coming up the road, and this section, the power just went out a few minutes ago, by the way. They cut power, it looked like. All the lights turned off. And then we also heard what I believe to be a law enforcement vehicle driving through the neighborhood, telling people to evacuate. So they are using those water dropping helicopters to hit that mountainside, that ridge over there, potentially, because I can't see exactly how close it is to homes, but from this perspective, it looks like it's fairly close. So they are taking aim at that particular spot. Let's go back to you.
Hey, Tom, does it look like the fire has moved closer to you since we last checked in with you as you were talking to those individuals?
It does, Susie. It does look like it's creeping closer. Again, the good news tonight is that wind isn't really an issue like it has been in other nights, but it does look like it's getting closer, and it did really flare up. There must have been a lot of dry fuel on that particular hillside there because it just went up and it was very bright. But then there were two water dropping helicopters that hit it with 2 drops in succession. So it looks like after that happened, now it's kind of smoldering a little bit, and the flames are not towering as like they were before. It did sort of like erupt there for a second, though. It was just like the fire, it's like it was chewing up some new fuel. So back to you.
Oftentimes we talk about how fires will create their own weather system, and Juan was just referring to that right before we went to Tom. You saw on the right side of your screen there what he referred to as sort of a fire tornado kind of spinning on its own. We want to go to meteorologist Danny Roberti to explain what exactly is happening here, Danny.
Yeah, what you're looking at, it looks very similar to what we call a fire tornado. It's also known as like a fire whirl or a fire devil. And it's typically very rare, but these fires, they get so hot that they can create their own weather. So within that wildfire, the heat is so incredibly intense that the air starts to rise and it starts to pull in the surrounding air, which is kind of creating that spinning vortex that we saw on our screen a little bit earlier. And the particles in there, they're moving faster than on the outside. And that's what causes the air to spin faster and give that look of what looks like a tornado, but a fire-nado. So it kind of looks like a column of fire or a whirlwind that's separate from the flames. And typically these fire-nados, they can be hundreds of feet tall, and they might only last a few minutes, but that is quite just a phenomenon that you're seeing right there, and that just gives you an idea of not just how powerful this wildfire is, but also how hot and how intense it is. Because yes, these wildfires, they can create their own weather. We've seen it in the past where we can almost see these thunderstorms developing from some of these fires because of the hot air rising and these clouds that are created. We see that at times because these fires, they are so incredibly powerful. A fire-nado. Now, what we're noticing right now in this area is a shift in the winds, and that's why we're seeing this fire moving closer to the 405, is because these winds are now shifting from out of the northeast to out of the northwest. Now, earlier today, they did die down. We got a break from the winds, and we're still in the midst of that break, but they're starting to pick up a little bit, and that is expected tonight. Winds out of the northwest about 20 to 40 miles per hour. This is not expected to be incredibly widespread, but we're going to see some of these localized gusts picking up. And in this case, when we're dealing with such a delicate situation with this fire that is moving so quickly, that's in the midst of all this dry brush, any change in the wind is very important, and it's vital. And so what we're seeing tonight is the potential for that as these winds are coming out of the northwest. The red flag warning, it was canceled earlier today. That's because the winds, they weakened rapidly from the last event that we saw last night, but we are expecting another Santa Ana wind event to develop. So let's talk current conditions right now, specifically where the Palisades Fire is burning. We're looking at gusts between 5 to 15 miles per hour. So that's not incredibly strong, nothing like what we saw earlier in the week, but still that is enough to see this fire spread with conditions like this. Relative humidity, it's getting a little bit better. I've been tracking it minute by minute, and we were down in the teens, we were down in the single digits. Now relative humidity in this area is really between 20 to 30%. I mean, don't get me wrong, that is still really, really dry, but at least we're seeing a little bit of improvement right now. This is going to continue into tonight, still dealing with very dry conditions. So up next, we are tracking that next Santa Ana wind event. So I want to prepare folks for this. Conditions are very dry. We have fire weather watches in place going into tomorrow night. We are going to see those conditions where the Palisades Fire is burning right now. This is going to include our mountains, the San Gabriel Mountains. This includes the Santa Monica Mountains, our valleys of LA and Ventura counties. So the San Fernando Valley, Calabasas into Burbank. This is where we are prone to those Santa Ana winds. Gusts are going to pick up tomorrow. It's going to be very similar to what we saw last night. We're going to be seeing gusts between 15 to 30 miles per hour, northeasterly winds, and then gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Localized, though, specifically in the San Gabriel Mountains, the Santa Susana Mountains, the western Santa Monica Mountains, we could see gusts between 50 to 70 miles per hour. The focus for these winds, it's tomorrow afternoon, strengthening Saturday night, and then they'll start to die down again on Sunday. So the timing of the winds are very, very important in this. We'll continue to keep a close eye on it. But you guys, we're not out of the woods even when we see these winds dying down. But hopefully before they pick up tomorrow night, we can get a handle on this.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. Well, the Palisades Fire is spreading in a new direction.
That's right. KCAL News reporter Lauren Posen joining us live tonight from Encino Medical Center, where ambulances are actually lining Ventura Boulevard just in case, ready to go. Right, Lauren?
Wow.
Susie and Juan, that's right. We were actually driving and we saw this and had to stop and see what was going on here. But yes, take a look here. Right outside Encino Hospital Medical Center, there is at least a dozen ambulances here. And they also go a little bit further past that stoplight there too, all on standby just in case this hospital needs to evacuate so the patients will remain safe. It's too hard to show you because there's so many buildings here, but you know, when we're driving, we could see the glow of the fire. It's not as intense as when we first saw it about 45 minutes ago, an hour ago, but you can definitely still see the glow. I also hear helicopters too from where we are as well. Also from where we are, we had just come from the evacuation center over in Sherman Oaks. It's about a 10-minute drive from here, and as we were there, families were just starting to arrive. The center was getting ready with all the cots for everybody who needs them. People were bringing their dogs in as well, who, you know, they evacuated everybody, and so you bring your pets with you too, right? And we also spoke with a family. They're refugees from Ukraine. They just moved to Los Angeles back in September, and now they're being evacuated because of the Palisades Fire. Take a listen to what else they had to tell us. Oh, okay, we don't have that sound for you, but we'll get that for you on the next round. But they were just saying, you know, we basically left the war zone, and this is just bringing back a lot of traumatic memories for them seeing these fires, well, this big fire, and having it, you know, so close to where they live. I can tell you, too, being at the evacuation center, you know, people were slowly trickling in, but I saw this one woman, she had at least like 8 carriers with her of her animals. So people are very, they're nervous. They were sitting in that center, they're very nervous. They don't know what to expect. They don't know if their house is going to be, if they're going to have a house to come back to. It's a very scary situation. And, you know, also, too, seeing something like this, you know, we're not used to this. It's a little, it makes you nervous. Hopefully everyone's going to be okay. They won't have to be evacuated. It's very good that the ambulances are here in that event, but it's still scary to see. You know, we don't see this every day. Juan and Susie, we'll send it back to you.
Being a patient in the hospital, right, who's being told, hey, this is happening, you may need to evacuate. And Lauren, it is crazy to see ambulances lining both sides of the street there right outside the hospital. just in case,
But
right?
also good to know that they are ready to go, because, I mean, you can imagine, you know, what had happened the other night in Altadena, as we were talking about those senior centers that just had to evacuate immediately about a block away from where they were, where they ended up in a parking lot of 7-Eleven. But certainly a better situation out there. Lauren Posen live tonight from Encino. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, we want to bring in our Mike Rogers. Thank you, Lauren. We want to bring in our Mike Rogers now with some new information from the desk. Mike?
Yeah, you know, I was having a conversation while Lauren was getting her live shot into position and getting some of the video of those ambulances. I was having a conversation with the person that runs the kind of the nursing counter there at Encino Medical Center, and she said, look, I got to be ready. I have to be ready to get my patients out of here. I'm answering phone calls from concerned loved ones. We're doing a lot of the work, and we did talk about what happened, unfortunately, the other night in the Eaton Fire when all that broke out. And I can't tell what camera this is. This is from one of the helicopter shots. Okay, so you can see it burning up on the ridge line there. And again, that's the helicopter that is currently actually all the way over at the 405 and the Sepulveda Basin. So they're looking at that from that angle as this fire continues to burn up in that area and continues to push forward here. I want to ask whoever's in the control room, I think it's Mike Parrott now, if we can look at my computer here for a second, because I want to show everybody the current water dropping situation. We have now 3 Chinooks have arrived here tonight to try to do their best on this fire. And again, they are focusing on the Mandeville Canyon area. And I just want to give, again, everybody some perspective. Tom Waite, which we have seen his really incredible pictures from the Mountain Gate community. Tom Waite is standing right here. So Tom Waite is right there at the end of Mountain Gate Drive, and then this is Mandeville Canyon. So you're going to watch, and you'll see each one of these helicopters, these Chinooks now, are going to come in here. Let me see if I can make the screen a little bit bigger for you. They're going to come in here, and they're going to do these water drops right along Mandeville Canyon Road, and that is where the concern seems to be, right along that ridge. And I think that is Tom's shot that we are looking at right now, or maybe it's still from the helicopter. But right along the ridge here of Mandeville Canyon Road is where they are doing these water drops. This is Tom's camera. Look, just right on cue. There's one of them dropping all that water right on the ridge line, right off the side of the Mandeville Canyon area. And I believe that may have been from LA County Fire Copter 15. But you got the Chinooks that are coming in here as well. Those are those dual rotor helicopters that just carry so much water in them and can do such a tremendous job dropping all of that water into the Mandeville Canyon area. And here comes another one right there. And there we go. That's what we want to see. We want to see all of those good solid water drops. And look, you saw right on the right side of the screen, there was that big kind of flare right there that drop took care of, which is great to see. Hopefully we'll continue to see those throughout the night. And again, as we've been saying, such a different situation tonight with the fire compared to where we were on Tuesday night with the inability to have those water dropping helicopters. And here comes another one in Tom's shot as well. And it's just this train, right? As we sit here and watch this, it is just one after another, which is really what they need to get in here and knock out some of these hot spots so that they can prevent it from spreading. But look, you still have some very tall flame lengths here as we look at this chopper, this shot from the chopper. There's one of the Chinooks flying right through it. So we've got our 2 usual quick reaction forces, and then we've got one that I am not really entirely sure what base it came from, but it's not from any of ours. It may have been from one of the Northern California ones. The Orange County one is here. Ours is here from Van Nuys Airport. And then there's a third one from out of town that I'm trying to figure out where that one came from. But I think it came from Santa Barbara County, maybe. So I'll continue to look into that, guys.
Well, at any point, we're glad wherever
Exactly.
it came from at this point.
Welcome sight.
Absolutely. And if you're joining us, just joining us here at 11 o'clock, breaking news, the Palisades Fire exploding again tonight. It's threatening more of the west side, and now it's threatening the valley.
Well, another panicked rush to get out tonight in another part of LA County. New mandatory evacuation orders issued tonight, and that was just before the 8 o'clock hour. Well, after a day of calmer winds, we thought firefighters and all of us were going to get a break from the fires tonight.
Well, instead, the Palisades Fire is on the move, and many more people are having to move out of the way of the flames. And Mike Rogers, you have the latest information for us. You just told us about the firefighting efforts there. We saw some water drops, which made us pretty happy.
Yeah, it's really nice to see, and we'll have you. I'll have them ask if I can show Mike my computer in an inset or at least some way to show the viewers. But I want to give everybody kind of a reset of where we are looking at here with the current fire situation in the Palisades Fire, as we've been talking about since really late 7, early 8 o'clock hour tonight is when it really started to push to the north. So what you're looking at here, the red and the yellow, those are the those are the mandatory and voluntary evacuations. So the new ones that got added were right here in the Encino community. This is the 405 freeway. All of the yellow here is all of the voluntary evacuations that got added tonight. That includes the Getty Center. That includes that hotel that's at the bottom of the 405 right off Sunset. Angelino, thank you, Pat. And it includes the Encino Reservoir as well. And all of that work has been done. Now, what you're seeing in the orange, I'm going to turn off the evacuations for just a second, because what you're seeing right here with this orange is where the fire was last mapped. And I have to tell you, at this point, that map is a little bit old. It's been a couple hours since they've remapped it. So you're seeing this here, but really what is happening is the fire has started to push just to the west, or to the east rather, into the Mandeville Canyon area. So the camera that we've been looking at from Tom Waite is right here, and the fire is burning along this ridge line and into Mandeville Canyon. Obviously that is a concern, because lining Mandeville Canyon right here is a ton of homes. And that is what the firefighters are concerned with. They're also so concerned because we know that fire loves topography. And I want to come in here to a street level, and I want to show you the topography in Mandeville Canyon, because as you look at it, you can see how the homes butt right up against the hillside here, and really not a lot of wiggle room, especially if you're looking at some of the homes that are even into this area here that even are tucked even further into the canyon. So lots of homes. Unfortunately, Mandeville Canyon, was also scared by the Skirball fire. It burned on the other side of the 405, but you can see all of the homes. And again, everything in white here is where there are structures or buildings. Tom Waite right here off of this street. That's where he's been talking. He pulled into this empty lot right here. That's where he's been talking to folks. So that's where we've been looking at that. And then you've got the fire that is still pushing to the north. Encino, the Encino area, this neighborhood is what was under evacuation. So that is what we're looking at. I'll show you the aerial firefight that is going on right now with an incredible amount of air power happening in the sky tonight, including these three Chinooks. This is the one from Orange County. This is ours. That's at Van Nuys. And then this is Copter 15 from LA County Fire, along with Copter 22. I wanted to address something. I got a couple of calls here, or with the emails about why we aren't using the Super Scoopers. And I wanted to reiterate, we haven't talked about that in a while. Those fixed-wing aircraft are not able to be used at night because of the darkness, because of the just the precision that they have to be able to drop retardant and drop water out of a fixed-wing aircraft. They need to be able to see the ground. It's not safe for them to get that low against the mountainside. So when we get those questions, I just wanted to reiterate that, well, first of all, one of the Super Scoopers is still grounded after he got hit by a drone that was being flown in the Palisades yesterday. But the other one and the fixed-wing assets unavailable to us at night for safety concerns. That's why we've got these water-dropping helicopters that can hover and do a little bit more precision stuff. The pilots up there wearing night vision goggles as well, so that they can see all of the terrain, guys.
And the difference too, and I'm just going to add, because people have been, they email and, well, why aren't they getting the water out of the ocean? Well, that's the Super Scoopers.
Can do that.
The fixed wing can do that, but they can't fly at night.
Right. And they're the only ones. The other equipment, they have concern about the salt water that damages the firefighting equipment. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Right. Thank you so much, Mike. And Mike was just talking about the helicopters dropping all that water, and it's such a welcome sight tonight, because that's certainly what we want to see to get this fire under control and cut those lines and make sure we stop the spread. Let's go live now on the ground to our Tom Waite, who has been on the ground and showing us also those helicopter drops from his vantage point. Tom?
And Susie and Pat, one of those drops is about to happen. I'm going to move out of the way very quickly here so you can see it. These incredible images brought to you by Francisco Alvarez, one of our incredible photojournalists here, and just absolutely dramatic. These drops, they've been pounding this hillside here, trying to knock down a big patch of flames that erupted, basically just blasting out of into the sky. I mean, whatever dry fuel was there, the fire just ate it up, and it really just kind of, the flames just shot up completely in a way that was very, very intense. And there are homes, I can't tell how close they are from where I'm standing. It's kind of hard to see just exactly the distance, but close enough that clearly fire officials are concerned that they are sending these Chinooks in. As Mike said, it was incredible. Mike described exactly as it was happening in real time. He pinpointed the drops, and it just as he was talking about, I was watching them come through, and it really just incredible to see in succession devastation, one after another, just coming through and in such a way that's just been very effective. They have really stopped the spread of that patch of flames in this particular spot. Of course, so the problem is the scope of this thing is insane. I was looking at the aerial images before we arrived here, and the job the firefighters have is just, you can't wrap your mind around it. It's just such a massive scope and massive stretch of land and hillside. It's obviously incredibly difficult terrain, not really accessible at all, pretty much by ground, so they have to rely on the air power here to get these flames out and hopefully do it as quickly and as thoroughly as they can before we see the potential of wind gusts coming back. Power just went out a short time ago in the area. I don't know if you can see those engines there parked against the homes there on the edge of the cliff here, or the edge of the hillside. That is where I'm sorry, I have to stand back because we're hearing some emergency tone, which we do not play over the air. So anyway, we're seeing some of those choppers just kind of coming through one after another. We did speak with a young man here who was telling us about his dad, and they don't live too far from where we are. We're between the 405 and Mandeville Canyon. He was telling us about how they had to evacuate just a short time ago.
LAFD that was coming around in the neighborhood, and they were coming through letting everyone know to get ready to leave. And my father and I have been anticipating this for the past couple of days, and we've had the car packed, so the only thing we'd have to take is the dog, and we're either headed out to the desert or up north to try to get away from the city amidst all of this chaos. A lot of us have family and friends who've gone through this, but it is so scary to pack your car and not know if your house is going to be there when you come home. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have some valuables in our shower, in our stone shower right now, because we don't know if it'll survive, and we put everything in our car right now and just hoping for the best at this point.
It is so haunting hearing, that loudspeaker with, law enforcement saying, evacuate, evacuate, emergency evacuation. It just gives you chills. I'm curious, what was your reaction when you heard the knock at the door? We've been anticipating it. It wasn't quite the knock on the door, but LAFD driving throughout the neighborhood, right? And I was hosing the house down with my dad, our property, and I'm still wet. It's freezing up here, right? We wanted to try to mitigate the risk as much as possible, and hose down our roof, hose down the hill, hose down our whole property to make sure that at least if embers were to fly over, that they couldn't catch on fire. Yeah, I mean, you hear these stories, and they may sound similar, but each one is so intense because it's so personal, right? Everyone has their own reaction to this. People who have never gone through this, maybe people who have. It doesn't get easier when someone says you got to leave your home right now and you have very little time to do it, and we don't know what you're going to come back to. And we've just heard that countless times this past week. And our hearts go out to everyone. Let's see. It looks like another water drop coming here. They've got more ground units here as well, so that's good. I'm sure that's heartening for residents of this area to see more engines and even more ground units here. But the air support is really what's keeping this under control. But those flames do look close, but the relentless attack from the sky is really making the difference here from this perspective. That whole patch that was just blazing with fire a few minutes ago is now kind of looks like if there's a fire in your fireplace and the wood burns out, it kind of looks like that feeling when the barbecue burns out, those old school barbecues. That's kind of what it looks like now with the water drops. It's just really incredible how effective they are, and really gives you a sense of what wish we could have had on Tuesday night when the winds were so strong and so powerful that it really just didn't allow firefighters to have that kind of support up in the sky.
You're so right about that, Tom, and sometimes it does take the perspective of our reporters, to kind of give us a view, if you will, a visual of what's been happening, and just the fact that you said, well, now it's not as smoky, or we see some of those patches of fire that are no longer there, then that's a good sign. So we thank you for being our man on the street, as it were.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
okay.
Pat.
And stay safe out there, Tom.
And Tom, of course.
Thank you both, Pat and Susie.
You're welcome. He was an evacuee as well as you, as well as me,
Sure.
and Mike as well. But, you know, we're going to talk to our Lauren Posen now. We had been talking about some of the hospitals that are in the area that is part of the evacuation on Ventura Boulevard in particular and Encino. And I see that's where you are now, Lauren, and I see a lot of flashing red lights there. So they seem to be preparing.
They are ready to go, Pat, if they need to. This hospital here, the Encino Medical Center, they have all these ambulances on standby. They're on both sides of the street. And actually, Pat, when we were driving through, we saw them behind us, and so we pulled over and we had to see where they were going. And they stopped here, and that's when we found out that they're just here on standby just in case the hospital needs to be evacuated. You know, a couple nights ago, you remember, some folks had to be evacuated. Forgive me, I can't remember exactly where it was, but we had those images of the people in the parking lot, and they want to avoid that here. That's why the ambulances are here. They are ready for the patients. And you got to think for these patients here that are in the hospital, I suppose it's a relief because they know that they're going to get out of here, quickly and safely, but also kind of scary, too, knowing that they might have to evacuate. And speaking of evacuating, we're just about 10 minutes away from the evacuation center that's in place over at the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Recreation Center. It's over on Hudson Street, right basically down the street from the Galleria. And we were there earlier tonight as they were getting set up and some evacuees were coming in. We saw so many people with their animals, we saw this little girl, she had her favorite stuffed animal with her. People are very scared. The good thing is they're taking these warnings and issues to evacuate very seriously. But that doesn't make this any easier for them. And we ended up speaking with this family that they're actually refugees from Ukraine. And they just can't believe this because they said, we left one war zone and seeing this fire is just bringing back a lot of memories for them from their time during the war in Ukraine. Take a listen to what else the dad had to tell us.
Kind of disasters from the war. Here is a new problem is such a big fire, and we've been thinking that it's already done, but we think half an hour ago we received the message that we should evacuate from our building. Most of our people from our building is already evacuated, and others trying to grab their luggage and to get out.
I hear a helicopter coming. I hear this helicopter coming. I'm not sure where it's going to come over us or not, but I did want to point out that there's absolutely little to no wind here. That's why, let's see here. Where'd it go? I really would love to show you if we can show you, but these buildings are in our way. I'm assuming by the sound of the helicopter, it might be one of the firefighters. Oh, there it goes right above us there. Oh yeah, that looks like one of the firefighting helicopters going right over us. I'm sure Mike will probably confirm with me on that or tell us exactly what that helicopter was. But again, there's no wind here, so that's a very good thing. A different feeling than what we've had the last couple of days. Also, we were coming in from Altadena over by the Eaton Fire before we came down to the valley here. The air is much different here than it is over in Altadena. It's breathable here. It was very difficult to breathe up by the Eaton Fire there. So hopefully the conditions will stay relatively calm, at least in this area here. The hospital, they are ready to go if they need to and transport the patients. And the evacuation center is there for anybody who needs it. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much. I want to bring Mike Rogers in from the desk now. Mike, we've been seeing a lot of these helicopters dropping water tonight. What are we looking at right here?
Yeah, so first of all, the one that flew over Lauren is headed back to Van Nuys to get some fuel, so that's where that one was going. This one is filling out of the Encino Reservoir, where is very conveniently located for these helicopters. They've been dipping in and out of that all night. All three of the Chinooks that were on the fire, it looks like two of them went for fuel, but the three Chinooks that were on the fire and the Firehawks that are there as well have been dipping out of that all night. They've also there's also a helispot that they've got over off Topanga Canyon to the more to the west for the other half of the fire, because what we've been looking at is they've got a bunch of fire aircraft on this and they've kind of split them. So 4 of them have been focusing on kind of the Mandeville Canyon area and the eastern flank of the fire where Tom is. And then the other 4 have been on the northwest corner of the fire, more towards Topanga Canyon. So that's how they're splitting up tonight. The city fire helicopters have been more over there. They've been using the Chinooks and a couple of the county fire ones on the eastern edge of the fire where Tom was and where that big concern is in the Mandeville Canyon area. So it does look like they're getting some decent work done on this for sure. As you saw in Tom's shot too, when they'd come in, and so much water, and it really just kind of knocks out those massive towering flames. So that's what they really want, and it is because the fire is kind of burning, back down the hill there as it approaches the north side of the Santa Monica Mountains.
All right, well, we'd love to see this firefight and wanted to continue, of course. Yeah. We do have our Gio Insignares, who is also at one of the mandatory evacuation actually where they are being evacuated. You're at Mandeville Canyon Road in Brentwood, right, Gio?
That's right, Pat. Good evening to you. Yeah, earlier we were talking about being right here on Sunset Boulevard and Kern Avenue. That's about half a mile, give or take, right up the road here. So we came down here because initially in this area we tried to get past earlier, but we want to say that officers have really sealed this off only to emergency personnel and obviously anybody else who was evacuating. Just a couple of minutes ago, there was about 5, if not 6, at least a handful of CAL FIRE engines that just exited the area, and not sure exactly where they were headed to, but they were coming down this road here. Still, that does not mean there's no shortage of response at this intersection. You notice officers here, officers to our left as well. And Joe, when you get the chance, feel free to pan to your left as well. That way we can show the further engines that are just down here on the road as well. So you have a significant presence here in the area, on top of the fact that, as we've been mentioning throughout the evening so far, you have a lot of people that are established on a rather interesting access, because to our north, up this road here on Mandeville Canyon Road and up on Kern Avenue just down the street, all of those are under evacuation orders. So people we've seen throughout the night have been getting in their cars and going. But if you just turn it around to the south of us, you have these neighborhoods that are just a block away, not even a stone's throw away, that are on evacuation warnings, and they're on edge the entire night. And we've been talking to them, and they've been saying we're ready to go. In some cases, they've already evacuated and came back, only to now be told, oh, we might have to do this all over again. So in particular, one that we talked to, we're going to give you his sound in just a second, was mentioning a separate issue that has been brought up, not just tonight, but in previous nights as well, which is with these evacuation orders, warnings, and people coming and going, there's been a lot of concern from folks we've been talking to about looting and the potential for looting, and seeing people that they've described to us as not ones that they've typically seen around, and now their safety has been heightened because they're concerned about that. Listen to what this one man had to say about what he's doing in order to prepare himself for even the possibility of something like that happening.
Well, they were here. I came walking out. I got a 12-gauge shotgun with a pistol grip and a short barrel. And I came out, stood in the front yard, and I looked at him. I let him know, you want to try, go ahead.
It feels crazy to think that that's something else on top of all the chaos we're already dealing with, that you have to be thinking about that too.
Yeah, I got a sign in my window that says, beware of dogs only.
That was Joe, who was telling us he's lived here for close to a decade, but in Southern California for his entire life, and that has been echoed by so many people we've been talking to over the last few days. This is the craziest it's ever been. Never seen anything like this before, and he's in one of those evacuation warning zones. He's right on edge, waiting to see if he's got to go. He'll do it. They've done it before. They said they'll do it again, and just one of many people we've talked to throughout the evening that are obviously scared, understandably scared, worried that something might go wrong, but you're hoping, and it sounds like that firefight is at least progressing to some degree. We've been trying to get a better view of the fire from our perspective down here in Brentwood. It hasn't been something that's been very easy to find. At most, we've seen a glow over on the horizon there, so at least not being able to see it is certainly a good thing, at least from our perspective. But I see the hints of a glow off beyond hiding in the trees. So Pat, as I send it back to you guys in the studio, that's something that, as we paint the bigger picture, at least that's, it keeps shifting back and forth in terms of the feelings of everybody who's living right here on this edge.
You know what, Gio, you're so right about that. And as soon as we hear that fire is spread to the Santa Monica Mountains, then that really gets your radar going. Sure. And people pay a lot more attention because that valley, I mean, you've got from all fronts.
It can go in so many different directions. Yes.
Oh, absolutely. So thank you for that. And, you know, we've been talking about Tom Waite and his vantage point where he is and the pictures that are behind him.
That's right. Let's go back to Tom now. Tom, looks like the fire's flared up behind you.
It does look like the flames are inching closer. You know, again, it's really hard to tell, but if I had, I mean, I can see them more vividly and more. They're coming much more into focus from where I'm standing, which obviously is a huge concern. But the firefighters are also pretty relentless right now, and they are, as Mike described, using those Chinooks just one after another. It's like watching when you know if you're close enough to LAX and you see airplanes coming in for a landing. It's kind of like that right now, where like you can see sometimes in the sky one after another. That's kind of how it looks right now with the helicopters. One after another, they're just blasting this fire. So while it is concerning, it does appear that that firefighters are on top of this, and they are just taking direct aim at it, and they are not stopping. It's just a continuous flow of water drops, and as Mike was saying, you know, it's very effective. You see the sort of smoldering ash that's left after it. It looks kind of like almost like science fiction, right? Like almost like lava in a way, because it's just kind of these glowing
embers.
You know, glowing debris, glowing brush. Yeah, embers, exactly. Thanks, Pat. But they hit those. Yeah, it's exactly that. The ember, and those embers, as Pat just said, like that really is the big worry when you have wind, right? Because that's when a few of these little embers will blow and gust away, and maybe one tucks itself inside a little duct inside an attic and just sits there for who knows how long, and then all of a sudden it just smolders and then it tears apart a home. It's just so insidious the way it happens, because it happens when you turn your back for a second, or you know, you just don't see it. It's absolutely a sinister thing, and that's what is so concerning about the potential of more wind when you have so much debris that is smoldering right now. So, you know, we're just hoping firefighters are doing all they can, right? They're hitting this thing with all they got, and they've got ground units here as well. So this is very much on their radar, and they are not giving up in any way.
You know what, Tom? I have visions of you Tuesday night, which was very, very different. Those whipping winds. So many times you had to turn your back. We were scared because several times you had to move because the embers were so close. So since we are really depending on your vision where you are, it looks like a different story. I mean, you could see those embers, but do you feel them where you are? I mean, can you see them actually in front of you, or is that a different perspective?
Well, no, Pat, first of all, you absolutely nailed it in terms of the wind factor. I mean, like the way you're describing it, the smoke is rising up, right? Like Tuesday night, it was swirling, blowing, whipping. It was manic. It was horrible. It was the worst I've ever seen. I have never experienced, and I grew up in Southern California. I've covered fires here now with the station for more than a decade. There's nothing that was like that. It was relentless. It was not unending. And right now, we just have very little wind, thank goodness. So it is burning, and that fuel over there obviously is pretty fresh fuel for the fire, right? It looks like it's going up pretty quickly, but it's not racing forward the way that we saw the fires doing on Tuesday night, right? So that is a really good thing, and it seems like firefighters are really taking advantage of these conditions and just, you know, one after another hitting this from the sky, from the air.
I mean, thank goodness they can, Tom, tonight, because they have the ability to do so, because the winds have calmed down, as meteorologist Danny Roberti has been talking about all night to us. Danny, if we can bring you in and to tell us about what the conditions will be like overnight. I know this was supposed to be that lull for firefighters, but it looks like the winds, they changed directions.
Yeah, they definitely did. So we're not dealing with those northeasterly winds, but my goodness, what a different picture, as you guys were saying, compared to where Tom was earlier in the week. I mean, we were seeing these whipping, intense really scary, powerful winds out there. Gusts between 40 to 80, even 90 miles per hour. Now, that's not what we're seeing right now. But with these fires, there's a couple different factors. Any little shift in the wind, any little change. I mean, these fires respond to that very quickly. So we're not dealing with those northeasterly winds. They're coming out of the northwest. We're seeing more of that onshore flow right now. That's why the fire is moving in the direction that it is. But the thing is, this is our break right now from the winds. We're not dealing with the red flag warnings. We're not dealing with the wind advisories. Still a light wind out there, and that is enough to keep this fire moving. On top of that, you look out there, I mean, look how dry everything is. That's a big factor in this. So I want to talk about a couple different things. Winds are not incredibly powerful right now. Specifically in this area, I've been tracking and keeping a close eye on all of our different recording stations. We're going to see anywhere from gusts between 5 to 15 miles per hour. Again, this is nothing compared to what we saw earlier in the week. Relative humidity, I've noticed over the last hour to hour and a half, it's looking a little bit better. We were in the single digits and the teens. It was very, very dry out there. Right now, it's anywhere from 20 to 30%. I mean, that is still really dry, but things are improving just a little bit. Winds are going to stay like this going into tonight. We're going to see periods of gusts between 20 to 40 miles per hour, specifically for wind-prone areas. This is one of those areas. No wind advisories, though. They're going to be very localized. They're not widespread. Again, this is our break and this is our moment. And it's nice that we're able to see our aircraft up there doing these drops right now, because we were not able to see that earlier in the week when we were seeing those incredibly high winds. Now, going into tomorrow, this is where things are going to shift a little bit, and we're going to see some changes. We're going to be back to some critical fire danger. Fire weather watches are going to be in effect for this area right here. I want to keep you updated. Starting Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, winds are going to strengthen again out of the northeast. These are those traditional Santa Ana winds. Nothing like earlier this week. I want to make that clear because we aren't going to be seeing the widespread winds, the broad winds. This is going to be focused on those windy corridors. This is one of those areas up through the mountains that we are going to see those gustier conditions. Gusts between 35 to 50 miles per hour will be common over Los Angeles, Ventura counties. This is definitely going to be the case for the San Gabriel Mountains, the Santa Susana Mountains, and also the Santa Monica Mountains. So things are going to pick up in this area. That's going to be the biggest threat going into tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, into early Sunday morning. We have fire weather watches in effect. Typically what happens is we get a fire weather watch, and then if it gets to that point, it gets expanded or upgraded into a red flag warning. There's nothing in between. It really does look like we could be entering into that red flag warning again, although it's going to be brief. It'll be focused on Saturday night into Sunday afternoon. I want to mention this includes the Inland Empire, Inland Orange County, San Bernardino County Mountains, San Gabriel Mountains, and again, right here where the Palisades Fire is burning. So firefighters are going to be up against some tough conditions. Right now is that chance to get a handle, even though I know it doesn't seem like they're getting that chance, because conditions are still tough out there. Even though we're not dealing with the red flag warnings, fire danger remains elevated even without the wind. I know that's hard to believe, but it's just because things are so dry out there. I mean, we haven't seen any good rain since last spring, since May. That was the last time we got measurable rain in Los Angeles. And then since the beginning of December, I mean, we've seen a tenth of an inch of, not even that, 100th of an inch of rain in these areas. So it's our driest start to winter since the 60s. So you can imagine after two really rainy seasons, how dry our vegetation is out there. So that's another factor, even though we're not seeing the intense winds. I mean, we're talking dry brush out there, dry trees, dried leaves. And so this is fuel for the fire. And the more fuel that we have, the more dried fuel, the faster this fire can spread, even when we're not dealing with the winds. So today is our lull. We're seeing some light winds out there. Tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, Sunday morning, that's when they start to strengthen. They're out of here Sunday afternoon, still breezy. Things are going to quiet down. But this is what we're tracking. It's going to be another moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event that's going to develop early next week. So this is what I'm focused on right now. This one is going to be stronger. We're not going to be dealing with the mountain waves that we saw earlier in the week. Those really enhanced our winds. But this one is going to be strong. We're looking at speeds between 40 to 60 miles per hour. with isolated gusts up to 80 miles per hour for our LA County mountains. This is where we could potentially see that. That's why it's so important that our firefighters are able to take advantage of these conditions. And I know they are working so hard out there in really tough conditions. I mean, when they're in that fire, it is so hot. We're going to talk about a fire tornado that we saw earlier in the day later on. But with these conditions this hot, hopefully they can get a handle on it. I do want to mention also, Pat and Susie, next week there is the potential for some light rain showers. And I know right now all of this is riding on we need rain here in Southern California. It's one of those cutoff lows, and when we're dealing with those, they have a mind of their own, and we have very low confidence this far out. But there is the chance for some showers popping up in LA County sometime Thursday into Friday. With that, it would not be a whole lot of rain, but I mean any little drop of rain right now we could get, it's going to help with any of these smoldering hot spots if they're still around at that point. We will take anything we can get. It is going to be a help. It may not be a lot. We need more, but that would be a gift if we can get a little bit of rain. That's something I'm monitoring very closely. So right now, over the next 7 days, we've got 2 chances for the Santa Ana winds. It's going to be Saturday night to Sunday. It's going to be Monday into Tuesday. We will be with you every step of the way. And then the best part is that potentially seeing that chance for rain at the end of the week, something we're going to be watching very closely, because you know that this would be such a gift and such a help for this firefight. It's a long firefight ahead of us. When you see these images, I mean, it's so hard to see this in Southern California, but I want to mention the winds are not as bad as earlier in the week, and this is going to be a help, you guys.
Oh, that's so, that's music to our ears.
Right.
You know, no matter what we're looking at right now.
Yep.
And, you know, I'm just thinking, guys, when this first started, I think we were up to almost 200,000 people under mandatory evacuation a couple nights ago, and now it's got to be way more than that since we've added more areas to the evacuation zone. And that also means that more areas are under curfew.
Absolutely. And we've been talking about that curfew. The LA County Sheriff Robert Luna talking about that today, saying that the curfew will be imposed in all the mandatory evacuation areas of all the fires that we're talking about, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. for 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. So that just went into effect, and that includes the new evacuation orders in this fire that we're talking about, the Palisades Fire, which has grown now at 21,000 acres earlier this afternoon, certainly has grown tonight more than that, absolutely. These new mandatory evacuations include the area Mandeville Canyon to the west, 405 to the east, the Encino Reservoir to the north. That's where they're pulling water from tonight with these water-dropping helicopters. Thank goodness for that. And Sunset Boulevard to the south. Right now on the 405 freeway, the following off-ramps are closed: Skirball Center Drive, Sunset Boulevard, and Getty Center Drive.
And those are some areas that, well, the Getty Center itself is evacuated. Skirball Center, we mentioned that Hotel Angelino that sits there on the corner of Sunset Boulevard and the 405, and a number of, well, businesses. Those are just some major landmarks that a lot of people know about. However, the 405 freeway is open, and the reason I mention that is because I have friends living in the Bel Air Crest area, and they're wondering if they are ready to go. They don't have a mandatory evacuation order just yet, but they're on the warning. But so the question is, can they get on the freeway? So there will be access. We hope that doesn't have to be the case, but in case you need to get on the 405, you can. There are just some off-ramps, as Susie just mentioned, that are not available. And for those of you who have evacuated, if you don't have somewhere to go, family or friends, they do have new centers that have been added to the already list of evacuation centers. But the newest ones are at the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Recreation Center at 14201 Huston, and the Lanark Recreation Center at 21816 Lanark Street in Canoga Park. Okay, we are looking at some live pictures from Lauren Posen's camera. She is in the Encino area, right by the hospital there. But we look at where these are these sheriff's vehicles going past you, Lauren?
No, Pat, they're...
Or LAPD?
No, just LAPD Yeah, LAPD. That was a whole bunch of LAPD cars there. I was in the corner. It was so loud. Yeah, I saw them coming up this way. I'm not sure where they're going. I'm assuming they're going somewhere where the fire is. But that was a whole row of patrol cars, and it's so interesting because on the way when we were coming here, we also, and you probably have seen it too if anyone's out driving. You see these patrol cars with their sirens on, just in a hurry and they're going somewhere with the fires. So we've been seeing that a lot as we've been driving around and as this fire continues. We are outside the Encino Hospital Medical Center, and you can see all these ambulances here, and it kind of caused a scare for some people because everyone was wondering, what does this mean? Well, it's a very good thing actually. The hospital here is on standby, prepared just in case they need to evacuate. So it's a very positive thing. They're ready, which is a really great message for all of us. We've been hearing this throughout the whole week. Pack a bag, get everything in order, get all your documents, get your pets in order, everything, your family, in case you need to evacuate. And that's very similar to what we're seeing here at the hospital. That said, though, if you can imagine if you're a patient here, you're probably feeling, relieved that there's a plan if you got to go, but also a little scared too, because this is a very scary situation. We were just over at the evacuation center, which is about 10 minutes from here over in Sherman Oaks, and people were just starting to come in. And my gosh, we talked to so many families, and they're just, they're terrified. They don't know what they're going to come home to. We spoke to one family that they're actually refugees from Ukraine, and they came here over in September, and they love LA, and this is just, it's been a great time. And then these fires came, and they're like, oh my God, this is reminding me so much of our time in Ukraine and why we left Ukraine because of the war. So very scary, for everybody to have to go through this. I want to give everybody that address just in case you don't have it. It's 14201 Hudson. It's right down the street from the Galleria. They have cots set up. They have food. They have coffee, soda, anything. They also have dog food. People are bringing their pets. I saw one lady come in with 8 carriers for her cats. So everybody is really paying attention to these evacuation orders and kind of just holding their breath, hoping that the firefighters will be able to get a handle on that fire. I know Tom's been mentioning it in Geo too. I'll mention it as well. Not a lot of wind tonight. It's a much different feeling out here. It's very calm. It's cold, but no wind. And that's a good thing as, these fires continue. Hopefully, again, firefighters will be able to really get that water on that fire and get it under control. Meantime, here at the hospital, if they need to be evacuated, they got all these ambulances for the patients, so they'll be all good.
We are glad.
Send it back to you.
We are glad they're on the ready, Lauren. I just wanted to add something before we move on to Tom Wade about those LAPD vehicles we just saw. I saw the same thing on the freeway earlier today coming into work, and I called our ever-ready assignment desk. They made a call, and we're told even when there's a shift change, they roll out like that. Sirens blaring.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
so that's probably what it is. And Mike is shaking his head too.
What was going on here?
Yep.
Interesting.
Just a little, factoid.
Sure.
Okay.
But nonetheless, Lauren, an interesting sight behind you, actually. Why, what a sight. When do you ever see that? Along Ventura Boulevard, people passing by going, there's rows of ambulances, what a sight tonight.
Yeah. Well, and Susie, that's exactly why we stopped too, because we were, just kind of, we were driving, looking to talk to people, honestly. And we pulled over because my photographer, Ben, we heard the sirens behind us. We pulled over, and it was just one ambulance after another ambulance. We were like, oh my God, what's happening here? And then we saw them stop here, and then Mike made the call, and he was able to find out that this was exactly just a precaution. So it's really great to see. But also, it can be a little scary too, because you don't know what's going on until you watch us, and then we'll tell you.
And you know what's good about that too? That they are. We've said this. There seems to be more preparation here because we saw what happened in Altadena at that senior living center, the assisted living center, when they weren't ready, and those poor people were outside in their wheelchairs and hospital beds, and thank goodness they got transportation for them. So right now, then everything tonight seems to be more orderly, and not saying that this area does a better job, but they are more prepared because of what we have experienced already. Yeah, so if it had to happen,
they had more time.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Lauren Posen, live from Encino tonight. Thank you so much for that. We're going to go now live to Christina Fan. She is live in Brentwood with a look at what's happening where she is. Christina, what can you tell us?
Good evening, guys. I believe we are standing just a block or two away from where Tom is at the moment, and behind us it truly is as Tom described earlier, it is an absolutely surreal scene. You can see how long the fire line stretches right before our eyes. The hillside looks like it's the side of a volcanic mountain, and there in that area of lower elevation, you can see just a huge plume of fire. There's so much activity going on there right now. It's quiet at the moment. A lot of ash is flying in the air. The entire atmosphere here is just glowing orange. The moon, I don't know if we can show them that. It's also orange at the moment, really high up there above the sky. Also just got a piece of ash that flew right into my eye. So it is raining everywhere down here. Again, as we just mentioned, it's quiet right now, but a few moments ago there were several helicopters circling this area, and our hats off to them. We know they have been working this hillside and others alongside it for the last several hours, relentless trips to the reservoir, and it is truly making a difference despite these flare-ups you see here and there, and we are grateful that the winds are weak enough for them to fly tonight. Now, taking an eye off the hillside quickly, again, we are in the Mountain Gate community. We want to walk this way, Eddie. I just want to show all the firefighters that are stationed in this neighborhood. You see a fire engine here. There are several more down the road. Behind us, there are several more. And on our way here, we lost count. There were dozens and dozens of firefighters, and they are, of course, here just in case the aerial defenses fail. And we certainly hope that will not be the case. But they are here to, of course, hose down these properties if that fire line approaches and gets any closer to where we are standing right now. As you can see, this neighborhood, they seemed to have really heeded those mandatory evacuation orders. It is a ghost town similar to the street that we were on in Brentwood earlier before we drove 10 minutes north to get to this community here. You can see all the windows. It doesn't look like anyone's home. There are no lights in this community. And in the distance, a lot more fire engines, a lot more fire trucks. On our way here, I think we noticed that they've come as far as Clark County. We also saw several engines and tankers, I believe, from Las Vegas. And of course, we know they've been here for a few days after they came down to help with mutual aid. And just want to end again by showing you a look of the hillside right now. This is what, why neighbors had to evacuate. This is what they are worried about. At the moment, there is just a lull, but I'm sure those helicopters will be back. They have been, again, just relentless. You can see the ash falling from the sky. Just an absolutely surreal scene. And earlier, about an hour or so ago, when we were in Brentwood, we spoke to several neighbors there, and at that point, the fire appeared to be moving. I think we were just west of the 405, and the fire appeared to be moving further west, and the neighbors were rejoicing there for a moment because they believed it was moving further north into the wilderness. But then it seemed like the winds all of a sudden changed. They started going towards this community, and it's just such a bittersweet feeling a lot of these families feel, because you don't want them to come to your community, but you certainly don't want them to spread to other communities. So it's just, everyone is truly in this together. It's just hard to feel any sort of, success when battling this fire, truly, because no matter which way it blows, unless, it's going into the dense brush and the forest, a lot of these families, they feel guilty for thinking, please, just any neighborhood but mine. But again, I think we are seeing some of the aircraft. They might be returning. They have been making a lot of water drops here on the hillside, and you see it is just engulfing that area of lower elevation right now. But for now, we are going to send it back to you. Reporting live from Brentwood, I'm Christina Fan. Guys, back to you in studio.
Christina, can I just ask you a quick question before you go? You're talking about the firefighters who are staged right down the street from where you are. Have you noticed them doing anything to those homes, spraying them down, or are they just standing there waiting for the flames to get closer? Are they just on standby right now?
I believe they are on standby right now. We haven't really seen them take too much action. Perhaps they have a good feeling that the aerial defenses they're going to hold at the moment. But yeah, we haven't seen them leave the trucks. We've seen them circling the block a lot, so they're probably just making sure every neighborhood is covered. We also see someone shining a flashlight, it appears, on some of the garage doors and some of the yards, maybe just to see if there's defensible space, if there's anything they need to trim. But so far, not too much movement for the firefighters. But of course, we will keep you posted.
Well, it's got to be reassuring, I would think, for people to just know that they're there, though, just in case. So thanks so much, Christina. We're going to go to Tom Waitshot now. I think I just saw an ember fly in her camera. Tom, how does it look where you are now? Still pretty calm?
Well, the good news, Pat, is that right now there is no wind, like Christina was saying, and it looks like they've gotten control of that spot they were really worried about, that big sort of ridge near a lot of homes. So that's the good news. They have not resumed any water drops in this area. There is that big line of fire that you see probably there on your screen. That looks alarming, obviously, but I think that the strategy here is pretty clearly to let that burn itself out, burn itself up the canyon, let the brush burn. There's no, wind of any consequence right now. It was interesting. Christina was saying it kind of looks like a volcano. I had a friend text me that said it looked like Mordor from Lord of the Rings. So if you know that series, and you might get that reference. In some ways, it kind of does look like that when the embers just sort of are flickering on the ground, and or just even the flames along the side of the hill. It just kind of gives you that eerie kind of science fiction look to it. But it does seem like at this point that they're kind of letting that fire burn up or burn into the canyon, burn onto itself. That way the brush is gone. There's no more fuel for the fire to churn through. So, I think based on what we're seeing, just based on the observation of the fact that they stopped the water drops once they got that big, huge swath of vegetation doused and the flames out, they moved on to another spot. Obviously, there are other concerns for them. They want to make sure that they hit the spots that are burning closest and most threatening to homes. And nobody wants to see open flame burning anywhere in Southern California, but at least in this case where it's burning now is nowhere near any sort of home or structure. So that's where we want the fire to be, right? Away from everything. And obviously firefighters have limited resources, so they want to use them where it's most advantageous and most important in terms of protecting homes, protecting lives. And right now it appears they are sort of there. We can still see them. Maybe they're surveying this area a bit, but they have not come back to this location to hit it again with more water. So that's good. But the evacuation order, from what I can understand, very much in place still here. And power is out, at least in some, it looks like power's out across this entire neighborhood. We're on a hilltop between Mandeville Canyon and the 405, the Mountain Gate Country Club, Mountain Gate Country Club area. So if that kind of gives you a sense of where we are. And it's obviously these fires are so tragic, but it's really a sight. It's quite extraordinary to look at this from the distance and to see the smoke kind of sitting in the canyon here in this from this ridge. And right now I'm looking at what looks like choppers sort of surveying the area. Maybe they're doing a drop right now, or they're just checking to see for any spots that might be of concern. So there's a chopper that's low that Francisco is showing you right now, and then they are doing another water drop there. So there you go. They're not done with this spot yet. They want to just make sure that they don't leave anything up to chance, and I'm sure everybody who lives here really appreciates that, and that's probably the understatement of the year. And then there's another chopper much higher. I believe it was putting spotlights down, probably looking for any potential danger spots.
Well, what's good also, Tom, we haven't heard of those evacuation warnings turning to orders. Everything seems to be the same. The evacuation orders that were put in place a few hours ago when this fire broke out, and the warnings have not been upgraded to orders. Just a little bit of perspective.
Thank you for that heads up. Because I was hearing, it was from a distance, Pat. They were making some sort of a announcement on a law enforcement vehicle through the loudspeaker. And thank you for clarifying that, because I could hear them saying, something emergency. I thought they were saying something about an evacuation, but clearly it was a warning. So obviously that's a really good distinction. So I'm glad. Thank you for clarifying that.
No, we're just using whatever we can to give more information and sort of set the scene. Sometimes we just have to go by not just our instincts, but things that, have happened in just the last several hours. And just hearing from people that say, well, I'm ready to go, but I haven't heard anything more. So
That's good to know.
Yeah,
Absolutely. It's
that's
good to
an
have that
indication,
information.
maybe.
Very important. Our Ashley Sharp is also in Brentwood tonight. She's not too far from where we saw our Christina Fan. She's standing by now with a look at what's behind her. Ashley.
Hey, Pat and Susie, yeah, a very active firefight for the Palisades Fire tonight that for the past 2 hours has been inching closer and closer to this neighborhood here in Brentwood. I'm going to turn around so you can see, you might be able to hear it, the helicopters that are moving in now to make another water drop over this fire. But I want to talk about these flames because just about 2 hours ago, they had not yet crested the hillside. You're looking at the Mandeville Canyon. They're inching down, and I just talked to a resident, you know, when they're down into the canyon, it almost looks like the fire is further away, but it's inching closer because it's going down and then it's going to come up. You're watching a water drop right now. They're trying to actively get this under control. Obviously, it's dark. The power's been cut, so you can't see how close the homes are to where we're standing right now. But I've talked to a firefighter earlier. He's a wildland firefighter, and he said these are almost in their backyard. I'm going to bring in Max Wiseman. A KCAL reporter talked to him just a little bit ago. Max, we're going to bring you back in. You told me before, you know, when you left your home, it's in an evacuation order. You're not going back tonight. What did you see?
Well, when I was at the top of my roof, we could see the flames and the glow growing uncontrollably, and then all of a sudden it started to go away. And in my mind, I said, there are no helicopters around here yet. It's making its way down the canyon. And then within the next hour, it started making its way up the canyon. You could see the glow again, and that's what we see happening right here. So when I was leaving my house looking at the fire, I said, it's time to go because it's making its way back up. And if it crusts its way to the top of the ridgeline, I mean, we're in not a good place.
You're still here now. You know, obviously this is a evacuation order zone, mandatory. You're not going back to your home tonight, obviously, but you're still here watching. Are you just waiting to see, you know, if this development does catch?
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly it. You took the words out of my mouth. There's nothing really else for me to do, for us to do right now, other than watch this. We have a main road that we can, you know, exit right now. But we're just trying to watch what happens as residents in the area.
We were talking about this earlier, you and I, you know, with the Palisades Fire, we really thought that this area was going to be untouched, this area of Brentwood, because of the way that it had been moving before. But now the way that we've seen it move tonight was not a way that you had anticipated.
Right. Well, at least that's what the weather. It wasn't anticipated to blow this way. Since the beginning, I've always anticipated that something was going to happen. And we've had the car packed for the last 36 to 48 hours, you know, somewhere in between there. And we were able to load our dog in the car within the last 2 hours. And we said, let's come to Mountain Gate to take a look at everything. But we've been anticipating this to come over, just anxiously waiting for something like this to happen. And it finally did, for lack of a better term, right? No one, we would never wish this on to anyone. Lives have been lost, homes have been lost. It's absolutely devastating. And it's really heartbreaking that we're looking at our beautiful mountains burn that I've hiked with my friends on the weekends.
Absolutely. When you leave your home, you said you've had the car packed up, you know, for a couple of days now. What do you grab? What do you bring? Pictures
And important documents. Clothes are replaceable, electronics are replaceable, photos that you have with loved ones that have passed away are not replaceable. The car is filled with photos and, you know, a duffel bag for a day or two's worth of clothes. You fill it with you know, sentimental items.
Absolutely. Speaking of sentiment, you know, you look at these mountains and this canyon burn that you've hiked so close to your home. What are the emotions that go through your head right now?
Yeah, a lot of emotion. Definitely fright, anxiety. I mean, that's really, you know, if you could sum it up into words with emotion, and then, you know, the logic sort of starts to kick in, and it's like, why did it even get to this before? Where was the leadership before to prevent it from getting all the way from PCH up to Brentwood, Mulholland Drive area?
I sense some frustration for you there, you know, with the response. And Obviously not directed at these crews who are here. And I should mention, because I haven't mentioned this before, there's about 10 fire engines that are already in this neighborhood, pre-positioned, ready, just in case those homes start to catch. But describe to me where your frustration is directed.
Absolutely. Well, it's definitely not towards the first responders. They have been doing an absolutely fantastic job. I've been giving water to them all along San Vicente and Santa Monica earlier today. I was volunteering with my friends at Community Goods Cafe, doing a lot of donation drops and giving it to them. So they've been doing an incredible job. My heart goes out to them. They are phenomenal. The frustration lies with the leadership at the end of the day, right? You look at it's now been publicized that $17 million in the LAFD budget was cut to go other places. And you know, this money could have helped go to training. It could have helped go to updated equipment. The other day, there was a bulldozer that ended up breaking down, right? A $2 million bulldozer. When I was talking to the firefighter up here, he said if he had funds, you know, there could have been newer equipment, better equipment that might have not broken down. It's definitely, you know, towards the leadership. You know, the mayor was out of the country for the first 2 days of the fire when she was being briefed about the increased risk of it, right? And why leave when your city's at increased risk of wind and fire when it has a history of being prone to fires like this?
She has certainly faced some criticism from reporters, from residents. Thank you so much, Max. We really appreciate your perspective. Thank you. And again, you know, you're looking here at the Mandeville Canyon, just an active firefight as those flames continue to flare up.
All right, Ashley, thank you so much for that. We're going to bring in our Danny Roberti. And Danny, we were talking about how, in a way, we were a bit surprised about this simply because the winds were not as high, but they did shift. Yeah. And we do have a lot of dry topography where this extension of the Palisades Fire has broken out in the over the San Fernando Valley.
Oh my goodness, I know. It's just so heartbreaking to see our beautiful just hillsides up in flames right now. And you're exactly right, Pat. The wind shifted. And a big piece of this is just how incredibly dry it is out there. Difficult topography, but there's just a lot of dry vegetation out there. This dry fuel is what is fueling this fire. I mean, the more of that we see, the quicker that this fire can spread. Even if we don't have those wild winds, those dangerous winds that we were seeing earlier in the week. We had gusts between 50 to 80 miles per hour, even 90 miles per hour up through some of our mountains. But you're seeing our reporters out there, and it's a different story from earlier in the week. It's fairly quiet, but yes, the winds have shifted out of the northwest right now. So they're no longer coming out of the northeast. They're very looking at our wind gust map, and it's a completely different story than earlier in the week. There are no wind gusts being recorded right now. It's actually fairly calm across most of Southern California. Specifically, though, up through the mountains, across some of our hillsides, there are some localized stronger gusts between around 5 to 15 miles per hour. That's nothing compared to the event that we saw Tuesday into Wednesday. But again, with these fires, I mean, it doesn't take a lot of wind for these fires to spread quickly, for them to be a little bit unpredictable. That's what we've been seeing each and every day. And these fires, I mean, they really have a mind of their own. I want to show you some video that we captured earlier of a fire-nado. It's exactly what it sounds like. This is a tornado that's made of fire. You're going to see it up on your screen. It's also known as a fire whirl, a fire devil, and it's quite terrifying to see because these fires, they get so hot that they can create their own weather. So what happened tonight, the wildfire made the air super, super hot right above the ground. And then that air, it rises rapidly into the sky very fast. And there's these winds that get pulled in. You're seeing it on your screen right now. Look at that twirl right there. On your right side, there's that vortex. So the air gets really hot right above the ground. It rises quickly, and then it starts to pull in the winds that create a rapidly spinning twister that's made of fire. That's what you're seeing on your screen. And that gives you an idea of how incredibly hot. Now, changes, though, going into tomorrow and also early next week. So we are tracking 2 more opportunities for Santa Ana winds. Right now is the break that we're getting from the strong winds, but the northeasterly winds, they're back tomorrow afternoon. It's going to be very similar to last night. We're expecting to see gusts between 30 to 50 miles per hour. Fire weather watches, they are going in effect tomorrow afternoon, evening, into Sunday afternoon. They have not been upgraded to a red flag warning yet, but the fact of the matter is our fire danger is going to remain elevated until we can get some good rain here in Southern California. So tomorrow winds pick up, and then again we're going to see those winds picking up early next week. It's going to be Monday night and Tuesday going into Wednesday. It looks like Tuesday is going to be the focus for the strongest winds, and this one is going to be a stronger Santa Ana wind event. So what I'm hoping for, my prayers are that our firefighters are able to take advantage of what we have right now in terms of the weather. I know these are difficult conditions, whether we have the strong winds or not, but hopefully by early next week, because the winds are going to be picking up through the mountains, isolated gusts nearing 80 miles per hour in some areas, and we are talking those winds between 30 to 50 miles per hour through those wind-prone areas. I don't want to scare people in the sense that this is not as broad and as widespread as what we saw earlier in the week, but we are going to get some really strong winds coming up Monday into Tuesday. But again, it's going to be more focused on those Santa Ana wind-prone areas. Mountains, the San Gabriel Mountains, Santa Monica Mountains, Santa Susana Mountains, and also our valleys of LA and Ventura counties that are prone to these kinds of winds. So that's something that we're going to be monitoring very closely. And Pat and Susie, we're talking about the possibility for rain at the end of next week, and I know that really is music to our ears. This is not expected to be a big rainmaker, but there is the chance for it, and that's something that we're going to hold on to, and we'll be watching that very closely in the coming days. But again, 2 big moments for winds, Saturday night and then again Monday night going into Tuesday morning. So that's what we're going to be tracking.
All right, Danny.
Danny, thank you so much. And we want to welcome you to a midnight edition of KCAL News alongside Pat Harvey, Mike Rogers at the desk, and meteorologist Danny Roberti. Hello, everyone. I'm Susie Suh. We continue to follow new evacuation orders in the Palisades Fire tonight, and we are talking about these following evacuations to include the area west of Mandeville Canyon, east of the 405, the Encino Reservoir to the north, and Sunset Boulevard to the south.
So we're talking about a number of evacuations. We don't have the exact number, but just a night or so ago, we were up to 195,000. That, of course, had to do with mandatory and voluntary in both the Palisades and the Eaton Fire. But we're talking about the extension of the Palisades Fire, so we don't have the exact number of evacuations or acreage at this hour, but we know that it has added, and it's certainly got to be now the overall number over 200,000. We do want to add that the 405 freeway off-ramps at Getty Center Drive, Sunset Boulevard, and Skirball Center have all been closed, and that is in an effort, of course, to get vehicles on and off the roads through the 405 freeway, through the Sepulveda service drive, and of course Ventura Boulevard. And we've seen car after car coming down those hillsides onto Havenhurst Drive, onto Ventura Boulevard. It has also happened in a very orderly fashion because traffic officers were out and in place, guiding traffic, telling people where to go. We also have some evacuation centers set up, the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Recreation Center at 14201 Huston and the Lanark Recreation Center at 21816 Lanark Street in Canoga Park. So while this looks just horrendous, simply because we do have an extension, we still see some active flames. The firefighters have really made some tremendous work tonight, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. I mean, they've been dipping into this Encino Reservoir throughout the night with multiple choppers up in the air, and they've been dropping so much water onto this fire, really making a difference and a dent, if you will, Pat. We've been seeing them make drop after drop, and our reporters have been showing us from their vantage point how effective these drops have really been tonight. So encouraging to see all of this happening tonight. And we've heard from some residents tonight who are watching this, and they are cautiously optimistic because of that reason.
And thank goodness we've had the mutual aid and assistance from firefighters from not only, of course, the Los Angeles area, but Orange County and from other parts of the state, in fact. And we're going to bring in our Mike Rogers now, who has been paying very close attention to this and updating us on his, as he does wonderfully with his maps, providing us, well, no, really, Mike, you can show us how many aircraft are in the air, the evacuation area in different colors to show us where exactly the firefighters are fighting to. And
oh my gosh, no.
It's live, so we do have some little audio issues going on here. Maybe just hearing some extracurricular audio now. That's okay.
And actually, you know, just as you were talking, Pat, as we came on the air for KCAL News at midnight, there is an update to the acreage. So we are at 21,596 acres. That's up a couple hundred acres. The last status check I checked from about 10:30 was 21,300 something. So now we're up to 21,596 acres. And with that gives me a new idea of where it has burned. So Mike, if we can come to my computer here, I want to be able to show everybody. This is the latest flank of the fire that we have been watching. And this is the one that I told you I was concerned about in the Mandeville Canyon area. So all of this outline that you see right here is what's new, what has burned since 10:30. So those are the areas that we have been seeing really start to see those heavy flames. And this is why, so I want to point out, Tom is in this mandatory evacuation zone just off Mountain Gate Road. So Tom is standing right here, and so are a couple of our other reporters, and they're pointing their cameras this way. So when we look at Tom's pictures, we're looking at this flank of the fire that has been burning. And so now we are able to see why we're seeing it so very clearly, because they're kind of on the top of the mountain here, or the top of the hill rather, looking over it, and the fire is pushing down into Mandeville Canyon. So that is where we've really been focusing on, and that's what we've seen all that water dropping helicopters come from. And I want to show you some of those as well on the map here, because they've been doing just such a really good job all night long. We are down to one Chinook now. I think the other two are fueling. Oh, by the way, remember the out-of-town Chinook I was telling you about?
Yes.
From Red Bluff. So which is north of Chico, south of Reddick.
Wow.
So it had made a long travel down here.
For sure.
Had to make a couple stops on the way, but it's been here helping us out too. So they've been dipping in and out of the Encino Reservoir as we've been talking about. And you can see here, as we have been seeing in Tom's live pictures and our other reporters' live pictures as well, this is the hillside right here that they're making the drop. So the orange lines, and you can see how many they've done, are all the different patterns where they've gone back and forth. So again, Tom is standing right here, and he's been looking at the fire to this way. So that is where the fire is burning. I'll show you the evacuation map one more time, because I want to give you that perspective as well. So everything that is in red right here is under a mandatory evacuation. Nothing, the good news, has changed in that sense of the issue here. There have been no new evacuation orders, no new evacuation warnings to speak of. It's the same ones we've been talking about, which is the community up here of Encino. And then, excuse me, we've got the yellow ones that are burning, or that are under voluntary evacuations just on the east side of the 405, and then kind of to the southwest of the 405. The Getty Center is right in here. This is the Getty Center right there. So that is where the voluntary evacuations are. But, you know, the good news is we've not seen these expand. You know, we were talking to our Lauren Posen earlier. She's been over here on Ventura Boulevard at the medical center, which kind of runs like right along this area. So that's where she's been. That's where they've got the ambulances on standby and ready to go. But 21,596 acres. Containment still sits at 18%, and we still have quite a bit of firefighting personnel that are down there. Now, for reference, I just want to show you quickly, because SkyCal, and I don't know, Mike, if we can look at SkyCal's shot just really quick. There we go. Thank you. SkyCal's got a unique perspective. On the map, SkyCal is actually sitting over the Fryman Canyon area, or he's right, or Franklin Canyon rather. He's over there, and he's looking at it from the east, looking west. So that's the perspective that we're seeing there. So we've gotten calls from all over the valley and the city of people seeing the fire, getting concerned. Even for a second, it sounded like there was a report of a new fire in Burbank, but it was actually people seeing this fire. So because the Santa Monica Mountains are so tall, and as they climb over the top of them, it really gets everybody's attention.
It really does. And could you tell us one more time, Mike, how many choppers are flying tonight?
Yeah, right now, so it looks like a couple did go down for fuel, and let me switch over to that map again. But there are, let's see, so right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I didn't count that right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's the 6th one over here.
Okay.
And this one's kind of doing some spotting work. It's not doing any actual water dropping. But 5 of them right now. And I believe that's because a couple may have gone in for fuel, because certainly earlier at the height of this, and the reason we broke into programming and have stayed on the air is because it did get the flames did get very tall. And at one point there were 9 helicopters tonight working on this fire.
Containment again, did you say 18?
8.
I thought I was going to say, wow, that's a big jump. So it's still at 8%.
Yeah, still at 8% and has grown to almost 21,600 acres. 21,596 is where we're at right now.
And you know what? We probably still will need some more updates, official, for containment and just where it is. I'm just really surprised that you know, we went from 0 to 6, then to 8, and then this happened.
Right.
But they're making some good work tonight from what we've seen.
And those containment lines are more than likely, and I can show you back to this map. So I'll turn off the evacuations and we'll just look at what is burning, or what has burned rather. That's everything in orange. So your containment is most likely coming from the areas where the fire has been kind of moved through a while ago. So your containment is most likely kind of in this area where the fire first started. And the containment, again, is not really about flames, but it's about the hardened lines they've been able to get around the fire. So if you look at the fire as a whole, they've been able to get around 8% of it. Is essentially what that means. They've been able to dig a line around 8% of it. So that's what we talk about when we talk about containment. Containment doesn't mean it's out, just means they've gotten that line around at least 8% of it.
It's around it.
It's around it, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we had a picture not long after this broke up, maybe around the 8 o'clock hour or a little after, of some little goats
and sheep
that got out running around.
Yeah. Here's that video, and we're happy to report to you that they've been able to find all of the goats.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So it looked, I mean, very scary at first. They were probably trying to get them out of the area. You can hear him yelling some commands to the goats. You see the flames in the background as well, and those poor goats must have just been so scared. And what I'm trying to figure out is who owns the goats, because what my question is were they trying to use it to eat up some of the vegetation? You know, we've seen that.
They do that in that area.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's what it was. I don't know if there was any goat farms up there, but eventually they ran out of here, and then we'll probably see in the video in here in just a second, and they were trying to get them, right here.
Run for the border.
Yeah, they were trying to get into the back of the trailer there. And then they ended up taking off. You'll see, look at that. They ended up taking off into the street.
Too many people in the trailer.
Yeah, look at that.
Too many goats in the trailer.
They're making a run for it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So the good news, though, is we've heard that they were able to relocate all the goats.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
What a scene that must have been, though.
Oh, yeah. I could only imagine.
But this fire, this Palisades fire is going to be remembered for a lot of things.
Go down in history.
That's for sure. It's so unfortunate that there was so much destruction.
Just chaos.
Absolutely.
So much going on.
But you see something like that, and we're happy to say that, like, the kids are okay, the goats are okay.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for that. Well, I want to check in with, once again, our Tom Waite, who is up in Brentwood giving us these incredible pictures tonight from his vantage point of firefighters in the background, as well as helicopter dropping water drops as well, doing water drops tonight. And he's also spoken with some residents. Tom, are you there?
I sure am. I was just trying to step out of the way. I mean, I'm great to look out, but the but the flames are much more important. And we're getting a little feedback through our earpiece, so if our control room could try to fix that for us, that would be very helpful, because I won't be able to talk to the anchors. But right now, actually, you know what? I think that is on my end. Let's see if I can fix that. Actually, I think the mute button there for us. Right now we're looking at the hillside that's been burning all night long, and that's really been the issue here, is that hillside that was really close, now it's just sort of like smoldering in ash. That was the spot that they were hitting over and over and over again, and that was kind of the danger spot, really, because it was so close to these homes that are right on this ridge. It's kind of hard to see them because the power's been turned off in this area, and so that was really a big concern that it was a big enough concern that they had successive water drops from these Chinooks for, I don't know, at least an hour. It was one after another, kind of like looking at, we were talking about before, if you're kind of near LAX, you can see all the planes coming in for a landing. It was the same kind of thing with the helicopters. It was just one after another, and in a loop, basically, and they just pounded this area with water, and it was very effective. Of course, there is a lot of burning brush still, burning shrubbery and other vegetation is burning in the canyon, but clearly firefighters are hoping that sort of just burns in onto itself, and that way they're able to sort of let that kind of just burn out. obviously the concern would be when winds potentially pick back up, that embers and things like that would be blown back into these neighborhoods. I can still hear those those choppers from the fire department. They are up, and it looks like they're more surveying right now. The one that I'm looking at right now, you might be able to hear it. I'll just stop talking for a second. Right now, that chopper, it has a huge spotlight, and it's scanning the area. Potentially, it's just probably checking to see not only for hotspots, but how close they are to structures, how close the homes are. But maybe there's another water drop coming here. Let's just wait and see. Let's watch and see this chopper, see what it's up to, because they have been kind of still hitting that spot just to make sure that there hasn't been any more flare-ups. So let's see if it's going to do a drop there. I can't tell. It looks like it's maybe just flying over to surveying the scene. Interesting. Oh, there we go. It is. Okay.
It is.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we are. So they are concerned about the spread there. That's interesting because that's the first one that we've seen hit that spot. Susie and Pat, like that is throughout the time that's been burning. We kind of figured because they hadn't hit it, maybe they were letting it kind of burn in on itself, but clearly, like there is definitely a concern there that those flames could potentially be an issue. What's also kind of interesting too is I'm looking up at the sky. Oh, look here I think we're having another one. Looking up at the sky, it's fascinating, the contrast. You can actually see where the smoke ends. There's blue sky and basically a full moon. It looks like almost a full moon. I'm not sure if it's completely full, but and you can see some of the stars in the sky. It's very eerie and just it tells the sky tells a story. You know, where you see these layers. You see sort of this tranquil blue, night sky, and then down the further down you get toward the earth, you just see more flame, ash, and these burning hillsides, and it's very haunting to look at. And all you can really hear, besides me talking, is choppers. It's really silent, very, very silent out here. You just hear the hum of the choppers. I'll let you listen for a second. I don't know if you can hear that, but it's just that's the only thing you can hear up here right now. It almost feels, it has that otherworldly feel, yeah.
Well,
yeah, exactly, Pat.
We remember when you were out in the Palisade area around PCH, and we could barely hear what you were saying because the wind was so heavy, so high, and was whipping in every direction. The flames were really almost vertical because the wind was blowing that way.
Yeah.
So do you have ash that you can see though, Tom, where you are, or is it?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, absolutely, Pat. In fact, we were just before we went on, Francisco, my photographer here, he was actually, you might be able to see it now. It's come back. It's blowing into the canyon. Oh, there we go. There's another big water drop there. So they are maybe they're hitting a line perhaps there to just create some sort of zone so that the flames don't get past that certain spot, because I don't think there were flames there. Maybe they're just hitting those spots with water so that there is no advance right there. But back to what you were saying, Pat, I'm gonna step in front of the camera. I probably have ash in my hair. I'm just guessing. I think the control room was saying I had ash in my hair before. I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, I mean it's all over. Yeah, you can see, I think, coming out of my hair there.
Tom,
so it's been falling all night long.
Mike has shown us on a map where you are, but can you tell from where you are? Can you point us in the direction of Mandeville Canyon from where you're standing right now?
Yeah.
And
it is, you see that smoldering hillside right there behind me. Just beyond that, on the other side of the hills there, that's Mandeville Canyon.
So does it appear like choppers are dropping water specifically on that area as well, or just in your area where you just showed us?
So I can't really tell what's happening over. It's so smoky, and the smoke, thankfully, is going straight up into the sky, which we're so happy that it's doing that, as opposed to being blown, in different directions, because that would mean it's blowing embers and burning shrubbery, right, and vegetation. So it's going straight up. So the Mandeville Canyon would be on the other side of so that burning hillside up. It goes. There's more behind that, and then down over that hill is where Mandeville Canyon is. So that would be. The visibility, it's a wall of smoke there. So I cannot see what's happening in Mandeville Canyon. I think that what we're seeing on this side of the hill in this area, we're on just over between Mandeville Canyon and 405. We're seeing that they're just kind of creating, I think, they're trying to create a line, I think, right? They're trying to create, to block the potential advance of the fire, which right now the winds are blowing the smoke the very, very light winds that we're feeling here, they are blowing toward Mandeville Canyon. So they are the homes that we're standing near right now. Those homes appear to be, again, wind is a very strong word because there's barely any wind at all. But when we do feel a sort of breeze, it's blowing toward Mandeville Canyon, not. Oh, look, there's another.
You know what, Tom? When you said the homes where we're near now, are you at Mountain Gate Drive?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Mountain Gate Country Club neighborhood. Exactly, Pat. Yep.
All right, but right now it looks like those homes are safe. We don't, from where you are, we can't say that. Oh yeah, they're going to have to get out any moment now, because it looks pretty calm where you are.
Yeah. So they did have a number of ground units here. They had, there's another drop there. So they are dropping in there. Wow. But yeah, there is a home right at the edge of the mountaintop here, the hilltop, and there were a number of engines that were, I think we're trying to get a shot of that for you. There were a number of engines that were parked, a couple of engines there that were parked right outside of that home for some time, and after that area was just battered with water, after they just, successive water drops there, they pulled out those ground units, and I'm guessing moved them to another space that may have been of concern. But, power has been cut here. Obviously, you can tell how pitch black it is. There's no electricity. So, and they were, making that evacuation. I believe, I think you said it was a warning announcement, not necessarily so I'm not sure if this area is under a warning or an order, but either way, warning? It seems like people did leave. Oh, okay. Was it a warning? Okay,
There's mandatory evacuation.
So people. Yeah. Oh, it was evacuation. Okay. Okay, evacuations. Yeah. So like I said, I could hear, that sort of really scary announcement that just it gives you chills. I could hear, but I couldn't hear exactly if it was a warning or an order. But yes. So I guess Mike has clarified, or you're clarifying that it was an order. So anyway, then it just does appear that people were heeding that, because it's very quiet. And I did talk to some people that were out here, and they did say they were leaving. So obviously we didn't survey the entire neighborhood, but I think people at this point, after what happened in the Palisades, people are not messing around. They know, and not just Palisades, Eaton, Altadena, we know just the horrors of what we've seen. I think people have realized just how critically important it is to leave. And we know that just from Tuesday night when these fires come, it doesn't look like this. Like this is without wind, so the fires are calm. But when the wind hits, it's a wall of black smoke and flame that comes flying at you, and it comes so quick. Your garden hose isn't going to do anything. Nothing will help. That's why firefighters make those announcements, because they know what's coming. It's not done to inconvenience you. It's done because they know the potential of what happens if you don't.
Tom, we have a very interesting shot. I was asking Mike if that's a fire truck or a...
It looks like it's a brush patrol. So brush patrols are a little bit smaller. They're not your full engines, and they can get, it looks like they're probably up on a fire road back there, or a trail or something. So they're a little bit more maneuverable back in those situations.
Such a neat picture. I mean, such a crazy looking picture just because of the ridge there. It looks like they're so high up.
Yes, that's why I was wondering, wait a minute, what's that? Okay, so we have Mike's. It's not a UFO. It's probably a brush truck. All right.
No, it's not a UFO.
Okay. Well, we've been given science fiction vibes here anyway. But
yeah, that's true.
And
that's right.
That is
it
a lot
does
of
look like it,
pictures.
though. It looks like the flickering light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Tom, if you hold on for a moment, we're going to go to our colleague Christina Fan, who is near or is close to you. Christina, are you on the air with us? Okay, we're going to effort to get Christina with us very soon because Christina was talking about some activity. Christina, are you there? There she is.
Yes, we are here. I believe our vantage point is actually just a few hundred yards north of Tom's. This backdrop might seem very familiar behind us, and you can see it's just quite terrifying to look at as the Palisades Fire continues to encroach on this community. And when you came to us last, there was a very intense line of fire running deep in the middle of the canyon. We see that burst seems to have died down from our angle at least. And the humming of those helicopters, they were low before, they're now picking up again. I believe you can hear one in the distance. There were just 2 water drops that you had seen from Tom's camera. We also saw a chopper that appeared to just be surveying the scene with a very powerful headlight, perhaps trying to study which angle the flames appear to be heading. We know that a lot of the aerial fighting activity was to the north of this area, maybe 2 or so hours ago. And then as the flames, of course, and the winds changed direction, the firefighting effort changed direction as well. You see, it appears that there is an aircraft coming in on the northern side of these hilltops right now. And we're all hoping that these winds continue to remain at this level and that these aerial attacks continue to hold. And it does seem promising because about 30 minutes ago, this viewpoint that we're standing in right now in the street that borders us, it was all crowded with CHP officers here to assist with those mandatory evacuations. So they all just got into their cruisers and left. So perhaps it means that they don't think this community is under attack as much as before. We do want to take a walk just a bit further north. So there are still a number of fire engines here we want to show you. So we're a bit closer to the residential area than Tom was. And you can see along this street, perhaps like, I would say every 50 feet or so in front of a home, you see fire engines, and they've come from, all across California. We saw one from Torrance. We saw a lot coming from Nevada, actually, from Clark County in Nevada, and also from Las Vegas, the city itself. So I know you guys asked before, like, if the firefighters were actively doing anything, if they were spraying any of the homes down. You can see the sidewalks here, for the most part, they're dry. The brush is dry, so we don't believe they've started doing any of that yet, which, again, it depends on how you interpret it. It could be a good sign. It means they think that the choppers have the fire under control. But I also do want to point out, you can see that the street and like the area around the fire engines, they seem to be wet. So we're hypothesizing at this point that they may have turned on the hydrants just to ensure they're working in case they need to pull hose line and try and protect and defend these structures. But again, just going to give you a look, and you can see, as we have mentioned, this community, the power is off. So we can't really tell if people are living, have evacuated or not, but I have a feeling most of them did, because as you heard Tom describe earlier, and from the numerous neighbors we've spoken with in Brentwood, just the images of the Palisades Fire earlier this week were just so haunting. None of them wanted to take this risk, especially the elderly and those who are more vulnerable. They were the first to go, according to neighbors, and then others with younger children, they packed up their bags. And the few people, I would say the minority, that chose to stay, and actually you can hear one of the choppers flying by again right now, about to make a drop. The few that chose to stay, they're also prepared. They're not, just staying blindly in their homes. They say they fueled their cars up, they packed their cars with documents, photo albums, things that are near and dear important to them, artwork, their animals. They have them leashed and ready to go, and they're just closely monitoring the situation, and they are ready to leave at a moment's notice. But again, here, we are also in the Mountain Gate community. You can see that there are literally dozens of fire engines, tankers, stretched as far as the eye can see. Most of the firefighters, they've been staying in the truck, but a few of them we have seen gone off to kind of survey the homes they've been assigned to protect. just to get a lay of the land in case the situation worsens. But at the moment, I mean, Eddie, I don't know. Yeah, you can see there's just so much orange haze in the background. The fire line is just spread so wide, stretching all across this area. So that's why you have so many fire engines and fire trucks here. They got such a long distance and width that they have to protect. So truly our hats off to them. The CHP officers we spoke with earlier, they're also on 12-hour shifts. A lot of them haven't made it home, and some of them also have dear friends and family who have lost their homes. So just a really trying ordeal for everyone out here. Back to you guys.
It is a trying ordeal. But you know what? You have a feeling, Christina, that people have been paying attention to what we have witnessed over the last few days, and you kind of probably had it in the back of your mind that watching the clouds above, which you could see from the 405 and the 101 freeway, that, you know what, we could be next.
We're getting closer.
It could be blowing our way. And with the destruction that we've had, it seems to bear in mind that people were paying attention and decided, well, yeah, we're going to get out when they tell us to. And also the services have been much more on point in terms of evacuating people in an orderly fashion.
I mean, just the noise around Christina right now, you know, the helicopters going above her and the engines behind her, I mean, they're all there at the ready if they're not already in action. So it's so good to see this. Of course, residents, as you were saying, Pat, earlier, you know, this is going to bring so much comfort as residents try to go to sleep wherever they're sleeping tonight, whether it be at a shelter or a hotel, as they're monitoring this and watching us here on our broadcast tonight.
And Christina, just to get the engines where they are, we have a lot more engines in the community there, which one would think that they've done basically what they could off PCH in terms of Palisades itself and Malibu. So
we have just so many,
Eaton, and the Eaton Fire.
Yes.
So now they are here with the next community. So while it may be a little noisier where Christina is, it still is maybe a little bit more reassuring that they are there.
To have that noise, really. Yeah.
Okay, Mike, you've got some updated and new information.
I do, yeah. I want to take it to SkyCal because we're looking at a scene over the VA, the West LA VA, that we were talking about. Remember, I told you they're just outside of the evacuation warning. They're not in it, but they're just outside of it. But what we have noticed is several buses have pulled up to the VA. We see a lot of people standing in the parking lot. We saw somebody on a wheelchair that looked like they may have been getting put into one of the buses here. So we don't definitively know. As just while you guys were talking to that reporter, I was on the phone with the VA trying to get some clarity. The person, excuse me, the person that answered the phone at the VA is not allowed to speak with me, and there is nobody there that is allowed to speak with me at the moment. So we've sent some emails, we've left some voicemails. That's what we're working on. But we did just notice, and it looked like they came in kind of a convoy because some of the federal authorities there that manage the law enforcement on the VA brought them in with their lights on. We saw them kind of that pull up to the thing there. So we'll see. We've been watching it. It looks like a couple people got on the bus. The VA is a very sprawling campus. Marv, if you can pull out and show us the whole campus, it didn't look like there was a ton of activity on the campus. This is the only area where we saw that they may be kind of loading people up and moving people around. We saw a couple of ambulances here and there, but that may not be entirely unusual for the VA over there on the west side. So we're working to figure out if they are doing some kind of evacuation of this area. It potentially seems like, you know, we've got that area where all of the small houses are, right? The homeless veterans that are there.
Yeah, we're talking about, just when you talk about the area, off of Wilshire.
Yes, correct.
In Westwood.
So that's,
And are they even a part of the voluntary evacuation?
They're not. They're just outside of it. Okay. So my only thought process here is the area that we're looking at is where they built all the tiny houses for the homeless vets. So it's possible that maybe they're just concerned about those folks who have less stable shelter than some of the other people that are in the main campus.
And even the smoke, because I just wanted to make sure we set the scene of exactly where the VA center is for, you know, people who did not know. And immediately comes, you know, I'm thinking the federal building. I know it's bordered by Wilshire Boulevard.
Right off the 405, yeah.
But you're right about that. Even if they're not in imminent danger, the smoke from those fires could certainly have an impact on the people there.
Absolutely. Right, and that is what the area that they're in, staged right out front of, is the area where all those tiny homes are for the homeless vets, and certainly they deserve to get out of the conditions.
No question.
So we hope that that's what's happening. But again, I just want to be clear, the VA itself is not under any kind of mandatory or voluntary evacuation warning, but very close to the voluntary evacuation. Their campus to the north and the west basically is the border of the voluntary. So they're very close, but they are not on that warning list at this point.
So this really maybe just getting ready just in case.
And we've seen that. The Daily Bruin over at UCLA, which is just on the other side. And look, Marvin's telling us right now that it looks like the power has gone out. So you see, obviously, some lights are still on in the parking lots and stuff. But when he looks at the rest of the campus, buildings. Yeah, it looks like it's dark. And that could be in relation to, remember what Tom told us as well, where they turned the power off at his location. So they may be doing, and Marvin pans up a little bit, you'll see kind of the darkness of that one spot here. So they may be doing some preventative power shutoffs to, make sure that there's no other issues, and that could have impacted the VA. And again, we're trying to reach out to the VA, hopefully hear back from them. But it looked like at least where those homeless veterans live, that maybe they were getting some buses ready. Oh, that's what I was saying. The Daily Bruin over at UCLA did write a column saying that the UCLA also has some buses on standby in case they need to get kids that are in the dorms out too. So looks like we're just seeing a lot of preparation going on. Right. Like we saw in Lauren's live pictures in Encino as well.
Yeah, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Because we've heard, and we'll be talking about this for weeks, months to come. Yeah. Because of the destruction that we've seen. So now
the ripple effects, my goodness.
Oh, for sure. It just makes you feel better knowing that they're doing these things as a preemptive measure as opposed to reactive. Sure. So they're being proactive.
Right. And Marvin was just letting us know he's in the helicopter tonight too. You see it come into a shot every now and again, but there's ash. So much ash in the sky that we're actually able to pick it up on the lens of SkyCal as he kind of pushes through there. So I'm sure that all plays into it as well, and just a lot of difficult times for a lot of people in our community.
This is a good reminder to everybody, though. Even if you're not impacted directly by the fire, we're going to have ash all over, and that's it's not safe to breathe, especially if you have asthma or any kind of lung issue. We have to be mindful of that as well and remind our viewers and our citizens when we can.
Let's bring in our meteorologist, Danny Ruberti, to talk about the air quality that we might be experiencing for the next couple of days. Danny?
Yeah, so we do have those air quality alerts. They are in place. They keep getting extended, Susie and Pat. So each day they get extended until the next day. And that's because we have all, as you mentioned, that ash out there and all of that smoke out there as well. And it's just the kind of stuff that you do not want to breathe in. It is not healthy. We've been dealing with some really bad air quality in LA County. I want to show you this map because you remember earlier in the week, we were seeing all those colors. This is a look at our wind gusts. You are not seeing any wind gusts being recorded right now in Southern California. Of course, there are some localized gusts picking up through some of our mountains right where the Palisades Fire is burning. But as Tom mentioned, it's pretty calm out there in terms of the wind. And we're seeing a shift in the wind. There's a light onshore breeze right now. So I want to talk about what that means in terms of where the Palisades Fire is moving right now. So this is a look at our current conditions. So we are looking at I keep monitoring this every single hour, our relative humidity. I mean, this is playing a big role. We were seeing relative humidity in the single digits just days ago. Right now, we're in the 20 to 30% range. So some of that actually 25 to 35% range. So some of that is looking a little bit better. And we have these light winds. They're coming out of the northwest right now. And we've been seeing winds anywhere from 5 to 15 miles per hour. I mean, this is nothing like earlier in the week. Now, I want to zoom you in because what we're dealing with right now, instead of those northeasterly winds, it's those northwesterly winds. And so you see these arrows right here. That's what's pushing it into Mandeville Canyon, which is what Tom was talking about in his live shot. So those winds have come out of a different direction, and that's why the fire has been shifting a little bit, making its way closer towards the 405. Now, again, these are not strong winds that we're dealing with. It's much calmer compared to earlier in the week, but especially with any of these winds, I mean, we can see this fire responding very quickly. Now, I want to keep us prepared with what's next. Yes, things are dry out there. We're actually seeing better improvement than we have over the past couple of days in terms of relative humidity. But I want to talk about tomorrow because in this exact same area that you see on the side of your screen where the Palisades Fire is burning, we are going to see another fire weather watch going into effect. Now, regardless of the winds, we are still going to see elevated fire danger here in Southern California. We need the rain. It's so dry out there. But tomorrow, it's going to be enhanced because we are tracking more Santa Ana winds. They're going to develop Saturday afternoon, Saturday night. They strengthen going into Sunday morning. Now you can see with this fire weather watch, it's going to be focused on those areas prone to the Santa Ana winds. I'll zoom you in, and yes, right there, just west of the 405, south of the 101, you can see right near Mandeville Canyon. This is where the fire weather watch will be in effect, where the Palisades fire is burning. The shot that you see on your screen of the fire, this is where we're going to be seeing some more critical fire danger going into tomorrow night. I show you this because right now is the time, as you can see, our firefighters are working so hard to take advantage of these conditions before we start to see more Santa Ana winds rolling in. Nothing like earlier in the week. This is a classic Santa Ana wind event. And we are really talking gusts anywhere from 30 to 50 miles per hour through some of our mountains. Here's a look at those high wind watches that are going to go into effect. We could see gusts up to 60 miles per hour. This includes the San Gabriel Mountains, Santa Susana Mountains, and also parts of the Santa Monica Mountains. The focus will be tomorrow. Right now, it's a high wind watch. If that changes to a high wind warning, which kind of elevates it, we will keep you updated. But as of right now, it's going to be the winds going into tomorrow night. And some of us are going to see those winds as early as tomorrow morning. That's going to be the focus in Santa Clarita, and you can see those gusts starting to pick up 20 miles per hour by around 8 o'clock in the morning, but nothing like earlier in the week. It's not really going to start until late morning into the early afternoon, and they will gradually strengthen in classic Santa Ana wind fashion. So let's talk timing of the winds. Here's a look at our wind futurecast. Two things I want to focus on going into the next 7 days. It's going to be the winds tomorrow night. It's going to be Saturday into Sunday, and then also another wind event Monday night into Tuesday. So you can see going into tomorrow morning, we're going to walk you through hour by hour each of our communities right now. This is a look at late morning, and you can see those winds picking up. Now you see those arrows. They're shifting. They're coming out of the northeast. These are those Santa Ana wind events that we're talking about. Simi Valley, Calabasas, and you can see right there where we've been focused on close to Encino. There we go. Just west of the 405, south of the 101. We're looking at gusts between 20 to 30 miles per hour in that orange right there, especially up through the mountains, San Gabriel Mountains. But the San Gabriel Valley is not going to be getting in on these extreme winds. You can see Pasadena, Altadena is going to be looking very calm in terms of 10 mile per hour gusts. So it is going to be fairly quiet there. Also Inland Empire, Inland Orange County will start to see these winds as well. Let's keep fast forwarding. So you can see by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, usual areas getting in on the winds. And then they're going to strengthen going into Saturday evening. You see those purples? That's going to be the top of our mountains. That's where we're going to see the potential for those 60 mile per hour gusts. I'll zoom you out, take you into Sunday morning. This is when those winds are going to start to die down. Here's a look at late Sunday night, early Monday morning. We're actually going to see that onshore flow picking back up. You see those arrows right there coming off of the ocean. There's that onshore flow, which is going to help with our relative humidity. Now, the big focus is going to be next week. This is what we're looking at. Monday going into Tuesday. This is when we're tracking a moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event. This is not going to be broad and widespread like we saw last week. We're not expecting to see those mountain waves that brought those really strong winds to the San Gabriel Valley, but we are looking at the potential for 40 to 60 mile per hour gusts with isolated gusts up to 80 miles per hour for our LA County mountains. So this is going to be the event that we're going to be tracking into early next week, and when we're expecting to see red flag warnings coming back into place. But Pat and Susie, I do want to say, chance for rain next week. Not a big rainmaker, but by the end of the week, we could see some sprinkles. So I hope that's a little sign of hope, and we will walk you through and keep you updated every step of the way with these winds.
Thanks so much, Danny. And I bet you everybody that could hear that, that's all they're going to be thinking about is seeing that little bit of rain that we are expecting to get. We could certainly use it. Thank you, Danny. We want to join our Madison Keevee now. Madison, you were in Encino when we last spoke. Now you're in the Brentwood area. Where exactly are you?
Well, we are on, well, we've kind of woven around tonight and been in and out of different neighborhoods between Encino. We went over on Mulholland Drive, over the Mulholland Bridge, and there is a brigade of fire engines and help that are at the ready, kind of doing the switch over, as well as just engines that are stationed in all of these neighborhoods in between this area that are in those mandatory evacuation zones, just parked in neighborhoods for those just in case fast-paced moments. We're kind of in a more remote area where you really get that full picture of the mountainside. I'm not moving a ton because our signal is not 100%, but we did want to come on, kind of show you this, talk you through just really the takeaway for us tonight in driving from Ventura Boulevard and throughout these mandatory evacuation zones is just the number of personnel that are here and the number of engines from all over the state as well as outside that are lined up and at the ready, especially in those neighborhoods that have evacuated, was just really heartening when you think about how this fire has progressed and how it's moved. So wanted to share that update because that has been something that we've seen all night tonight of just how many people and firefighters and personnel are here and ready to respond to this challenging fire.
So you say you've seen a number of engines from, you know, the evacuation zone moving throughout, which is, I imagine the picture is one of readiness, which again would probably give the citizens there some kind of comfort knowing that they can just, there's that engine ready to, you know, put water on whatever they need to do. That makes a big difference.
Yeah, and they're parked in these neighborhoods, you know, these hilly neighborhoods that are on, you know, the other side of this where, you know, from the view of their backyards, they see that orange sky that's glowing. And there obviously is fear created in that, plus the evacuations. And so tonight, I mean, we came upon engine after engine, even a crew stopping to help evacuate a family that needed a bit of assistance a few hours after that mandatory evacuation went into place. So that, and obviously the officers making sure that these neighborhoods are safe and making sure no one that is in there that's not supposed to be has been overwhelming tonight in these areas. So I say that message just because if you are evacuated and you are in one of these neighborhoods, there's a high likeliness that there are personnel there, those engines and officers that we've seen tonight just on standby.
And Madison, what is the feeling right now? You know, you were talking about the takeaway as you were driving tonight from your various different locations in the evacuation zones. What is the feeling now where you are, you know, compared to the 8 o'clock hour?
Emptiness, right? You hear the helicopter going around. There's no one that's leaving. You know, streets are dark. People have evacuated, and there's this sense of, you know, all you're seeing are the fire engines. All you're seeing are, you know, the police officers. Whereas in the 8 o'clock hour, we were still seeing people, you know, trickling out. We were still seeing people who weren't really sure what they were going to do. And tonight, it's been quiet except for this firefight, which I think is a sign that people took that warning and that obvious a mandatory evacuation and listened.
And you know what? And that obviously boded well for the firefighters because they didn't have to struggle or try to navigate around people who were, you know, I don't want to say in the way, but you know what I'm trying to say. They had clear routes to get to where they needed to go to get their engines in place because people knew what they were supposed to do. They made the orders early so they wouldn't have that confusion if they needed to be there right away. And that's a good thing. So that's a big difference than what we saw Tuesday. But of course, no one expected what happened Tuesday to happen. So, you know, it's not like you want that kind of playbook, considering the circumstances. But to have it, it looks like they used it pretty well.
Absolutely. Making so much good progress tonight. Madison Keevy, thank you so much from Brentwood tonight. We want to also go live now to our Tom Waite, who's standing not too far away from Madison is. Tom, can you hear us?
I sure can, Susie. I don't know. I was trying to figure out where Madison is. I think she's close to us. We can't hear her. But I could hear the chopper, the same chopper she was talking about. I thought they kind of stopped work on this area, but they haven't. They keep hammering this whole area with chopper after chopper. I think what they're trying to do is kind of create like a line, maybe just a barrier, not a literal barrier, but like a containment line in a sense, just to stop the potential advance of fire. You know, I think maybe they're just trying to preempt an issue tomorrow morning, or actually this morning, I should say now, and into the weekend, because as Danny was talking about in her forecast, that there are the potential for these increased wind gusts. And so, look, we have another chopper back here right now. I thought they were doing more surveying, and they are doing that, but they're also doing water drops. Is it dropping right now? It's so weird. It's hard for me. I think as it's getting later, it's
here
hard
comes
for me
one.
to see. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Pat. Pat's got my back.
Yes, I do.
So yeah, and that's great. And that's great, right? We want to see those drops because, it obviously is just incredibly. These drops, it's the volume of water that they're dropping is just an incredible amount. And look at, wow, I mean, these hillsides, it looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. It's really, really dramatic stuff. So we actually, we spoke to a number of people. They're all gone now, but just a short time ago, we spoke with a man. Actually, we spoke with his son too, but his father spoke to us about, kind of what it was like. They live right here in the area, about a mile away, he said, what it was like to evacuate. Take a listen to that.
I was out in the Palisades in Malibu earlier today trying to help residents that were fleeing from the various home sites with luggage and taking them up to Santa Monica. And then I got a notice and a call from my son that I should come back to Sherman Oaks and that we should pack up our house and pack up our car. So I have my car parked here at the top of Mountain Gate. I have the dog here, and we're looking out here at the ridge line, the West Ridge line, trying to determine whether the firefighters are going to have it on hold and not pushing towards Mountain Gate so we can go home tonight, or if we need to find a hotel room.
Yeah, it's just so stressful out there, right? Just trying to figure out what to do in these situations. I know personally my sister and brother-in-law and their kids live in Studio City, and they evacuated the other night when Runyon was on fire. They didn't, at that point there wasn't any sort of order to do it, but they just, to be safe, didn't want to risk it with the kids late at night. And, they ended up staying in, with my folks out in the San Gabriel Valley. And then we also, tonight, there was more fears because of this fire. My brother-in-law had gone back, and now I'm not sure if he decided to go back to stay with my parents. But I think so many families are going through that, right? Where people are having to just upend their lives and move the kids, get the kids in the car, get people to a safe spot. Even if there isn't an order, it's just sometimes it's easier to do it before the order happens. Maybe it's just there's less traffic, or if you just feel like not safe, you should probably sort of follow your instincts, right? So, I talked a lot about last night. My aunt's house was one of the few that survived on the block that she lives on in the Palisades. She's lived there since the 1970s, and how tragic it is that all of her neighbors around her lost their homes, but hers survived. So just so many stories like that. And then I also, with my parents, there's a couple of lifelong friends of my parents. Their house burned to the ground in the Palisades. So two very different stories, and these are all just attached to my family. And I know so many people who are watching our newscasts have these same experiences, right? They know someone, or they themselves are impacted. They're helping people. Maybe they're just going to donate something. But Angelinos just seem to really come together in these situations. We love our Southern California so much. We love our LA. We love all of our towns. We love our beach cities and our Inland Empire, Orange County, Ventura. I hope I hit everyone, but you get what I mean. We love Southern California, and I think in these situations we're heartbroken, but we also want to stick together because that's all we got, right? We have to stick with each other and try to get through this, because man, we got a few days that are coming up here. It's not going to be easy, but look at these firefighters. I mean, how inspirational is that? Working overnight, they are just they're just working nonstop. It's unbelievable. Pat and Susie.
I mean, it really has been nonstop behind you. We can hear it. We've seen it all night, Tom. Really do have to give it to the firefighters, as you just said. Have you noticed the pattern of where they're dropping? Has that changed at all in the last few times that we've come to you?
It has a little bit. So they were hitting the spot. I think Francisco can show you that the house, there's kind of a house, there's a car parked there right now. I'm not sure if it's an official vehicle. There was a hillside, and thankfully the water drops were very effective, because that hillside is almost not visible. The flames are totally gone, but it's just smoldering a little bit. They were pounding that, just drop after drop. Then they kind of moved into the area literally in front of us, not right in front, but down, down into the canyon there. And it looked like they weren't really even hitting flames, but maybe just dropping water to soak the areas, because the volume of water they're dropping is just this. It's just an absolutely. It's an intense drop, so it soaks, it hits the ground and it drenches the area, so that potentially could stop the advance of the fire. It is so heartening too to look out and see the smoke rising into the sky as opposed to whipping and blowing around. As we've talked about, the gusting winds are really just the enemy of just all of us, right? Especially firefighters trying to douse these flames. So I think, in certain spots, Susie, they're letting the fire sort of burn in on itself. But then, yeah, as you pointed out, they're kind of changing their pattern too, to hit spots that maybe that were putting some homes in danger, and then also hitting some spots just as a precaution, maybe to make sure that the flames don't advance.
All right, well, they're doing a great job up there, Tom, and it's just wonderful to see our firefighters and see how they map out. They know exactly what they're doing, where they want to lay phos check, where they want to make the water drop so the fires do not advance. So we're happy to see that. Yeah. We want to check in with our Christina Fan now, who is also in the Brentwood area. And Christina, as you mentioned, we liked your walk around, showing us just how quiet it is where you are, and the fact that people heeded orders and left.
It really is very eerie sounding, and multiple people have described this as sounding like a war zone, like a city that's under curfew, and you just hear the planes coming in. Behind us right now, you can see the hillside. It is still smoldering. At times, we'll see it reigniting a little bit more intensely than other times. At the minute, I think it's a little bit more mild than what we've been seeing since we first arrived at 10 p.m. But it's really hard to say that the conditions are optimistic, because until a fire is out completely, you're really uneasy about the fact that it can flare up again at any moment, especially with the unprecedented wildfire week we've had with all those winds. Now, earlier we were talking about the cacophony of noises bombarding this neighborhood. You have the helicopters, you have the fire engines running, so much ambient noise. But tonight is one of those days, if you live in the Mountain Gate area, you are grateful for the presence of all this heavy machinery, because when the Palisades Fire first broke out, of course, earlier this week, you could go blocks without seeing any fire engines, and we saw, interviews other reporters did trying to flag down those fire engines. We're going to take you down this path again, and, from the point when we first arrived, again, at around 10 p.m., so 3 hours ago, I'm losing track of time a little bit, these firefighters have been here. I believe one's in the back right now. You can see they have their flashlights. Once in a while, they'll go back there. We think that they're just, checking to see how close the flames are getting to the property. This one seems to be the one closest to the edge compared to the homes down the street. So I know it's extremely dark outside. So you have this one home on this side, and then Eddie and I are just going to turn around. So you see the fire engines up the street. So all along this side, there are fire engines and homes too. And then, of course, you see on the other side of the street, the power has been cut off, but there are homes there too. So the fire engines, of course, are stationed to the side of the road that is closest to the fire. Again, you hear the humming of the aircraft behind us as they continue to just be relentless and their water drops. And as Tom said, it really does seem effective. I mean, once in a while, like we said before, it's just so hard to say. Every time you feel like the fire is under control, you'll have this flame that'll just poke back up, and then it gives you anxiety, to be honest, because you're like, oh, I thought they got a handle on this, and there again you get another flare up, and you see there's another huge water dump. And I mean, we actually saw a video of the impact these water dumps have. It's so much water. It is powerful enough to crush a car if it's parked right underneath. So they're truly throwing everything they can at this fire, and we're just hoping that the aerial attacks tonight are enough, and these firefighters that are stationed all around these homes, that they don't have to pull out their hose lines, that it won't have to come to that. So our fingers are crossed for this community tonight. We're going to toss it back to you.
All right, Christina Fan, thank you so much for your updates tonight. And we want to go to Mike Rogers once again at the desk with the look at the new mandatory evacuation orders that we've been talking about tonight. Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to show you my computer here because I want to give you this kind of look here just so everybody knows exactly what we're talking about. We'll show you my computer in just a second. But yeah, these evacuations, here they are. Basically run right along the side of the 405 freeway, right? That is the border for the mandatory evacuations right through here. Everything in the yellow is the voluntary. And then, of course, this is the new neighborhood that got put under those mandatory evacuations tonight as they moved through. Now, I wanted to show you, too, this is the new finger of the fire that we've been watching, where Tom has been right in here, and he has been looking at this hillside that they have been hitting really hard. The fire, even though this map doesn't show it because it is now about an hour or two old, the fire has started to push into here. And this is Mandeville Canyon that we told you we were pretty concerned about. So this is where Tom has been seeing all those pretty intense water drops, which is great because it does seem that they've really been able to back the flames off from that canyon and from that hillside, which is, of course, exactly what we were concerned about. This is the live pictures that you're looking at. For perspective, they're zoomed in pretty far here. So the fire is a decent distance from them right there on the side of the canyon. Everything under mandatory evacuation. I also wanted to leave you guys with the fact that we did hear from the councilwoman that we spoke with, and forgive me, I don't remember which one because we had a couple of them on tonight, that did say the National Guard is in the Encino community.
All right, that's good to know. And Danny, can you give us like 5 seconds?
Yes. Okay, gusty winds, they're back Saturday to Sunday, and then Monday to Tuesday. Chance for rain at the end of next week. Not a big chance, but we'll be tracking that for you guys. We'll keep you updated.
We asked and you delivered. Thank you so much, Danny, and thank you all for joining us. For us here at KCAL News, we're back at 6 a.m.